Okie dokie, the drivers are getting into their cars for the reaction time challenge. So I'm not gonna hang out here because, yeah, let's see, we'll get that and we'll be ready to go. Okay, get your coffee, get whatever you're gonna get because it's gonna be a day of racing for the ATI 100K. Bye.
Drivers have made their way into the staging lanes and new entries. If you are joining us here today for the first time and you are a new entry, let's get you headed into lanes 5 and 6, please. It is an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. And we're going to start the day off by handing out a whole bunch of money. They call it the Summer Fling Reaction Time Challenge. I call it Pick Pete's Pocket. Because for every driver that comes up here and goes 00 on the tree, we're going to give away $100. We'll see if we can't get a couple to go 000. And these are one of those days where I really wish Kyle was here because by this point we would have already set up an over-under. I'm going to look at Marco. What's the over-under? How much are we giving out today? You going 700? That's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking either 600 or 700. I like 700. What I actually like is it would be awesome if we could give away 25,000. Like have all 25 go trip zip perfect. I don't know that we'll quite get there. Morning, Dilly Dilly. Let's just go, as in G-E-A-U-X. Go. The 25 drivers are in the cars. The cars begin to roll up from under the tower here. And good morning to Florida. Checking in on the live feed as well. Again, that live feed brought to you by Strange Engineering. They're the ones that are keeping the cameras rolling with our Motor Mania TV crew throughout the event. And man, what a race it's been so far. I am so looking forward to seeing what the rest of the event has in store. So let's see here. Our first two cars of the Reaction Time Challenge are going to be Dennis Mead and Brian Campbell. Dennis in the dragster, Brian in the T-Bird. Again, there is going to be no other incrementals other than reaction time, so it's not like everybody here is getting like a free time run. Morning, James. They're going to hit the button, hit the tree. Oh. Missed the first one by a couple of thou. Dennis Mead was 12 on the tree. Brian Campbell was 10 red. So we go 0 for 2 in our first pair. Come on. No. No. We've set the over-under up here at $700. I think we can do better than that. I hope it's the over. Roman Cosner and Glenn Gordon. Glenn in that Mullis car. They are going to be sponsoring our Racer Appreciation Party that's happening tonight. And it is going to be a full-on Racer Appreciation Party because we are like wholeheartedly planning on the fact that we should be done racing right about the time that Racer Appreciation Party starts, and we'll all be able to go over there and have a good time. Roman Cosner, he's got the Camaro out of Pataskala, Ohio. So our first two, Dennis was 12 on the tree. Brian was 10 red. We need double O's and triple O's. So everybody think double O's and triple O's. Good vibes. No. Snakebite, I certainly hope it is like closer to $2,000 that we're handing out here. We just got to get that momentum, get that good juju going. And we can make it happen. Once again, new entries, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. New entries, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Here we go. Roman Cosner red by 29 thousandths of a second, and unfortunately Glenn Gordon had a couple of hiccups there on the starting line, like it went up, went down, went up, went down. Missed it on his end, but Roman, 29 red, nope. Glenn Gordon, it just wasn't quite where Glenn wanted it to be. So they'll bring out Vic Butler. And Art Chaffee. Excuse me, Chofee. So Chofee in the Firebird, Vic Butler. And the dragster over on the left side. And we need to find some people that are very proficient at pickpocketing. Because we want to see double O's, we want to see triple O's, we want to see cash flowing out of here like it's an ATM that's gone haywire. Well, there's another reference I could make from being in Vegas where, you know, money just kind of flies around, but we'll leave it here at this. Vic Butler's waving his hands over there trying to get the starter's attention. Oops. Vic was 129, and Art Chofee, we had another 12 on the tree. So we've had a couple of 12s. We're getting close to where we need to be. We just need to shave a few thou off of that. I really think that it's kind of like when you've been out at night, having a few beverages with your friends, trying not to quote unquote break the seal, and once you break the seal, well then you kind of, you know, doing that all the time. But on this one, we need to just break the seal. We get that first double O out there, and then it's just going to kind of keep flowing and flowing and flowing. Right? That's what we need to do. On an ATI Performance Products Friday Summer Fling Reaction Time Challenge underway, Lucas Buckley right side, Zach Fulcher left side. I got a feeling we're going to see our first double O now. Please, give me a double O. I do not want to be under that 700. We got to be over. Over, over, over. Nope. 18 green for Lucas, 21 green for Zach. Man. So Zach Fulcher ends up with a 21 light. Lucas Buckley ends up with an 18 light. I am like bummed that we haven't given away any money yet. I want us to. Chris Hess and Bob Rossello. Rossello out of LaSalle, Michigan. Coming up here to give it a go. Chris Hess on the left side. Oh, we were just a thou away from giving away $100. Bob Rossello was 10 green. Chris Hess was 21 green. We've had a lot of 21s. We've had 12s. Put up a 10. But maybe that's what it is. Now we're teetering on the edge. Teetering on the edge. 10 cars have taken a swing at it so far. Our grand total purse of giving away money is still 0. No. All right, Rocky Van Note and Chris Stein. This is what we need. The Vega Wagon. The Vega of Rocky Van Note has gone rounds each and every day because of some good reaction times. We'll see what Rocky can drop out here. And Chris Stein, who's got the quickest car on property this weekend, hopefully we can see one of the quickest reaction times. Come on. Van Note's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Chris Stein rolls up and turns on those first 2 lights. There you go, 100 and 100. Rocky Van Note 009. That's good for $100. Chris Stein at 007. That's good for $100. So that's $200. We like it. We like it. See, so now we've broken through the barrier. Now they're just going to start flowing. Jamie Sirocco and Tracy Sons. We should get 2 more double O's here. Hopefully we get a triple O here. Sirocco out of Connecticut over on the right side, and Tracy Sons coming in out of Tennessee on the left side. Let's go from like 200 to at least 400. We've seen side-by-side triple O's this weekend. Let's get more. Because that'd jump us from like 200 to 2,200. Or maybe we could at least jump from 200 to 1,300. If we're adding at least like, you know, another 100 and maybe 1,000. Whoa. Sirocco was 27 green. Tracy Sons was 18 green. Well, shoot. We've still got more cars. We've still got more cars, and we've still got a good opportunity to hand out some more money here. Randy Sodders, Jack Green. Sodders left side. The American-built car out of Cincinnati, Jack Green. Out of Utica, Ohio. Green's got the pre-stage bulbs lit. We got 10 cars still left to go. Randy is 16 green. Jack Green is 45 green, and now we're down to just 8 cars left to go. You know, it looks like for some of our competitors, they've all decided that the right lane is where they want to be. As Kevin Thorpe's going to roll up here and take a solo shot, as will several more of our contestants. And again, new entries, if you've not yet begun to make your way into lanes 5 and 6. We'd love to get you down there now, please. New entries, let's get you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Kevin Thorpe is 002. There's another $100. Headed out the door, so we're at 300 now. We got Rocky Van Note picking up $100. We got Chris Stein picking up $100. We got Kevin Thorpe picking up $100. Let's add Phil Fryer's name to the list of cars that are going to head back this direction to pick up their cash. Fryer and the Mustang out of Effort, Pennsylvania. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Roll it up. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. 4:47 the reaction time for Fryer, so slight swing and a miss on that one. And apparently the right lane is where everybody thinks they're going to have their better shot at hitting that tree in the right way. But again, this reaction time challenge, kind of a fun little thing that the Fling has put together. I mean, to just randomly draw 25 people and be like, hey, I'm going to give you a chance to win some extra money today. All you got to do is go out and let go of the button. Something you're doing all the time, why not? I just think it's way cool. I just think it's way cool. Dewey Boggs is going to get himself $100. 009 for Dewey. So Dewey's been 009, Rocky was 009, Kevin and Chris Stein were both in the 00 range. We're at the $400 mark. So Maria Cross rolling back from the burnout. Let's see if Maria can join Dewey, Rocky, Kevin, and Chris. As the crew that's coming back down the return road in front of the grandstands to get some money. Because everybody likes coming down the return road to get some money. I like the fact that Maria's really focused on this. Nope. Unfortunately, Maria is red by 19 thousandths of a second. We're still sitting at that $400 mark. We'll give Steve Hughes, stacker, a chance at this. Still, we've got Shane Blackburn, J.R. Lockhart, Jordan Arnold, Shelby Miles. All yet to go here. And I do see the new entry lanes filling in nicely, so let's get lanes 5 and 6 full up with those new entries. And racers, there is still time to buy a tech card into today's main event, should you choose to do so. There's time to buy a double into today's main event, should you choose to do so. If you want a couple of shots, that $100,000. Steve Hughes, 010. Would have been great if we could have been just a thou quicker. But a 10 light for Steve Hughes. His name is Jordan Arnold. Who's going to take a swing in the S10 pickup truck. So the Knoxville, Tennessee-based car. And what are we down to? Just 3 left to take a swing at it. Jordan is 25 green. And we're at $400. I was really hoping we would have been way more than that. But J.R. Lockhart, Shane Blackburn, Shelby Miles. We still got a few. Before we're done, and JR happens to be one of them. Ready, JR? Breathe. Focus. Nope. 3 foul on the red side for J.R. Lockhart. And we're down to just 2. All right, so Shane Blackburn, Shelby Miles. I am certainly hoping, because the reaction time challenge is one of my favorite parts of the weekend, because it's an opportunity for people to like dig into Peter's pocket and like take his money. As he always has a way to take my money. Whenever we sit down, he's like, hey, you want to bet on this? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So he always takes my money. I want somebody to take his money. Like a lot of it. And I want him to be standing right here next to me when we watch Shane Blackburn go 000. He was close. 003 for Shane Blackburn. So at least, hey, it was another $100, so we're to $500. Shelby Miles, 002. And at least we'll get another 00 out of it. So Shelby's 002, Kevin's 002, Chris Stein's 007. Shane Blackburn is 003, Rocky Van Note and Dewey Boggs are 009. And we handed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $600. You like handing out $600? I like handing out $600. You know why? Because it's Pete's money, not mine. We'll just hand it out all day. All right. Yeah, we were close. Well, I was saying I was teetering between 600 and 700. But we hit it close. Summer Fling Reaction Time Challenge. Again, congratulations, Dewey Boggs, Rocky Van Note, Shane Blackburn, Kevin Thorpe, Shelby Miles, and Chris Stein, each grabbing $100. That's not a bad way to start the morning. You get up out of bed, jump into your race car, go out and just let go of the button one time, and bang, $100. That's awesome. That's awesome. We got new entry time runs that are going to get a shot at the racetrack. Those that have joined us brand new for today's ATI Performance Products $100,000. Good morning, Shirley. I'm just Nate. There's no mister. There's no... I answer like, hey, you, hey, dummy, you idiot, whatever it is. I answer to just about anything. But I do want to say good morning to everybody that is listening in online. Good morning, Gator. Morning, crew. Noah Rambo out of Michigan over to the left side takes his swing in a new entry time run. Was 25 green and goes 450 at 152 miles an hour. Justin Harrington was 56 green and goes 521. At 130 miles an hour. Morning, Mr. Jeff. It was Kyle Beavers and Joe Cameron. Cameron coming in out of Tennessee. Beavers, he's got the door car. Lining up over on the left side, and we have got, I'm telling you, we got a nice little chunk of new entries that have flowed into the staging lanes, including some big names in the world. Of big money bracket racing that we hadn't seen yet here this weekend. Mr. Boo Boo, we had these were the 25 drivers that popped in for the Reaction Time Challenge. You had Roman Cosner, Phil Fryer, Maria Cross, Dewey Boggs, Tracy Sons, Rocky Van Note, Zach Fulcher, Art Chopey, Dennis Meade, Jamie Sirocco, Vic Butler, Glenn Gordon, Shane Blackburn, J.R. Lockhart, Randy Saunders, Jack Green, Jordan Arnold, Bob Rossello, Kevin Thorpe, Shelby Miles, Chris Stein, Chris Hess, Lucas Buckley, Brian Campbell, and Steve Hughes. Those were the 25 that took a swing at it. 6 of them were 00. That was Dewey Boggs, Rocky Van Note, Shane Blackburn, Kevin Thorpe, Shelby Miles, and Chris Stein. So we gave away $600 during the Reaction Time Challenge. We are into our new entry time runs. We got Caleb Ellison and Philip Oakley. I told you, some of those bigger names in the world of bracket racing. Finding the way in here to race for $100 grand today. How about the wheels up charge out of the Camaro of Ellison? Ellison was 009 red, goes 632, 105 miles an hour. Oakley, 12 on the tree and goes 432 at 162 miles an hour. I'm telling you, one of these times I want to get behind the wheel of a wheel standing car and just let it fly. That'd be fun. That was a nice wheelie. I think the wheel stand of the weekend, though, so far, has been Kurt Harrington's Chevette. When he put it on the bumper, had it on one wheel, he unloaded that thing. I think at one point there might even have been air under all 4 tires. I mean, that was awesome. Austin Cardulis and John Cook. Austin is 30 green. John Cook was 19 green. I'm gonna put a suggestion in the team member suggestion box. And my suggestion in the team member suggestion box is that at one of these events, instead of maybe a reaction time challenge, we have a wheelie challenge. We'll measure distance. We'll have judges out there with scorecards. We'll take the highest and lowest scores, like the judge from Romania and the judge from Russia. Their scores will be ignored, and then everybody else. I mean, you have to judge it on height, distance, facial expression, if you can see it. I don't know. It'd be fun. So Michael Horstein and Justin Logan. Logan and he told me how to say this last night. I wonder if I'm going to remember. Galapagos Ferry, West Virginia. 008 on the tree, 628 at 108 miles an hour for Justin Logan. Michael Horstein out of Hookstown, Pennsylvania, 27 green and 559. Morning, Stars. Glad that you were able to join in here this morning as well. We've got already a nice little almost 400 folks that are watching online as Lee Newmeyer rolls in his ride on the right side. Out of Sunbury, Ohio, in the Vega. Dragster over the left side. Again, we've got a lot of new entries that have snuck their way in here today. And I think we're going to see even more. Green for the Dragster over the left side, 18 green for Lee Newmeyer, as Newmeyer is going to go at 564 at 122 miles an hour. Dragster ends up running 469 at 145 miles an hour. We got Cody Witt out of Naugatuck, West Virginia, and Taylor Cook. Taylor starting to burn out right now. Once again, we're going to go ahead and put out that final call for our new entries, final call for new entries into the new entry time run. If you are just now arriving, want to make sure that you get into lanes 5 and 6 for your new entry time run. Again, new entry time runs need you into lanes 5 and 6. We've got our ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday coming up. And the prize vault is going to be wide open today. So Taylor Cook is staged up. Cody Witt is staged up. Cook is 13 green. Cody's 28 green. Witt goes 487 at 140 miles an hour. Taylor Cook goes 596 at 113 miles an hour. I'll bring up Michael Illing. In the White Lightning dragster. And then we got the topless vet over on the right side. .007 for the dragster, 007 for the Corvette, 543 down the right side of the racetrack, 474 down the left side of the racetrack. What time is the phrase that pays? We're already asking about that. Scotty Richardson, 22 on the tree and 6'11" down that right side of the racetrack. Unfortunately, with a little white blazer, came off the starting line, ends up pulling it over just past the 330-foot mark and taking a look under the car. We'll have to see exactly what happened there. That's not what we wanted to see.
All right, racers, attention in the pits. Round number 1 of the ATI 100K. If you're a door car in Group A, so Group A door cars, to the staging lanes now, please. So if you're in Group A and you're a door car, bring it to the lanes dialed in, ready to go for round 1. If you're a dragster in Group A, you're on standby. You could hang back.
So as we get the blazer off the top end of the racetrack, Group A, door cars for round number 1. You have been called into the staging lanes. We're going to be putting you in lanes 1 and 2. Group A door cars. Go ahead and make your way to the staging lanes, lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1. Group A door cars. Round number 1. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group A door cars, round number 1. Come on down. We're going to continue on with our new entry time runs here for just a moment. New entry time run's going to be running through here, and racers, Group A door cars. You've been called to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2, please. So with new entry time runs getting ready to wrap up again, last chance. If you are a new entry and want to make your way into the staging lanes, you need to be here now, please. New entries, we need you in here. And the invitation has gone out for Group A door cars. Group A door cars. We need you into the staging lanes as well, please. Group A door cars, the invitation has gone out. We do need you to lanes 1 and 2. Group A dragsters, you are on standby. So Group A dragsters, you're on standby. Group A door cars should have made their way into the staging lanes at this time, so that we can get you ready to go. Again, just rolling through a few new entries before we get underway with today's ATI Products $100,000 to win Friday. I see a good number of door cars that have already found their way into the staging lanes. Everybody's amped up, hyped up, and ready to go. 10 on the tree, 485 down that left side of the racetrack for the dragster. And the weather is going to be beautiful, just like it was yesterday. I mean, I don't think we could have asked for anything better. We could have asked, but I don't know that there would have been anything better. So Noah Rambo rolling up in the dragster. As we do have essentially a good handful of double-entered cars. That have showed up here to play as well. So with Noah on the starting line, well, we got Caleb Ellison and Scotty Richardson waiting in the water box. Oh, that didn't sound good. Noah's car left the starting line, went way up in the RPMs, and he's just going to kind of coast on down to the finish line. He was 002 on the tree, and then after that, that thing just unloaded. He is creeping his way down there. We'll see if Noah gets clear. We'll see what we get. And so Scotty Richardson on the right side. Caleb Ellison on the left side. And again, I think we are getting down to the end of our new entries. Oh, 11 on the tree for Scotty, 19 green. For Caleb Ellison, Ellison's going to go 630. Down that left side. Scotty's going to go 609 at 112 down the right side, and I think we are just about done. I think we may have one more after the car that's on the line, and then we'll go into kind of just a pause moment before we get into round number 1 of the ATI Performance Products $100,000 win Friday. 673, 101 miles an hour. And we're just waiting on one more. So our reaction time challenge is in the books this morning. Gave away $600. Dewey Boggs picked up 100. Rocky Van Note picked up a bill. Shane Blackburn, Kevin Thorpe, Shelby Miles, and Chris Stein each picking up $100.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at Jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at Jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is Jegs.com.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Big money is on the line. We've got a staging lane full of cars. The door cars are ready to do battle.
This is a sight to see. I mean, like I said, this drag strip is cut right between the mountains. That's a labor of love.
So this could get really, well, I'm not saying it could get, it's gonna get really fun really fast. Is going to be the end of our new entry time run. So new entry time runs have come to a close. We've called Group A door cars into the staging lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. And Group A dragsters, you have been called as well. So Group A dragsters, you've been called. Group A door cars, you should already be here. Round number 1 of the 100 Grander is going to be what's coming up next.
Big one. This is the one we've been waiting for. Thank you guys for once again supporting the Flings.
And as our great friend Kyle Seipel would say as he looks down upon us, let's roll.
Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Great motion. You're going to take the wheel.
Take our Super Pro door card.
I came from the mud.
Hey.
There's dirt on my hands.
Hey.
Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon.
National Anthem to start off our morning day of the K&N Spring
They
Season.
sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Let's make this a fantastic day, and in order to do that, Chaplain Lee Steiner is here again for our invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Race it, experience it. For the last decade and more, founders and legendary racers Peter Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the Fling family have put on some of the biggest and best events in the history of bracket racing, setting the bar for what a race can be, for what a race should be. With one race, names like Jeff Birdie and Randall Reed have joined instantly recognizable icons like Scotty Richardson and Luke Bagacki as racers who have achieved on one of the biggest stages in the sport. A place where young and old alike come together not to just test themselves, but to simply enjoy some of the coolest cars, prizes, camaraderie, and competition you'll find anywhere around. Ask anyone who's come to a Fling event, and they'll tell you the same thing. You'll just have to race it, experience it.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
All right, racers, good morning. Welcome to an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. We are getting ready to go racing for some pretty big money today, and we have been absolutely blessed with perfect weather, awesome track conditions, a great crew, and a great group of racers and Fling family members that have joined us all out here today. Out in front of the tower right now is the man behind it all, Mr. Peter Biondo. He's got the microphone, and he's got a few things that he would like to say to you racers. Peter?
Well, racers, this is the big day. It's going to be a beautiful day. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up at the Fling here, at the Summer Fling. It's our second year here, and you guys have made our job, and gals have made our job very easy to do what we do behind the scenes. And I expect more of that today. I expect tight competition, great sportsmanship. I saw that in the last 2 days. I'd like to see that again. I saw guys whose cars have been broken and couldn't start, and the other driver says, I'll wait as long as it takes. So I commend you guys and gals for that. And I know there's a lot of different races, and there's not much. Not everybody has that extra money, that play money, to go racing these days, and I realize $890 is a pretty substantial amount to commit to, and all I'll say is thank you, and we promise we'll continue to deliver. And tonight, we're not going to do a shootout tonight, because I want everybody on the property and all of our staff, for once, all be together and have some good times at the Racer Appreciation Barbecue. So please join us. And as far as the format for today, it's going to be the same format as the previous 2 days, where we run them in groups for the first round, and then starting the buyback round and round 2 moving forward, we'll go back to running door cars first, then dragsters. We're probably right at 300 cars. We're not really going to know until round 1 is over, but according to the amount of tech cards sold, we're going to be right at it, so plus or minus a few. So we're going to do round 1 in groups. After round 1, we'll go back to the same format as yesterday. We'll sell door cars and then dragsters. So appreciate you guys coming up when your group is called. I want to say this, and I don't know if I could find the right words. There's 2 guys, Frank Aragona Jr. and runs Comp Eliminator from New York, and Carl Drake Jr., who are fighting for their lives right now. And I'm not asking for donations. They're not asking for donations. They're asking for me to be able to get everyone here to pray for them. They're asking for prayers. They're in a battle for their life. So if you would today, please pray for Frank Aragona Jr. and Carl Drake Jr. With that said, let's have a good time. It's all about you guys. We'll give you the good track. We'll give you a good timing equipment. We'll give you everything you ask for and more. It's up to you guys to bring your A game today.
Thank you very much, Peter. Again, racers, as Peter had said, there's a couple of gentlemen out there right now who are fighting for their lives, and I'm sure each and every one of us, as we look at our circle of friends, our circle of family, we've got individuals in the same situation, or we've got folks who have gone on before us. So as we get ready to go racing today, I say it just about every time, and I'm going to say it this time as well. Racers, let's forget about what's going on in the world outside these gates today. Let's remember why we're here. We're here to go racing because this is what we love to do. We're here to go racing because we're blessed enough to be able to do that. We're here to go racing because we live in a country that gives us the freedom to do that. Put aside the political stuff, put aside the disagreements. Let's just be a family here today and let's enjoy each other's company. And for those of us that do have somebody in our lives who are fighting that we may not have with us soon, let's remember that those that are with us, let's shake hands. Let's give hugs. Let's just appreciate the fact that we've got this time together, and let's do that today as we go racing for $100,000. We're going to start things off on the right foot. Whatever your religious beliefs are, whether you believe in God above, whether you believe in a great creator, whether you just believe in good karma, let's make sure that we keep those thoughts with us today. Today, to provide our invocation, is Chaplain Steve Dunn with Racers for Christ. If you've not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps.
Thanks, Nate. You join me in prayer. We're so reminded afresh this morning that every day is just a gift, and every day we wake up, we need to thank you for the very breath that we breathe. We thank you, Father, for just your loving kindness towards us. Sometimes when we don't even think about you. Right now, we think about those that are suffering right now. We think of Frank Urgana, Carl Drake. Lord, as Nate has said, we know so many other people in our families and our friends and our racing community that are going through struggles right now. We just lift them up to you right now, Father, that you would just touch them and heal them and bring them peace. Father, now as we start this event, we want to thank you first for the 3 days of safe racing and fabulous weather you've given us, and we just ask, Lord, that you would just continue to protect these participants as they go down the track, every crew member, family member, track official, and employee on these grounds. And Father, we'll just be sure and give you the praise, and thank you again for this day of life. I pray these things in Christ's name. Amen. Thank you.
Amen, and thank you, Steve. Once again, if you've not done so, please rise and remove your caps. And as we listen to our national anthem this morning, let us remember those wonderful men and women in uniform, both past and present, who have dedicated their time, dedicated their efforts, dedicated their energies, and in some cases, sacrificed their lives for our freedom to be out here. Once again, our national anthem, provided by Miss Ivy Hutto.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
bless America. Let's have a great day of racing as the APTI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday is about to get underway. We've got cars under the arch. We're going to give our drivers a moment to get back into the cars, get strapped in so that they are ready to go. And again, I appreciate the fact that as we are recognizing, respecting, and honoring this country, that the drivers are out. They've got their hats off as well. And man, I love it. Absolutely happy to give that couple extra minutes for them to get back in the cars and get it taken care of. So we are live on Motor Mania TV. We are racing for $100,000 here today at National Trail Raceway. And before we get underway, once again, I'm going to tip my cap. I'm going to say thank you. I am going to show my appreciation to the National Trail Raceway crew that has done such a superb job prepping this track, getting it ready to go. And I'm telling you, I'm going to thank the Lord above for the weather that we have had. He has blessed us with a facility, with a environment, and with weather that could not get any better. This has just been phenomenal. I am so looking forward to what this day holds. Looking forward to handing out $100,000, another big trophy, another winter jacket. It's just going to be cool. It's going to be fun. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for coming out here to race with us this weekend. The families, the friends, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, we've got them all here. And whether you're related by blood or whether you're just related by your love of racing, it's a great day to be alive. Our first pair rolling out of the water box, we got Steve Collier, we got David Davis. One of them is going to light up the scoreboard, and the other one's going to make a trip up to the Diva desk to get an opportunity to race through the buyback round. Collier is dialed in at 6:49 in the pickup truck out of Huber Heights, Ohio, on the right side of the racetrack. David Davis out of Toledo, Ohio, rolling in here in the Camaro, dialed in at 6:52. Good morning, everybody in the chat bleachers. It is game on. 10 thousandths of a second separate on the first pair as they make their way down the racetrack. Stephen Collier was 15 green and goes 6:50 on a 6:49. David Davis was 005. Take 10 thou at the stripe to go 6:53 on a 6:52. Both drivers are 18 thousandths of a second above the dial, and that 10 thou split in reaction time is exactly what the split was down at the finish line. Win light goes to David Davis. Collier going to be headed up here to the buyback window to make sure that he's got another chance at that $100,000 as Chad May and Jody Davies going to be our next two. Jody May in set and red for Jody Davies by 4 thousandths of a second. Jody on a 660 dial ends up running 6:59. Chad May, 575 on a 573, was 30 green and makes his way into round number 2 as Josh Sullivan and Justin Mosier are going to be next. I love it, Casey. Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth. Yeah. Yeah. Party on. Justin Mosier over to right side, dialed 545. Josh Sullivan dialed in pretty much a bulb slower than that with a 595. Sullivan in the purple and black. Ryan. Justin Mosier turns it red by 2 thousandths of a second. 002 on the wrong side of the tree and goes 539 down the racetrack. How about Josh Sullivan? 41 green and then dead on 1. Dead on 1. You think the track prep isn't there? Yep, it's there. Trust me, it's there. Mike Hundley and Aaron Dysinger. What's up, Pro Street? Dysinger dialed in at 623 in the Malibu here on the right side. Mike Hundley dialed in at 783 in the S10 over on the left side. I'm going to say for Mike Hundley, he missed it at this end of the racetrack. Goes 797 down there. Aaron Dysinger is going to get the win light, 15 green. Backs out of the throttle to go 635 at just that 91 mile an hour mark. But it's good enough to turn on the bulbs on that Coughlin Cars side of the racetrack here at National Trail Raceway is Jeg Coughlin Jr., Brian Whitworth. Whitworth in the S10 left side of the racetrack out of Corydon, Indiana, and Jeggy piloting the Nova wagon, rolling up on the right side. Now I was kind of wondering what the mindset of one of the Coughlins. You roll in here and there's like Jegs things everywhere, and it's like no pressure. No pressure. 577 the dial for the wagon. Red light start for Brian Whitworth by 8 thousandths of a second. Jeg Coughlin found the tree with a 10 light and goes dead 9. So 19 total for Jeg Coughlin. Lighting up the scoreboard down that right side of the racetrack for Brian Whitworth. He ends up 6:29.0 on a 6:29. Red and dead on. And I'm not talking just dead on something. He was dead on donut. Ugh. That's a buyback right there. No doubt about it. You got to get back in with that. Got to get back in. Glenn Dilday, Nick Hastings. Nasty Nick, left side of the racetrack, rolled in here, coming fresh off of a 100-grander. Didn't really get the 2 rounds he wanted yesterday. Didn't really get a hold of the place. So I'm wondering if that made Nasty Nick a little mad. We'll find out. Glenn Dilday's lined up next to him. Dilday in the Nova. Dilday goes red by a bunch. Nasty Nick, 009 and dead on 9. 18 total for Nick. Making his way into round number 2. Glenn Dilday ends up dead on 1. 546 on a 546. Dilday. What did we just see? Like a red and dead on 0, now a red and dead on 1? Everybody's amped up this morning. Take that extra breath. Recenter. Refocus, young grasshopper. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Rick Huffman and Gary Williams. G-Dub in a pickup truck right side down, 570. Huffman in the Chevette. We go from T1000 to a Chevette, like back-to-back. Winner's going to be Rick Huffman. Gary Williams was 009 leaving the line and then goes 46 thou above the dial to be 27 thou behind at the finish line. Rick Huffman, 24 green and dead on 4. 617 on a 617 gets him ahead at the finish line by 27 thousandths of a second. This is one of those racetracks that, what was it? And again, these are certain things where I've got pieces in my mind, but I can't put the whole picture together. You know, that baseball story about building the park and Field of Dreams, right? Was that somewhere, like, it's in Iowa. Okay, not Ohio, but still. That whole thing, like, if you build it, they will come, right? If you build it, they will come. At this racetrack, if you dial it, it will run. It's just, that's the way that it works. Everybody's, like, dead on. Lonnie Smith was 32 green, ends up 3 above the dial. Amanda Manuel, 19 green and 1 above, taking 36 thou at the stripe to get the win line. One of our new entries rolling in here. Right side, dialed in at 607. And Cameron Cardulis. Cameron lining up left side. Not yet, Gator. Not yet. The Mullis Racer Appreciation Party's later. 11 thou separate them in reaction time. 608 on a 607. The pickup truck gets the win light. Was holding 11 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack. Cameron Cardulis at the finish line gets there first by 15 thousandths of a second to break out by 12 thousandths of a second. So the 022 reaction time, breakout by 12. Cameron's headed to buyback window. The pickup truck's moving on as Sean Dennis and Mark Lewis. Lewis, the 89 Beretta in a Newark 556 dial. Sean Dennis, The Corvette out of Mount Venom. Is that Vernon? I thought so. It's a little typo. But I do like the name Venom better than Vernon. Mark Lewis, winner in the Beretta, 557 on a 556. 17 green, 17 thou above. I hope so. I hope so. Razz me all day. Please. Because that's what we're here for, right? Interaction. Fun. Dennis ends up taking 5 thou at the stripe to break out 11 thousandths of a second as Cameron Atkins and David Braskett. I'm one of those, like, older Saturday Night Live fans, so every time I hear Braskett, I'm thinking of that skit, Bill Brasky. But anyway, that's just kind of the weird stuff that goes through my head. Braskett's dialed 547 in the Manta. Cameron Atkins is dialed 643 in the Camaro as the pre-stage bulbs are lit. And we continue to sit in the pre-stage position. Manta finally starting to kind of tap, tap, tap the brakes. Staging up at exactly the same time. And a 9 thou split in reaction time. Cameron trying to hold off the charge of David. It's going to be Braskett, 549 on a 547. He's 2 above the dial with a 003 reaction time. Cameron Atkins was 12 green. Gets to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 1 thousandth of a second. 642 on a 643. Ouch. Ouch. Braskett moving on as Chase Meade and Dad Mattis, or Matt Daddis, depending on how you want to look at it. 613 the dial in. For the old Super Soccer out of the West Coast that Matt now controls. And I gotta love the story. He told the story in Bristol. Picked up this car from the DeFrank family. Ended up with, like, getting just a great deal on it. Turned around and won a whole bunch of bracket races after that. Like, essentially got 6 times the diamond. Made a lot. 009 green for Matt Daddis. He's moving into round number 2. Chase Meade was 008 red. Meade 644 on a 646. Take nothing down at the finish line. 0008 was the margin to the stripe. Matt Daddis getting it done on a double breakout. 609. But it was red for Chase Meade. This one was over as now Mike Doherty and Rocky Van Noot. Doherty, the 69 Mustang, dialed in 677. Rocky Van Noot, the 71 Vega wagon, dialed in 586. Van Noot turns it red by 7 thousandths of a second. Mike Doherty's moving on to round number 2, 19 green, and goes 673 on a 677. Van Noot running a little quicker than he thought it would. Just 4 thou. Just 4 thou. Doherty's moving on. We got Garrett Griffith and Taylor Cook. Garrett, who's parked that pickup truck in the winner's circle here at Columbus before during one of our fling races. Hey, if you happen to have lost your glasses, if you've lost your glasses, I've lost my mind. I don't think anybody's going to find that. But if you lost your glasses, we did find those. I'm trying to figure, are they readers or are they prescription? I don't know what they are, but if you lost your glasses, we've had a pair of glasses that were turned in. You can come up here to the tower and claim those. Garrett Griffith, he ain't playing around. 637 on a 634. Take 13th out at the stripe was 002 in reaction time. So the 002 reaction time for Garrett Griffith. Taylor Cook over the right side was 22 thousandths of a second behind with an 024 reaction time, and then goes 600 on a 598 as we get into Troy Williams, one of the dragsters that kind of snuck up on in here. We have found the owner of the glasses. So that part is taken care of. I love it when things get resolved quickly. Roger Thornton, Troy Williams, T-Dub left side, down 462. Roger Thornton turns in red by 6 thousandths of a second. And then goes 651. Troy Williams, 21 green, 462 on a 462 as Austin Cardulis and Brian Campbell roll up now. Whomp, whomp, down at the finish line as Brian Campbell gets there too quick. Takes 27 thou at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. Needed to take 26 or less. Austin Cardulis was 046 on the tree and dead on 5. 673 on a 673. To get the win light is now Caleb Ellison, one of our new entries today, and Courtney Grisey. Courtney was keeping things rolling late into the rounds last night. During that Fuel Tech $30,000 to win Thursday. Courtney's dialed in at 419. What? Caleb Ellison's dialed in at 630. Big head start. And a big wheel stand out of the Camaro double red light start. This one is a true start affair. Wow. Caleb Ellison, 006 red, leaves with the wheels in the air. Courtney Grisey lets go and goes red by more. Grisey red 30 thou. Caleb Ellison was red just 6 thou, and True Start reverses the outcome of that one. Caleb survives. Courtney Grisey will have to make her way to the buyback window. Is now Lee Newmeyer and Vinny Domino. Domino dialed in at 453. Newmeyer dialed in at 565. And yes. Yes, yes, yes. Caleb Ellison, that's pretty close to wheel stand of the weekend. I'm still by the slimmest of margins, like by 1/10 of a point or so. Going to give wheel stand of the weekend so far to Air Harrington. But Caleb Ellison, that wheel stand was awesome. I know Harrington's toned the car down. We probably won't see the same wheel stand today, but that thing was way up there, trust me, on Tuesday. Vinny Domino, 13 green and dead on 0. If you dial it, it will run. Lee Newmeyer was 007, 2 above the dial, bowing out here in round number 1. So Vinny, 13 dead, 0 to be 13 total. Newmeyer was 007 and 21 thou above to be 28 total. Win light's going to go to Domino as Tim Markaglu and Ronnie Wilson. Wilson. That's Mr. Wilson. Over on the right side, dialed in at 475. Was he like the neighbor in Dennis the Menace was Mr. Wilson? I think it was. Mr. Wilson. I think Wilson was also the name of the volleyball, and I think it was the dude with that stood on the other side of the fence from Tim Allen and Home Improvement, wasn't it? That's Mr. Wilson. I don't know. Tim Markaglu dialed in at 453. We got our first contender for a 0-0 hero, and we got our first winner of a 0-0 hero here today. Ronnie Wilson, 477 on a 475, takes 2 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Markaglu was 26 green, dead on 1. He's 27 total. Ronnie Wilson is 25 total. Ronnie's picking up one of those cool 0-0 hero coins, which, by the way, if you get the 000 hero coin. You get your coin up there, then you get to come down to the Diva desk and grab 50 bucks.
All right, attention racers, Group B. Group B will take it to stage lanes 5 and 6. Dialed in, ready to go for round 1. Group B to 5 and 6.
We got another 000 hero, back to back. Yeah. Noah Rambo, new entry, Colt rolled up here this morning, took a time hit, comes down, goes trip, zip, perfect on the tree, take 5 thou at the stripe, and goes 452 on a 451 to pick up the win light. Todd Knight, 16 green, and 457 on a 457. Knight ends up 18 total. Will we go back to back with 000 heroes? Hunter Gillum and Tracy Sons next two. Are you kidding me? Could we go back to back to back? We do. Back to back to back 000 heroes. Hunter Gillum is perfect in reaction time, and it's been right lane, left lane, right lane. Hunter Gillum, 483 on a 482 with a perfect reaction time to get the win light there. And I apologize, the screen swapped on me. I missed the other side. Wow. 3 in a row. In bowling, what is that, a turkey? Oh my goodness. All right, if we do a 4th one here, I'm going to do mic drop. We got Kevin Thorpe, we got Cameron. It's possible. I mean, with Kevin Thorpe and Cameron Manuel on the starting line, not quite. Not quite, but we go 3 in a row, back to back to back, 000 heroes. Cameron Manuel's going to win this one. He's 18 green and goes 477 on a 470. Kevin Thorpe, 37 green, and ends up running 5,000 on a 458. Something happened to Kevin's car. Something happened to Kevin's car. Cameron Manuel, 7 above the dial, backed way out of the throttle because Kevin Thorpe wasn't even in the frame when we got down to the finish line. And I certainly hope that whatever it was that had Kevin running a 5,000 on a 458, he's able to get fixed and get fixed quickly. Is now Michael Needham and Amanda Campbell. The Needham family celebrating the birthdays yesterday with young Gabby turning 19 years old. Now trying to maybe celebrate by putting one of those driveforee.com cards into the winner's circle. We're a long ways away from that, but we'll see what happens. Amanda Campbell dialed in at 500. Michael Needham dialed in at 505. Pre-stage bulbs are lit once again. Group B. Group B. You have been called to join us in the staging lanes, please. Red light start for Amanda Campbell by 15 thousandths of a second. Amanda let go too soon, runs 501. Michael Needham, 22 green, dead 0. We're picking up right where we left off yesterday. Whole bunch of dead ons, whole bunch of dead on zeros. We had 3 back-to-back 000 heroes. So, I mean, again, the 000 hero thing, something that Mike Eames kind of planted the seed about. Peter and the team ran with it, came up with these amazing gold coins. They've got Kyle Seipel on the front of them. You get the coin for being 000 on a winning run. You can bring that down to the tower, visit them in the Diva desk to take your picture. You get 50 bucks. It's an awesome little program. Awesome little program. Johnny Carter, Steve Hughes. Hughes on the right side, dialed in at 462. Johnny Carter on the left side, dialed in at 480. Win line's going to belong to Hughes. 465 on a 462 was 15 green. Johnny Carter was 27 green and ends up 8 above the dial. But it was 12 thou between them in reaction time. Advantage to Hughes. By the time they got to the finish line, Stacker Gets there first by 0.06 of a second, running 35 thou above the dial is now Tom Dauber and Tanner Thorpe. Thorpe out of Midland, Texas. Tom Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey. 4.68 the dial for Dauber. 4.58 the dial for Thorpe. We saw Kevin just a little while ago. Not really sure what happened to the car, but it just kind of gave up the ghost and fell way behind, and hopefully they get that fixed. We'll see if Tanner can turn on a wind light against the Red Rocket. Here we go. Of a second. Kathy, the light is on. 4.67 on a 4.68 for Tom Dauber. She's right in front of the tower. I promised you I'd say it, so we're going to say it. 22 green and 1 thou under after Tanner Thorpe turned on the red light by 0.09 of a second. That'll bring up Marty Martin and Tyler Bohannon. Tyler out of Louisville, Marty out of La Plata. Maryland. 4.46 the dial for Marty. 4.65 the dial for Tyler. And we are in the Stainless Works. Round number 1. Of the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday on a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Battery. Second time we visited this facility, and definitely has not disappointed just as it did last year. It's awesome. It's awesome. Tyler Bohannon was holding 35 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. Takes 59 thou at the stripe to break out by 14 thousandths of a second. Bohannon gets there a little bit too quick. Marty Martin. Party Marty, 40 green, 1 above. Ends up turning on the scoreboard on that left-hand side of the racetrack to advance to round number 2 is James Freeman and Chris Beauchamp. Beauchamp over on the right side, dialed in at 476. James Freeman on the left side, dialed in at 474. You gotta love it. We've got the potential for another 000 hero, and we are gonna get it. Chris Beauchamp, perfect reaction time, goes 477 on a 476. Trip, zip, perfect, 18th thou above, 18th thou above as James Freeman was 12 green. Freeman gets to the stripe first by 17 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 11 thou. Jeez. So yet another 000 hero. That's 4 of them now in round number 1. All right, I'm just going to start making some little marks here for myself. I can't remember exactly how many we gave out yesterday, but I think just in the buyback round, I think we handed out 4 of them. Kyle Bigley, Bradley, Snowball on the right side. He's dialed in at 459. Kyle Bigley on the left side, he's dialed in at 449. Bigley's in control of this pair. Snowball's got a little work to do, and it's a double breakout of 4. Bradley, 457 on a 459. He's under by 15 thousandths of a second. Kyle Bigley, 448 on a 449. He's under by 5 thousandths of a second. And it's going to be Bigley. Bigley was 007. Brad was 024. Double breakout math applies, and it's going to be Bigley coming back. It's going to be Snowball visiting the buyback window, and that's going to bring up Jamie Holston and Scotty Richardson, both former winners on the Fling. And Jamie, First of all, happy birthday, man. Pair up with Scotty Richardson, round number 1. You're welcome. Even Scotty's looking at it going, man, that guy? Come on. Why we got to draw like that? 2 fouls separate Scotty Richardson and Jamie Holston here in round number 1, and it's going to be Jamie Holston. Happy birthday to Jamie. 17 green and 438 on a 435 gets the job done here in round number 1. Scotty Richardson was 15 green and off the mark on that 609 dial, ends up running a 616 down the racetrack. But yeah, I mean, we had Gabby celebrating a birthday yesterday, Mark Walter with Motor Mania celebrating a birthday yesterday. Today, Jamie Holston is celebrating a birthday. And you already know what he wants for his birthday. Same thing everybody wants. Wants to rule the world. Or at least be the ruler of the roost here at the 100K. As those of us that listen to 80s music growing up, we all know that everybody wants to rule the world. Brent Martin and Kyle Cotrera. Kyle on the right side, dialed 466. Brent Martin on the left side. Dialed in at 480. Well, Barry, I like that you have a birthday, but the question is it today? 3 foul, the difference between Brent Martin and Kyle Cotrera. Finish line, Kyle gets there first by 13 thousandths of a second to break out 6 thou and bow out in round number 1. Brent Martin, 14 green, dead on 4, 18 total, winner left side for Martin. So a breakout loss for Cotrera, 18 total for Martin. Moving on to round number 2 is Johnny Ezel and Josh Baker. Johnny, who was nice enough to join us on Monday for that racing seminar. You had Jeg, you had Johnny, you had Jeff Serra, you had Peter Biondo, all kind of sharing their knowledge, sharing some facts, sharing some tips and some secrets. Johnny and Josh separated by 3 thousandths of a second. Win line's going to go to Johnny Ezel. 458 on a 456. Josh Baker won the shootout last night. Grabbed himself an extra $5,000. We were able to meet the family down in the winner's circle. But Josh, 10 on the tree, take 28 thou at the stripe, breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. So yeah, Johnny Ezel 458 on a 456 was 007 on the tree. And that'll bring up Matt Schell and Rob Mosier. Mosier dialed 455. Matt Schell dialed 484. And taking just a little extra time to think about it. Once again, Group B. Group B, you should have made your way into the staging lanes by now, please. Group B for round number 1 of the ATI Performance Products $100,000 main event Friday. There we go. Shell, who was your runner-up in the dragster shootout on Tuesday, took it deep into the rounds on Wednesday. Trying to get it done here today, and will against Mosier, at least. That's step 1. Matt Schell, 32 green, and on a double breakout, he will light up the scoreboard. Goes 483.8 on a 484, under by 2 thousandths of a second. Rob Mosier was under by 11 thou. 13 green, get their first 28 thou to break out 11 thou. Mosier going to need to visit the Diva desk for a ticket to the buyback round to try and get back in as Colby Fuller and Mike Matty Jr. Matty on the right side, 490 is the dial. Colby Fuller on the left side out of Georgia with a 471 dial. Eight thou separated And the win light's going to go to Mike Matty, 492 on a 490. Matty was 10 on the tree. Colby Fuller was 8 thou quicker than that with a 002 reaction time, but got down to the stripe and found himself a little bit too much real estate when he got down there. Gets there first by 0.04 of a second to break out by 0.03 of a second. There you go. Here's Chris Bear and Race Kid. Race out of Boise, Idaho for the Kid Performance Dyno team. Made their way across the country to come racing here at Columbus. Chris Bear took 2 entries deep into the rounds last night in that race for 30 grand. I like it, Barry. That's right, Tears for Fears. Everybody wants to rule the world. Red light start for Bear. 5 little thousandths will push Bear to the buyback window. Race Kid 17 green and goes 461 on a 464. And that will be that. Race moving around number 2. Bear moving to the buyback window is Adam Beauchamp and Wes May. Wes in the Regal. Dorco on the right side, dialed in at 681. Adam Beauchamp, the American built car, dialed in at 437. And Wes, who ended up as our runner-up on Wednesday for that 15K warm-up day. Looking to see if he can get a little that good juju. You got it? That dragster closing in a hurry goes 437.1 on a 437. Dead on the dial. Wes May, 681 on a 681. Dead on the dial. Wes was 17 green. Adam Beauchamp was 34 green. And Wes May's moving around number 2. And if you dial it, it will run. McKenna Brown, Zach Fulcher. Mr. Cool. Over on that left side of the track. Going up against McKenna Brown, who in yesterday's bonus shootout race ended up finding herself in the round of 4. Made it down to the semifinals. So Fulcher dialed 453. McKenna dialed 451. And the pre-stage bulbs are lit. So again, Group B, we're getting pretty close to rolling you out of the lanes. Group B, you should be in the staging lanes as Zach Fulcher just kind of did a blink, 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 pause, blink. 0.03 of a second separate the 2 drivers in reaction time, and whoosh, whoosh. McKenna Brown, that's rough. Zach Fulcher, 001 dead 5, puts up 6 total. McKenna Brown, 004, had 2 thou to work with, gets to the stripe by 3 thou and breaks out 1 thou. 4.509 after a 004 reaction time on the 451 thou. Man. McKenna like nailed it, but ran into Zach Fulcher over on that side. That ain't no good. That ain't no good. Shane Blackburn goes red by 11 thousandths of a second and then runs 449 on a 449. Both drivers dead on again. Shane dead 5. Left lane was dead 4 after 11 green light. Blackburn going to have to find the buyback window as Art Vandelay and Jamie Sirocco. are going to roll up. Barry, she did not. Actually, and she was in the shootout. But that does remind me, again, we've got that last female standing thanks to the folks at West End Opera. The Manuel family putting up that $500 bonus for the last lady in the game. On each day, it was Jessica Cameron who ended up with that last night. And man, did she do a nice job of driving. I mean, you had Jessica that was still in there. Courtney Grisey was still in there. It was quite a day. As Jamie Sirocco's dialed in at 454, Art Vandelay's dialed in at 453. Jamie Sirocco, 32 green, and goes 456 on a 454. Art Vandelay hanging on there as well as Chris Stein and Eric Paterka. Eric, speaking of, let's see here, what did he take? 2 cars deep into the rounds on Wednesday. Got all the way down to the final round yesterday. Before he ran into that orange Malibu of Pete Diagnolo. And has just found himself in kind of a really, really nice spot. So we are talking about like MVP, right? MVP? Potentially. When you start taking a bunch of cars, a bunch of rounds, and kind of a good thing. We'll see. Chris Stein dialed in at 414. Paterka dialed in at 481. Stein's going to cross his track like 170 miles an hour. 414 on a 414. Eric Paterka 481 on a 481. 30 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Paterka was 032, dead 8 to be 40 total. Chris Stein was 002, dead 9. To be 11 thou total. And it's going to be Stein who will be back in round number 2. Eric's going to have to race through the re-entry round as Kenny Underwood and Shanna Stone. Again, yesterday when we put together the run for the money, looking for that best overall package, Kenny put up a 1-pack. Trip zip at this end of the racetrack, dead on 1 down at that end of the racetrack to nail that $2,000 prize. Shanna Stone over on the right side, down 448. 10 thou separate him in reaction time, and it's going to be Kenny. 21 dead on 9. He gets there second. Shanna Stone was 31 green. And then running 17 thou under the dial, taking 16 thou. At the stripe. I'm going to agree with you, James. Mr. Stein does have quite a bit, or quite a few, a good selection of win lights to choose from here this weekend. Justin Daniels, Michael Shoup. Shoup out of Maryland, dialed 474. Justin Daniels out of Roanoke, Indiana. Dialed in at 522. So Shoop 008 reaction time. 475 on a 474. Justin Daniels was 20 green. Take 5 thou at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. Ouch. There's now Cortland Carter and Donovan Williams. Donovan 009, 472 on a 471. Williams gets the win light over Cortland Carter. Cortland was 15 green. And goes 459 on a 458. Win light to Donovan Williams as Rob Leipzinger and Jamie McBride. McBride 458. Leipzinger dialed 458. So identical on the dial-ins. And as they back up to get them staged up, again talking about the fact that the over $50,000 in prizes and money and cash and good stuff that we're going to be handing out here as part of the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've got, well, we're going to be looking for the door car that needs it the most. For a K&N hood scoop, we're going to be looking for a dragster that needs it the most. For one of those Regiles hood scoops, Rob Leipzinger wins it on a double breakout. Leipzinger, 19 green, 457 on a 458. Gets there second to be under 8 thousandths of a second. Jamie McBride take 22 thou at the stripe to be under 38 thousandths of a second. Running a whole lot quicker than Jamie really wanted it to, as Jeff Serra and John Cook will be our next pair. We got the B group rolling out of the staging lane. So again, if you are one of our B group racers, you should be in the lanes if you are not there yet. B group cars, we do need you in the staging lanes if you are not there yet. Jeff Serra dialed 464. John Cook dialed 488. Cook 12 on the tree and breaks out, taking over a 10th at the stripe, 487 on a 485. Jeff Serra was 25 green and went, He grabbed the emergency brake, threw out the anchor, and popped the parachute all at the same time. Because that's what he had to do. Wow. Was selected randomly as the provisional buy for round number 1 in the A group. Goes 009, 471 on a 469. And there you have it. Group A, round number 1. The Stainless Works, round number 1. We got $500 thanks to our friends at Stainless Works that are going to be given out to the best losing package. We're nowhere near there yet, right? We've just gotten through Group A. We got Group B. We got Group C. And Group D a little bit later on. Group B, you should be in the staging lanes. If you are part of
Bristol, baby. It's where the fling was born. Maybe you come for the big purses, or maybe you come for the $60,000 in product giveaways. Or maybe you just come to compete at the highest level in a professional and fun environment. race it, experience it.
So as they are touching things up on the track, again, racers, and it's awesome to have all of you here. We're in a Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Another gorgeous weather day. Sunshiny, beautiful. We've gotten through Group A. We've got Group B waiting right here. We got the Racer Appreciation Party coming up a little bit later on tonight. Again, Joe Greco is going to be providing some of the entertainment. We've got all kinds of great food. It's the Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Party. So, again, thank you very much to the folks at Mullis. And as Peter said earlier today, we're looking at having, today's race done in time for everybody to join us at the Racer Appreciation Party. It's something that we don't usually get to do. But on a day like today, we wanted to make sure that we got an opportunity to do that. So, like the track crew, everybody from National Trail Raceway, the staff up here in the tower, and most importantly, all of the racers, the families, the friends. It's like, we're not going to be up here still racing, at least that's the plan right now. So instead of some folks still back in the pit area, everybody gets to be at the barbecue, which we think is awesome. It's better than awesome. It's awesomer. Track prep is done. Door cars. Group B. Getting ready to roll out here, and it's going to be great. How about Vega John, the inaugural winner of the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award? The Nova out of Valparaiso, Indiana, dialed in at 592, and Skylar B. in the 78 Malibu. 696 the dial on the right side, 592 the dial on the left side. And we're underway with our door cars in Group B. Pre-staged, now staged. Skylar out of Indiana, Vega John out of Indiana. Racing up here in Ohio for $100,000. A 5,000 separation between them in reaction time. And it is going to be Miss Skylar, or Mr. Skylar. 22 green and dead on 5, 27 total. Vega John was 27 on the tree. Needed to roll down there and be dead on 0 for a hope, a shot, a prayer. Ended up one above, 593 on a 592. That'll bring out Robbie Breeden and Philip Fryer. Fryer in the Mustang out of Pennsylvania. 642 is the dial. Head start. Going to Robbie in a pickup truck, dialed it at 7 flat. As the tree begins to drop, and we've got another contender for the 000 hero. Will not happen. Ouch. Robbie Breeden was perfect in reaction time. Takes 68 thou at the stripe to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Philip Fryer, 49 green and 15 thou above, dodges a bullet on that one. But Robbie Breeden had him dead to rights, and unfortunately took just a little bit too much down at the finish line to break out by 4 thousandths. Needed to take 64 thou or less, and ended up taking 68 thou as Phil Combs and Jason Sizemore. Sizemore on the right side in the Beretta. Dialed in at 608. Phil Combs on the left side, dialed in at 629. So Phil Combs dialed in at 629. Sizemore dialed in at 6:08. I do like the look of the black Beretta. I do. 28 thousandths of a second separated him in reaction time. Phil Combs, 006, and goes 6:30 on the 6:29 to get to the finish line first by 3 thousandths of a second. Jason Sizemore was 34 green and had nowhere to go. As we bring out Sean Paulson and Stevie Dustin. Sidewinder behind the wheel of the Nova out of Maryland, dialed in at 596. Sean Paulson in the 67 Satellite, the executioner, trying to get it done against Stevie Sidewinder. 15 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light goes to the executioner. 003 green, 14 thou above the dial to be 17 total, taking 19 thou at the stripe. As Stevie Dustin was 18 green and 18 thou above. As now TJ Mendola and Larry Murray. Larry in the topless Mustang, 578 is the dial. TJ's got a 664 number showing up for the GTO out of Tonawanda, New York. 30 thou separate him in reaction time. Down at the finish line, it's going to be TJ. He's 002 and dead on 8 to be 10 total. Larry Murray ends up with a 32 thou reaction time and wasn't going to end up anywhere. TJ 002 dead 8, 10 total, gets the win light as Larry Murray bows out here. Now Mark Price and Shane Weaver. Price on the right side out of Pennsylvania. The 67 Mustang dialed in at 560. Shane Weaver dialed in at 652. And a 29 thou split between them in reaction time. When we get down to the finish line, the winner is going to be Shane Weaver. 653 on a 652. Shane was 003 on the tree. Mark Price had an 032 reaction time. Now Shane is 003 and 15 thou above, ends up 18 total. Mark's reaction time of 032 was not eligible for the equation. Weaver's going to move on as Kyle Beavers and Dan Dishon. Kyle on the left side, dialed in at 693. Dan on the right side. In the Roadster. Dialed in at 5.40 seconds. Really? Oh, man. Yesterday, Dan rolled up for round number 1, did the burnout, left a stream of fluid behind the car. We had to get cleaned up. He got pushed off the starting line. And today, Dan Dishon rolls up for round number 1, does the burnout, and is getting pushed back off. Now, I don't see the stream of fluid, which is good. But unfortunately, how is it like 2 days in a row? You roll up here early on in the day, and unfortunately, you're getting pushed off the starting line. Man, Dan, that's terrible. Kyle Beavers, 693 on a 693, 24 green, and dead on 6. As now Bill Rossello and Phil Combs says Lil Phil on the side of the truck. That's a cool looking truck. I do kind of like the paint job on that truck. Phil, 618 dial. Rossello with a 566 dial. Both drivers are 00, separated by 0.03 of a second, and it is going to be Rossello. Wow. 003 dead on 8 for Rossello. 006 dead on 9 for Phil Combs. Comes down to a 4th thou margin of victory. Hand the win light over to Rossello. He will return Phil Combs. That's going to be one of those contenders for that Stainless Works money, I'm sure. Of that, I am sure. Dan Sayers and Chris Bowman. Bowman dialed in at 631. Sayers dialed in at 612. That'd be great. I think we need to find like some southern lawyer dressed up like the Colonel from KFC to be an announcer. I think it'd be 10 thou the difference between Dan Sayers and Chris Bowman. Bowman, 631.1. How about 32 on the tree? Bowman gets down there to be dead on 1 with a margin of 11/10,000ths of a second. Dan Sayers was 22 green, ends up 12 thou above. Wow. Wow. Sayers 22 and 12, ends up 34. And 1 thou behind at the stripe. Here's Bill Webb and Bob Heens. Bill, winner of the dragster shootout. Got the Webmobile, that Cutlass, rocking and rolling. Bob Heens coming in out of Fergus, Ontario. Heens goes 689 on a 687 after an 066 reaction time. Bill Webb 15 green and goes 491 on a 489 to get the win light. So Webb will bring the Cutlass back around for round number 2. Bob Heens was 66 on the tree and ends up 2 above the dial as Dennis Mead and Matt Costable. Costable with a 532 dial. Dennis Mead with a 578 dial. Mead, who was one of our drivers selected to participate in the Summer Fling Reaction Time Challenge. Racers, we're going to go ahead and put out a final call for Group B. Final call, Group B. Let's make sure that you are in the staging lanes. Final call, Group B and Group C. Group C door cars. Let's get you headed to lanes 1 and 2, please. Group C door cars. Let's get you headed to lanes 1 and 2, please. Dennis Mead, 007. 578 on a 578. Matt Costable, red and dead on 0. We've seen that way more than we want to. But Costable, 006 red, runs 532.0 on a 532. He will join him in Camp Consolation for a little while. Still got that buyback opportunity. Again, buybacks are available today. $350 downstairs in the tower. Buybacks for $350. Go see him at the Diva Desk if you want another shot at that $100,000. Mead, 007 dead 6. Ends up 13 total is Chuck Mendola and A.J. Ash. Mendola, the Lancaster, New York-based pickup truck with a chop top. He goes red by 0.09 of a second. A.J., whatever was plaguing him yesterday, apparently he's got that figured out a little bit. 003 on the tree and 580 on a 582. So that's a good thing. Chuck Mendola, 009 red. That's not a good thing. And ends up 590 on a 589. Again, the opportunity for redemption, the chance at forgiveness. Is available. Buybacks in the tower. for $350. Justin Hardiman dialed in at 732. Ricky Needham Jr. dialed in at 588. Once again, door cars, Group C. Door cars, Group C. Let's get you headed into the lanes. Dragsters Group C, you're on standby, but door cars Group C. Go ahead and start making your way to lanes 1 and 2, please. Justin Hardman was 17 green. Ricky Needham was 23 green. Needham goes 591 on a 588. Justin Hardman ends up running 4 above the dial. And by 1/1000th of a second, Ricky Needham Jr. lights up the scoreboard. Roycraft, 610 on a 609, bows out after an 021 reaction time. Wayne DeSantis, 006 on the tree, an 18th thou above. Going to be crowned your winner in that pair. So a 24 pack for Wayne DeSantis beats a 39 pack for Chuck Roycraft, as Ron Collier and Lou Greco. Greco in the GTO. Dialed 571, Ron Collier dialed 671. Simple 1 second head start here. 30 thou separate them in reaction time. Collier trying to hold on against Greco, but it's going to be all Lou. Lou, 14th thou above the dial, 002 in reaction time, ends up 16 total. Getting there first by 49 thousandths of a second for Collier. That thing just went like not so great on both ends. 32 on the tree down here, and then 33 thou above the dial up there. To end up 65 total as Lou Greco sneaks by. Now Wes Buckley and Gordon Wan. Wan in the wagon out of Port Charlotte, Florida, dialed in at 6.20 seconds. Wes Buckley, who was the first ever recipient of the 000 hero coin, and then turned around like a round later and went 000 again. Didn't quite light up the scoreboard, but still a couple of perfect reaction times in a row yesterday. This time he misses it by 7 thousandths of a second. 007 on the wrong side. Gordon Wan, 11 green, and 621 on a 620 for Gordon. That's going to put the Florida Beach Bum Orange Vega wagon into the next round. Joe Hoskins now in the pickup truck. Right side going to be one of our newcomers. That topless Corvette popping in with a 543 dial. So head start to Joe Hoskins in the pickup truck. Once they get them staged and set like they just did. 2 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. 004 on the tree for the Corvette, 006 the light for Joe Hoskins, as Hoskins 6 and 15 thou above to be 21 total, taking 15 thou at the stripe for the win. That's going to bring up Scott Hessler and Roman Cosner. Cosner, the Camaro on the left side, dialed at 608, goes red by 23 thousandths of a second. Scott Hessler on a 5:25 dial goes 5:25.9 and ends up 12 total. 003 dead on 9 for Hessler. To lay down a 12-pack lap, Roman Cosner missed it by 23 thousandths, ends up dead on 2, another red and dead on lap as Zach Carrico and Rick Bailey. Carrico in the 79 Aero. The old school, legit, like real deal OG Jegs wagon. Well, I love the look of that thing. Rick Bailey in the 2010 Mustang. Bailey drops it red by 14 thousandths of a second. Zach Carrico, 606 on a 602. After he was 19 green. So 19 green, 4 above gets the win light for Carrico as Rick Bailey was red by 14 thousandths of a second. Bailey also ends up 4 above as Jeremy Cooper and Brandon Prest. Brandon over to the right side, 651 is the dial. Jeremy on the left side with a 640 dial. Brandon holding 14 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. Ends up turning on the scoreboard. 15 green and 19 thousandths of a second above for Brandon Press. 652 on a 651. Jeremy Cooper was 29 green and 17 thou above. And to end up 12 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe is now Jeff Brokaw and Art Chofie. Chofie out of Ohio. Campbell is home base for the Red Firebird. 587 is the dial for Art. For Jeff Brokaw, 635. Rolling up on the right side. Red light start for Chofie. Fouls it away by 4 thousandths of a second. Jeff Brokaw, 008, dead 8. 16 total for Brokaw. That ain't bad. 008, dead 8. Art Chofie was red over on the opposite side, but ends up running 590 on a 587. And again, racers, the buyback window is open. Open, open, open. You want a second shot at your $350 gets you the second shot to the $100,000 ATI Performance Products payday as the wagon of Jack Green goes up against the coupe of Doug Linden. How about, side-by-side 55s, the wagon versus the coupe. That's cool. That's cool. Doug Linden dialed 515, goes 009, dead on 6. Puts up 15 thou total to get the win light. Jack Green was 27 thousandths of a second behind the green light and dead on 4. So you get a 27 dead 4 getting beat by a 009 dead 6. Winner's going to be Linden by 16 thousandths of a second. The coupe beats the wagon. I bring out Jason Rich and Michael Horstein. Jason Rich, one of the other former Fling winners. It was back in like 2014, I think Rich had lit up the scoreboard, but again, just that unique look to the 38 coupe of Jason Rich. I mean, you've essentially got a car where the scoop is taller than the wing. I don't know how many times you've ever seen that. Me, the answer is never. 10 to a 10. 10 red for Jason Rich, 10 green for Michael Horstein. And Horstein on a 560 dial goes 590 or 559.4 to be under by 6 thousandths of a second. Jason Rich goes 526 on a 535 to be under by 900ths of a second. Winner is going to be Michael Horstein after Jason Rich was 10 red. Justin Logan, Nick Dishon. Justin coming in out of Galapagos Ferry. West Virginia. 628 is the dial. Nick Deshawn out of Kokomo, Indiana, dialed in at 539. Hey, dragsters, your attention, please. Dragsters. We'll now take Group C dragsters into the staging lanes, please. Group C dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Final call, Group C door cars. Final call, Group C door cars. Separate Justin Logan and Nick Deshawn. Winner's going to be Nick, 004 and 2 hun above the dial. Nick, 541 on a 539, gets there first by 7 thousandths of a second. Justin Logan was 12 on the tree and 21 thousandths of a second above the dial. So Justin going to have to find his way to the buyback window. Nick ending up 22 total as we bring up 26 total as we bring up Dennis O'Brien and Jessica Cameron. Cameron was our last female standing last night. Got that West End Opera House bonus thanks to the Manuel family, and she is going to continue to light up scoreboards here today. Jessica, 13 green, gets to the stripe first by 0.05 of a second to break out by 3 thou. Dennis O'Brien followed her through at an 0.92 reaction time and ends up 5.61 on a 5.65. So Jessica getting the win light there is Brandon Jarrell and Gordon Bovin. Jarrell, the pickup truck out of Tennessee, the 83 bodied S10, lining up left side with a 661 dial. Gordon Bovin has got the 552 at dial for the racer coming in out of Boise, Idaho. 0.05 of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Gordon. 005, dead 2. Gordon is 7 total. Taking 2 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Brandon Jarrell was 10 on the tree and had no opportunity to win that one. 010 reaction time, gets locked out by the 7-pack of Gordon Bovin, and the Boise, Idaho-based Barracuda moves to round number 2 as we bring up Tyler Farquhar from just up the road in Newark, Ohio, the machine shop owner down there. 547 the dial for Tyler, and Pete Diagnolo, last night's winner in the 30K. Diagnolo goes red by 0.04 of a second. Farquhar moving on to round number 2 in the Roadster. 550 on a 547 was 20 on the tree. So Farquhar 20 green, Diagnolo 004 red. As we got Chuck Sanders and Bob Payton. Payton in the Nova. Dialed in at 614 here on the right side. Chuck Sanders, 626. Put a pickup truck on the left, and Sanders got some work to do. Trying to get around Bob in the Nova. Can't do it. Nova, 26 green, dead on 9. Stays on the right side of the number. For both ends, Chuck Sanders was 044 green, gets to the stripe first by 5 thousandths, and ends up breaking out 15 thousandths. So Bob Payton in the Nova moving on as Joey Cameron and Jeff Fargo. Again, racers, all the way through round number 3 today, we are going to be looking for that best overall package in the dragsters, best overall package in the door cars. Right now in the door cars, it's Jeff Fargo leading the way with a 1-pack. Unfortunately today, he's going to go 12 red, bows out here in round number 1. Joey Cameron, 22 green, dead 2 to be 24 total to get the win light. But again, Brodik's putting up a set of those SR20 heads like they have done at just about all of them. But Jeff Fargo leading the way on the door car side with a 1-pack. On the dragster side, we had a couple that were 2 total. We used the reaction time as a tiebreaker. And I want to say, I'll go back and just double check myself to make sure that I am right. I think it's Shane Beck who's kind of leading the way there. So Shane Beck on the dragster side. As Chuck Flanagan and Jordan Arnold end up finding themselves in a breakout battle, and the win light's going to belong to Chuck Flanagan. Flanagan was 44 on the tree. Arnold was 40 on the tree, so just a 4th split at this end of the racetrack. Arnold gets to the stripe first by 0.010 of a second to break out by 14 thou. Chuck Flanagan gets there second, breaks out by 12 thou, and the win light's going to be Flanagan as we bring up Dewey Boggs and Shannon Seals. Dewey grabbed himself $100 in the reaction time challenge and grabs himself a red light this time down the racetrack. 5:30 was the dial, 5:28 was the run, but the number in the reaction time column was 017 red. Dewey bows out. Shannon Seals, he's going to get the win light, goes 008 on the tree, and then 738 on a 737. Hey, Joe. Sweet. Apparently the Buckeyes are headed to the tower. Not like the real seed things, or not like the football team, but I guess it's kind of like chocolate and peanut butter and all that. I could use some of that. I need a little pick-me-up. Need a little pick-me-up. Huh. Well, we do have some new entries that have found their way in. A couple of cars that ended up side by side here in round number 1. The red Mustang over the right side and the white Blazer. Unfortunately, the Blazer during the new entry time runs came off the starting line and just about that 660 mark had to end up pulling over. Apparently whatever it was that was causing them some problems, they believe they got it figured out. 26 thou the difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light is going to turn on for the red Mustang. 002 and 597 on a 596 to get to the finish line first by 21 thousandths of a second. Reaction time over the left lane was 28 thou, and then goes 632 on a 632. No, Jeff, I have never had a Buckeye. I've been talking about them. Somebody's saying, oh, they're really great. You got to do this, you got to do that. And Joe McCoy, who works up here at the raceway, said, look, man, we are going to get you. We are going to find you some Buckeyes. And so apparently they're on the way. We'll try it out. Kurt Harrington in the Chevette misses the tree by 1,000th of a second. And then goes 602.5 on a 603. Win light belongs to the left side. The white pickup truck, 17 green and 629 on a 632. Let's bring out Mikey Bloomfield Jr. and Preston Mitchell. That's what I've heard. I've heard they are supposed to be like really, really good stuff. This weekend I was able to try like the Skyline Chili. That stuff was pretty good. You know, it's always fun to get out somewhere new and see or try something you've never tried before. Like, first time we went to Chicago, went to Portillo's. We don't have those in Vegas. Found out there's one like down in Southern California, so I'm stoked about that. Just lots of cool things that you find out. Mikey Bloomfield, Preston Mitchell, separated by 10 thousandths of a second reaction time, and it's going to be Preston. 14 and dead on 7. To get the win light. Mikey Bloomfield, he is and does some fantastic burnouts. Was 24 on the tree, take 5 thou at the stripe to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. So Mitchell had him covered there as Troy Stone and Tom Artakis Jr. Artakis dialed in at 639. Troy Stone dialed in at 495. Are they going to get Portillo's down in Dallas? I like that. Gotta get it. Again, I think they've got like maybe 2 of them, maybe 3 of them down in Southern California now. I know there's one up by like Knott's Berry Farm. And they may have a couple others. I would love to see them bring one to Vegas. I know they took the Pink's hot dogs out of California and brought them up to Vegas, but Tom's down 639, Troy's down 495, and Artakis turns it red by 8 thousandths of a second. Troy Stone 009, dead on 4, ends up 13 total. So an 13 total for Troy Stone. Lights up the last win light of Group B. We've got Group C sitting here under the tower. Again, our double-entered door cars, we gave them an opportunity to get into the staging lanes first. Group C dragsters have also been called into the staging lanes, so pretty much if you are part of Group C, you should be in the staging lanes getting ready to go for round number 1.
2022 K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. So much has been happening here, so many cool memories, so many neat things, and the sportsmanship that we've seen displayed amongst our racers has been amazing. Again, racers, we know that each and every one of you after this day are going to be headed back to wherever your place of origin is or whatever next stop you have on your racing tour. From all of us, the Spring Fling family, from all of us here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, 2 words ring the most true, and that is thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We certainly hope that we have provided you an experience unlike any other.
It's the racers that really built this brand. There's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of staff involved. But when it all comes down to it, it's the racers that made the Fling what it is today. The money, the trophies, all of the cool stuff that we do in Vegas with the limousine and the showgirls, and it's the memories that last. The winner's circle celebrations, all that's fun, and all the glory that comes with winning any event. When it all comes down to it, it's about the people and the memories.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25...
Well, thanks, Nate. And as we continue on to the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday, we're rolling through round number 1, brought to you by Stainless Works. And we're into the C group, and it's going to bring up Rick Huffman and Stephen Coyer. Coyer out of Huber Heights, Ohio, the S10 dialed 650. And Rick Huffman out of Waxahachie, Texas, going to be dialed 618. 2,000 between them as they go by the Christmas tree. The win light's going to turn on for Coyer. 27 up front, lays it down to go dead 8. Rick Huffman, 25, take 36 to go 26 thou under. as Taylor Cook and Gerald Engel come up next. Engel out of Huntington, Indiana. The S10 going to be down 6:08. And Taylor Cook out of Mason, Ohio. The Mustang going to be down 5:99. And Engel, 14, take 10 to go 18th thou above to pick up the win light. Cookie, 27 and 15 above. Here comes Chad May and Sean Dennis. Dennis out of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Dennis dialed 617. And at Chad May out of Byesville, the 68 Camaro dialed 574. The win light is going to turn on for Sean Dennis. 005, take 2 to go 14 thou above. Lays down 19 total. Chad May 5 thou at the let go right beside him. And at 16 thou above. Sean Dennis going to be moving on. And at Chad May going to have to visit the buyback window. Don't forget we are having buybacks here today. $350. If you lose and want another go at it, be sure and visit the Diva Desk. It's $350 here to buy back on ATI. $100,000 to win Friday is Cameron Atkins and Aaron Dissinger. Come to the starting line at Dissinger. Out of Monticello, Indiana, the 79 Malibu going to be down 623. Cameron Atkins out of Mentor, Ohio. The Camaro going to be down 644. They leave together. Dissinger gets the win light, 25 and 15 thou above. Atkins 25, take 18 to go 3 thou under. Had to take 15 or less, couldn't do it. Going to be moving on for Aaron Dissinger is Lonnie Smith and Justin Mosier. Come to the starting line, Mosier out of Portland, Indiana. The Mosier Engineering Corvette Roadster dialed 547. And Alani Smith out of Columbus, Ohio. The 68 Dart dialed 606. Mosier coming down after Smith. 005, take 5 to go dead 3, lays down 8 total. Lonnie Smith had no chance as he was 24. Had to break out and try and get there, and he could not get there. As Caleb Ellison and Jeg Coughlin Jr. Jaggy, the Chevy 2, dialed 578 Ellison. First generation Camaro, 633, and Ellison going to be moving on. He's 12 up front to take 21 thou to go dead 2, lays down 14 total. Jaggy was 10 up front. He had to go dead 4 or better, but he was 25 above. As Garrett Griffith and Troy Williams. Williams in the Sonoma dialed 569. Garrett Griffith out of Alexandria, Kentucky dialed 633. Williams, of course, a part of the FTI camp. Griffith always tough. It's a good matchup right here in round number 1. Troy is going to be moving on. 001 up front, 24th thou above. As Griffith is 16 to take 16 to break out by 7. Williams has been putting together a great string of lights all weekend, and he adds another one to his pocketbook. And here comes Scotty Richardson and Glenn Dilday. Glenn, the Nova, 5:47. Scotty, the Nova, dialed 6:12. Dilday's got some work to do, and he does it. 29 takes 66. They go 26th out above. Richardson 13 and a 10th above. As a pair of young ladies in S10s take their way here in round number 1. Shauna Whitworth out of Corydon, Indiana, dialed 6:26, and Amanda Manuel out of Louisville, North Carolina, dialed 6:25. Takes 24 to break out 14th thou. Had to take 10th thou or less. Amanda Manuel 005 and 14 above. Lays down at 19 total here in round number 1. She's going to be moving on into round number 2 as Matt Dattis out of Vermilion, Ohio, the Grand Am, going to be dialed 6:13. He's taking on Mike Hundley out of Galloway, Ohio, the S10, dialed 781. Hundley over there, hitting it off the bottom. Trying to fight with the big dogs here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Hundley is 13th now, Red Dattis, 20 up front. And he's holding a few to go 6:10-4 on a 6:13. Hundley 782, 481. He gave that one away at the starting line. As Austin Cardulis and Brian Campbell make their way into the pre-stage beams. Campbell out of Oxford, Michigan. The Thunderbird dialed 582. Austin from right down the road in Pataskala. The Pontiac dialed 674. Campbell going to try and chase after him. Couldn't get there. Cardulis moving on. 22 and 11 above. Locks Campbell out from the Let's Go. Campbell was 53. Had to break out and try and get there. And still could not get there. Cameron Cardulis out of Newark, Ohio, and Chase Mead out of Newark. Chase dialed 646, Cameron 643. Cameron 11. They go 644. Chase Mead at 26, 644. Breaks out. Cardulis going to be moving on. Here comes Nasty Nick Hastings. He's dialed 613. Fresh off a big win down in Bristol. And he's going to be taking on Wes May out of Greentown, Indiana, the Regal. 681 on the dial-in board. Both of these drivers know what it takes to go a lot of rounds. Hastings hits it 10 thou red. West May 22 to go 679.8 on a 681. Hastings breaks out, hits it red. He'll have to visit the Diva desk for the buyback window. $350 buyback here on ATI, $100,000 to win Friday. As David Davis and Rocky Van Note set to face off. Van Note out of Red Key, Indiana. The 71 Vega wagon. Mosier Engineering on board for Van Note. He's down 585. And David Davis out of Toledo, Ohio. The 88 model Camaro dialed 652. Van Note, 007, dead on, lays down 7 total. David Davis let go 12, took 2 thou to break out 7 thou. Had it no chance as Rocky Van Note moves on into round at number 2 as Lee Newmeyer and Jody Davis come on to the starting line at Lee Newmeyer to Sunbury. The Vega dialed 568. Jody Davies dialed 661. Jody Davies, 26 to go 659. Lee Newmeyer, 566. Pair of blue cars up on the line now. Michael Needham and David Braskett. Braskett. The Manta, about 547. Michael Needham. The Indy Trucking Group out of Hamilton, Ohio, down 505. Wally here lately, been putting together a string of late round finishes. No matter where he goes, he's always going rounds. Separate him. Braskett 18 and 23 above. Michael Needham 19, take 27 to break out by 5 thou. Needham had that one at the stripe, but he broke out trying to get the win light. Here comes Mark Lewis and Tracy Sons. Sons out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, down 461. And Sons is going to be chasing after Mark Lewis out of Newark, Ohio, the Beretta, down 555. Car gets the win light. Mark Lewis 20, take 3. They go 13 thou above, lays down 33 total. Tracy Sons 19 and 17 above, 36 total. Mark Lewis gets to move on. Courtney Crusade, the dragster, dialed 422. And a Roger Thornton out of Dandridge, Tennessee. The Vega dialed 653. Dead 5, lays down 25 total. Thornton dead 9, took 26th thou through the stripe. If he hit a green, he would have had the win. Mike Dowry and Jim Sullivan up next. Sullivan, the Vega dialed 652. Dowry, the Mustang, 673. Dowry, 003, take 9. To go 28 above. Sullivan, 19 and 21 above. And we're going to roll into the dragsters in Group C. And it's going to bring up a Mike Matty and a Marty Martin. Martin, 447. The runner out of Maryland in the race tech, and a Mike Matty. Ashland, Ohio, home for the Danny Nelson racecraft car. Going to be dialed 488. Separated. Marty Martin, 005, take 1,000 through the stripe, lays down a 10 total. Matty had the light by 2,000. He was 003. Dead 8. But couldn't get inside of Marty. Steve Holman out of Pataskala, the 68 Camaro down 665. Going to be taking on the dragster. Driver not on file just of yet. Dragster going to be down 488. He was way red, the dragster, 34 and 12 thou above. Todd Knight and Colby Fuller up next. Fuller, Savannah, Georgia. He's down 470. Todd Knight out of Belton, Missouri, 458. After Fuller takes 13 down to turn on the win lap. 006 to go 460 on a 458. Colby Fuller is 20 and 19 thou above. Noah Rambo and Jamie Holston up now. Rambo, Macomb, Michigan, 451 for the American race car. And a Jamie Holston at Rural Retreat, Virginia. Going to be chasing after Rambo with a 439 dialing. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is the final call for dragsters in Group C. Final call, dragsters in Group C. You should be in the staging lanes. Final call for dragsters in Group C. You need to be in the staging lanes. Holston at 001, 26 thou above, couldn't get the job done. Rambo, 004, 11 thou above, takes 2 thou through the stripe to pick up the win light and the invitation into round number 2. Johnny Brackett racer Johnny Ezel out of Louisiana. 4:56 to dial. Jamie Sirocco, Waterton, Connecticut. The undercover dragster dialed 4:56. Go 007, take 99 10th thou to go 15th thou above. Ezel 16 and 15th thou above. James Freeman and Steve Hughes up now. Hughes, Murraysville, Pennsylvania, dialed 463. James Freeman, based out of Westville, South Carolina, going to be dialed 473. Zach Fulcher and Jamie McBride up now. McBride out of Pittsburgh, dialed 460. Zach Fulcher, Farmington, Kentucky. The Eminem dragster, dialed 453. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We will take Group D in the staging lanes 1 and 2, please, for round number 1. Group D for the ATI $100,000 winner. We'll take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Group D in the lanes 1 and 2, please. So Zach Fulcher and Jamie McBride getting ready to rock it down the 13-1. McBride, 001, dead 3, lays down 4 total. Fulcher, 13, dead 8, had no chance. McBride locks Fulcher out from the let-go. Zach gonna have to visit the buyback window. Don't forget, $350 buyback here on ATI, $100,000 to win Friday. It's Tom Dauber and Chris Bear come to the starting line. Chris Bear, Bear Motorsports, 464 the dial, and Tom Dauber, the Phantom Dragster, based out of Bedford, New Jersey, going to be down to 468. Those 000 hero coins, lays down 2 total. Tom Dauber was 10 and dead 0, 10 total, no good here in round 1 of ATI, $100,000 to win Friday. Tom Dauber definitely going to be a candidate for the round 1 best losing package. Chris Bear lays down 2 total. He's perfect, dead 2. And he's going to get a 000 hero coin and $50. As Timmy Markaglu and Chris Beauchamp come to the starting line of Beauchamp, Scranton, Pennsylvania, for the American race car, out 478. Tim Markaglu, the race tech, based out of Staten Island, New York, going to be down to 454. Markaglu, 23 dead 9, takes 5 thou through the lights to pick up the win light. Beauchamp, 32 dead 5 and no good. Race Kid and Eric Paterka. Paterka, the undercover car out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. 483 the dial, and a Race Kid all the way from Boise, Idaho. He's going to be down 463. Between them. Eric Paterka, 13, breaks out 6 thou. Race Kid breaks out 8 thou. And Paterka going to be moving on as Tim Kelly and Rick Harbaugh come up next. Harbaugh, Gaithersburg, Maryland. The 2015 Miller Dragster down 467. And Tim Kelly out of Cincinnati, Ohio, the Phantom down 471. Markaglu, 13, takes 54 to go dead 1. That's called trusting your car. 13 dead 1. Harbaugh, 79, breaks out to try and get there. Had no chance of getting there. Tim Kelly going to be moving on. Art Vandelay, 455. And McKenna Brown out of Boca Raton, Florida. The undercover car out 451. Once again, we will take Group D into lanes 1 and 2. Group D for round number 1. We'll take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Group D for round number 1. We'll take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Group D to lanes 1 and 2. McKenna Brown, a part of that black and yellow wrecking crew. Jegs on board. She puts her in the stage. Vandelay. McKenna Brown gets the win light on the double breakout. Breaks out 3 thou. Vandelay, 10 thou under. Vandelay had the light by 11. Took 18 thou stripe. Had to take 8 thou or less. As McKenna Brown moves on, Bradley Snowball and Matt Shell. Shell, your runner-up from the dragster runoff on Tuesday. He's down 484. Bradley Snowball 458. None of these guys want to get off the starting line, but 3 thou separated at 28-10 thou through the finish line. Snowball 50 and 12 thou above. Matt Shell 53 and 1 thou above. Bradley Snowball gets the win light. Cameron Manuel and at Tanner Thorpe up next. Thorpe out of Midland, Texas, down 461. Cameron Manuel, the American race car out of Louisville, North Carolina, going to be down 443. Switch to Thorpe. Thorpe takes 28 to go 4th thou under. Manual, 008, 19th thou above. Pick up the win light. Bryn Martin and Amanda Campbell. Amanda, the racecraft car, down 501. Brent Martin out of Maryland. The race tech dialed 479. Seventh out between him to let go. Campbell takes 49. Break out by quite a bit. 496.5 and a 501. Brent Martin, 3th thou under and getting the win. Kyle Bigley and Donovan Williams. Donovan, 472 from the FTI camp. Kyle Bigley, Secaucus, New Jersey. Going to be down to 450. Both of these drivers, up-and-coming young guns who have accomplished a lot in their short careers. So Williams and Bigley. Williams puts her in the stage first. Bigley tickles the stage beam. And he hits it 24. Williams 13 thou under. And moving on into round number 2. Ronnie Wilson and Rob Leipziger. Rob out of New Hope, Pennsylvania. The race tech drags are down 457. And Ronnie Wilson out of Cincinnati down 476. Christmas tree, Ronnie Wilson, 005, take 2 to go 10th thou above, 15 total for Wilson. Rob Leipziger, 002 and 15th thou above, 17 total. Ronnie Wilson gets the win light and moving on. Johnny Carter and Steve Taylor are on the starting line now. Steve Taylor out of Riverside, down 484. Johnny Carter, 484. Now between them, Johnny Carter, 005 takes 64. to break out by 16 thou. Steve Taylor, 17, got behind to go 487.6 on the 484. Vinny Domino and Erica Baker up now. Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky for 455, going to be dialed in. And Vinny Domino, Staten Island, New York, home for Vinny. He's running for Numidia Dragway. He's down to 454. Domino is red. Not just a little red, but like that red bulb came on probably about the time the second bulb went out. Erica Baker, 12, dead 1, 13 total. Vinny Domino, 9 thou under. Right lane driver not yet on file, down to 442. He's going to be taking on Chris Stein out of Silver Lake, Indiana. The 2016 Diamond Race Car, down 415. Kevin Thorpe, please go to your car. Kevin Thorpe, please go to your car, please. Kevin Thorpe, 4th thou red, right side driver. 15th thou red, Stein, dead 1. Driver on the right, a couple under to go 438.9 on the 42. And here comes Kenny Underwood and Kyle Coltrera. Coltrera out of Maine, dialed 457. Kenny Underwood out of Delaware, Ohio. FTI and Jegs on board for Skinny Kenny. He's down to 482. Underwood, Winlight, Coltrera, Kyle, 13, dead on, 13 total. Underwood, 008, took 10 thou to be 5 thou under. He takes 5 thou or less. He gets the Winlight. He can't do it, and he'll have to visit the buyback window. Got to be sure and see the Dividest. $350 buyback here on ATI, $100,000 to win Friday. As we are making our way through Stainless Works round number 1, as Rob Mosier and Justin Daniels get ready to pull in the pre-stage. Rob Mosier out of Portland, Indiana, the American race car with Mosier Engineering on board, and Justin Daniels out of Roanoke, Indiana. The undercover car down 522. Can't get the job done. Justin Daniels lays down 7 total. Rob Mosier let go 25 and had no chance at it all. Justin Daniels locked him out. As G-Dub, Gary Williams, and Michael Shoup complete their burnout. Shoup out of Hagerstown of Maryland, down 477. And Gary Williams all the way from Bradenton, Florida. The Phantom Dragster, FTI on board, down 472. Michael Shoup, 22. To go 473 in on a 477. Williams, 465.5 on a 472. Michael Shoup moving on as Shane Blackburn and Cortland Carter. Carter, Lubbock, Texas. Lubbock, Texas home for Carter, down to 459. And it's Shane Blackburn of Ashland, Kentucky, going to be down 450. Fourth out to let go, got around by 6th out to turn on the win light, 18 dead on. Blackburn 14 and 10 above. Shauna Stone out of Elkhart, Indiana, the American race car for Vintage Trailer Sales, down 447. And at Tyler Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky, the Miller car down 460. Thou separating Bohannon. 2 take 33 to break out 9 thou. Stone 17, dead 9, going to be moving on. Tyler seems to be hitting the tree all right this week, but can't seem to get the finish line figured out. He'll have to make his way to the buyback window. As Jeff, Sarah, and Kevin Thorpe coming to the starting line. Kevin Thorpe, Knickerbocker, Texas, down 459, and Jeff Sarah from Adamstown, Pennsylvania, down 476. Jeff Sarah going to look over his right shoulder, rip the throttle. 18, take 10 to go 30 above to pick up the win. Kevin Thorpe, 52, dead 6, behind by 10 thou. Jeff Sarah going to be moving on here as we complete Group C here at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've got D Group left to go before we can put a cap on round number 1 of ATI Performance Products Friday for 100.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
The 2022 K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. So much has been happening here, so many cool memories, so many neat things, and the sportsmanship that we've seen displayed amongst our racers has been amazing. Again, racers, we know that each and every one of you after this day are going to be headed back to wherever your place of origin is or whatever next stop you have on your racing tour. From all of us at the Spring Fling family, from all of us here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, 2 words ring the most true, and that is thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We certainly hope that we have provided you an experience unlike any other.
It's the racers that really built this brand. There's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of staff involved. But when it all comes down to it, it's the racers that made the Fling what it is today. The money, the trophies, all of the cool stuff that we do in Vegas with the limousine and the showgirls, and it's the memories that last. The winner's circle celebrations, all that's fun, and all the glory that comes with winning any event. When it all comes down to it, it's about the people and the memories.
And here we go as Group D rolls into the water box. It's going to bring up Skylar B and a Roman Cosner. Cosner, Pataskala, Ohio, home for the American race car. He's going to be down 496. Skylar B out of Red Key, Indiana, down 523. Skylar B made a semifinal appearance last night in the 5K shootout. Get off the finish line, or starting line, but Skylar B takes the finish line 11th out to get the win light. He was behind by 20 at the let-go. Cosner was 25 and 48 above. Skylar B 45 and 17 above, picking up the win. Mikey Bloomfield, the shorty, 470 dial, and Dennis Mead out of Newark, Ohio in the race tech dial to 482. Six total. Mikey Bloomfield had no chance at all. He was 18, went dead 8. Dennis Mead takes 20 to pick up the win. Here comes Randy Souders. Randy out of Cincinnati, Ohio, the American race car down to 473. And Lucas Buckley out of Rossford, Ohio, down to 508. Thou under to get the win lap. Jason Rich and Scott Sill up now. Sill out of Montville, Ohio. He's in the advanced chassis down to 458. And Jason Rich out of Cookerville, Tennessee. The supercharged dragster down to 432. Jason Rich, 37, takes 17 to go dead 7. Lays down 44 total. Scott Sill, 45, and in the way. He went 16 above. Tristan Strauss and Doug Foley up now. Foley, Mooresville, North Carolina, down 468. Tristan Strauss out of Newark, the S&W race car, down 518. Doug Foley is 4, take 5 to go 16 or 26th thou above. Strauss 22 and 13 above, no good. As Doug Foley moves on, Dave Askew and Jack Green take the starting line. Jack Green out of Utica down to 5:17, and Dave Askew out of Pataskala, the Miller race car, down 5:12. Askew 10, dead 5, lays down to 15 total. Jack Green 10th thou above. Gabby Needham and Scott Arnold up now. Arnold, Campton, Kentucky, 5:04 the dial-in. Gabby Needham out of Cleves, Ohio, the undercover card out of 498. Gabby celebrated her 19th birthday yesterday. And I think it'd be a great present to win $100,000 here. We'll see what she can do here in round number 1. Well, Gabby just got really, really lucky. She's 23, dead 3, taking 2.5 seconds. Yeah, Gabby, that's a birthday present right there. Scott Arnold had something go wrong at the starting line. He idled on down. Gabby Needham moving on. We got to do a little quick track check as Steve Law and Mark Price will wait patiently.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Boonville, Indiana. The Danny Nelson Racecraft dial to 470. Mark Price out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. The M&M Dragster dial to 480. Takes 6 to go. Dead 5 lays down 14 total. Steve Law 20 total. He's 9 and 11 thou above. Josh Ludke and Kevin Boring up now. Boring, Beaver, Pennsylvania, dial to 470. Josh Ludke out of Boonville, Indiana. The Racecraft dial to 461. Ludke took home $15K on Wednesday for APD Carburetors, $15,000 Wednesday. So he looks to back that feed up with a $100,000 win here on ATI Friday. Ludke 19, take 6 to go 13th thou above. Boring is 15 and 23 above. Michael Ealing out of Michigan, the Cavalier dial to 474, and Joe Cameron dial to 469. Dead 7 lays down 17 total. Cameron 34 and no good from the let go. And attention to the pits, please. Attention to the pits. We will take all door car buybacks to lanes 5 and 6, please. All door car buybacks. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6. All door car buybacks. We'll take you in lanes 5 and 6, please. All door car buybacks. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6. A couple of locals here to National Trail Raceway on the starting line now. Eric Bowman and Vic Butler. Butler, Galena, Ohio home. He's down to 495. And Eric Bowman, the American race car based out of Corydon, Ohio. He's going to be down to 447. And EB hits it 13 thou red Vic, 23 and 10 above to get the win light. Bowman, 3 thou under. Brian Riesling and Billy Rowe up now. Billy Rowe out of Amanda, Ohio, down to 482. And a Brian Riesling from Pickerington down to 493. Billy Rowe, the diamond car. Riesling in a race tech. Riesling takes 17th thou to break out 19th thou. Billy Rowe, 003 and 10 above, 13 total. Riesling was 15 and in the way from the let-go. Nicholas Warren out of Nicholasville, Kentucky. The Miller car down 462, and Tom Clark out of Spokane, Washington, down to 448. A bit red. Tom Clark 10 dead 4, 14 total. Warren was 10 above, but hit it red out of the gate as Tom Clark moves on into round number 2. Zach Silva and Jack Fisk up now. Fisk out of Thornville, the diamond, down to 471. Zach Silva out of Parkersburg, the Worthy car, down to 478. Coin, and he gets it. Zach Silva, 3 total. Jack Fisk, 18 dead 5. As Zach Silva said bye-bye as he drove through the lights. Lays down 3 total. He's going to get a 000 hero coin and $50 cash. It's a nice lap there for Silva. As Richard Briscoe and Jason Sizemore come up to the starting line. Sizemore, Kyle's Ford, Tennessee. 480 the dial for the Mullins race car, and a Richard Briscoe out of Oakley, Illinois, down to 480. Briscoe 009, take 88, 10 thou to go 13 thou above. Sizemore 19 and 11 above. Briscoe gets the win. Mike Harbaugh and Doug Linden. Linden, Bergen, New York, dial to 485. Mike Harbaugh, Gaithersburg, Maryland, the Miller Race Car, dial to 495. Once again, we will take door car buybacks to lanes 5 and 6, please. All of door car buybacks. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Door car buybacks. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please. So Mike Harbaugh and Doug Linden. Hit the tree. 6 down to separate. And 2 thou through the finish line. Mike Harbaugh, 19, take 2 to go 11th thou above. To get the win light, Doug Linden was 25 and dead 7. Harbaugh put a better package on and got the win light. As Jim Hamilton and A.J. Ash back up from their burnouts. Ash at a Long Beach, Mississippi. The Mullins race car down to 464. And then Jim Hamilton out of Fraser, Michigan. The 2016 Diamond Race Car down to 458. In control and gets the win. 008, 3 thou under. Hamilton 5 thou under. Your double breakout victor, A.J. Ash. Chris Hess and Rick Pistol. Pistol out of Florida in the race tech, dialed 474. And Chris Hess from Marietta, the Mullins race car, dialed 503. Between them, 20 out the back. Chris has 17 and 14 thou above to pick up the win lamp. Pistol had the light. He was 12, but went 39 above. Couldn't run the number as Chris S. moves on. Cody Witt and Megan Cook. Cook out of Hamilton, Ohio, the Mullins race car down to 577. Cody Witt out of West Virginia down to 488. Cody Witt going to try and chase Cook down. Can't get there. Megan at 25. Take 2 to go 10 above. To pick up the win light, Cody Witt 26. And 11 above, behind by 2 thou through the finish line. Megan Cook gets the win light, and she's moving on into round number 2. As Donna Buckowitz and Troy Stone come to the starting line. Troy out of Elkhart, Indiana, the American race car down to 454. And Don Buckowitz out of Paradisville, New Jersey, the race tech down to 470. Buckowitz, 1 thou red and 10 thou under. Troy Stone, 10 red. Worst red in effect is Don Buckowitz. Gets to move on. Troy Stone, 3 thou under. Kurt Branscombe and Glenn Gordon. Glenn out of North Dakota. The 2022 Mullins race card out of 4:44. And a Kurt Branscombe out of Chillicothe. He's down to 5:45. Dead 5, and moving on, Branscombe a couple under to go 5:43.8 on a 5:45. As Kenny Branscombe and Joey Baroche come up now, and Joey out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the S&W dragster down to 4:85. Barish on the Coughlin car side, and Kenny Branscombe out of South Salem, the PCRC down to 5 flat. Zach Silva, come see us up here in the tower. Zach Silva, please come see us up here in the tower. Zach Silva, please come see us up here in the tower. Barish, 15 and 17 thou above to take a thou through the lights. Branscombe, 25, dead 8, no good. Bill Press, Rochester, Pennsylvania, the diamond down to 4:49, and a Bob Kalibsley out of Pennsylvania down to 4:45. Dead 1 to go 6 total. Kalibsley, 11 up front, had no chance, had to break out to try and get the win light. Couldn't do it. As Bill Press gets to move on into round 2, as Kalibsley gonna have to visit the buyback window at the Diva Desk. And don't forget, $350 buyback here on ATI, $100,000 to win Friday. Maria Cross and Shayna Beck up now. Cross out of Montville, Ohio, the diamond down to 4:85. And a Shane Beck out of Narvon of Pennsylvania going to be down to 5:11. Thou under. And here comes J.R. Lockhart in Metro Row out of Philo, Ohio. The Mullins race card out of 4:87. Lockhart out of Riverside. The GTRC down to 4:83. 12:06, dead 5, 11 total, taking 3 thou. Lockhart 18 and 4 thou under. Elizabeth Sammons and Shelby Miles up now. Couple of young ladies. Miles out of South Carolina in the Spitzer down to 460. Sammons out of Harrison, the Ed Clay car down to 482. Both drivers taking their time to stage. Shelby double over Sammons 18 and get the win light. 4 thou under for Sammons. Miles 17 thou above. Sandra Cook and Rich Corey. Rich down to 480. Sandra 562. Sandra run out of Hamilton, Ohio in the undercover. Sandra down, couldn't get there. Sandra at 23 takes 13. They go 12 thou above. Rich was 13 and 35 above. He had 10 thou advantage at the light, but couldn't get around Sandra. Sandra going to be moving on into round number 2. Here comes Sandra's sister Kayla. Kayla down to 537 for Needham Motorsports, and Gemma Skinner at Circleville going to be down to 513. Double 08 red 14 thou above at Kayla 51 and 38 thou under. Ricky Harbaugh and Lester Atkins on the starting line now. Atkins, Corydon, Kentucky, down to 445. And Ricky Harbaugh Jr. He's down to 479 in the Miller. In control. 002, 23 thou above. Out packages Harbaugh by about 4 times. Mark Kidd and Phil Oakley. Oakley out of Owensboro, Kentucky. The 2022 Miller Race Car down to 435. And a Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Down to 463. So Phil Oakley for Oakley Motorsports. Chase after Mark Kidd. 2,000 between them as they go by the Christmas tree. Mark Kidd at 7 takes 16 to go 22 thousandths above. Phil Oakley 005 and 40 above. Can't quite get to the number. Mark Kidd going to be moving on. Joey Stojakovic down to 486 on the Summit side, and Severin Johnson, the undercover, down to 466. Johnson with the win, 004, 15 thou above to lay down 19 total. Joey let go 32 and had no chance of getting the win light there. He took 6 thou through the lights to bring out 19 thou as the last car for round number 1, brought to you by Stainless Works, rolls back for the ATI Friday $100,000 to win main event here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. And Justin Harrington from Muncie, Indiana, going to get the bye run. Harrington, 23 up front. And 11th thou above.
Each year at the Fling since 2010, we do what's called a reaction time challenge. The drivers love it. We call 25 drivers to the staging lanes, randomly picked. If they get a 00 anything reaction time, so 001 to 009, they get $100 cash. If they get a 000, they get $1,000 cash and a chance to come back and do it again. If they hit the second time, they get $10,000.
All right, check it out, guys. I'm here with Bill Dykes in the lane for the Reaction Time Challenge here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Bill, how has your experience been out here so far this weekend?
This is the most amazing race, best time ever. If you can't have fun here, you shouldn't be drag racing.
You're about to go and try and turn on a 00 reaction time for $100. Trip Zip gets you $1,000. What are you doing with the delay box?
I leave it. I'm pretty aggressive with it. Last year I went 00 back-to-back. So I just left it. Hopefully I'm paying attention at the light and see what happens.
Well, good luck to you here in the Reaction Time Challenge and in today's 30K main event. Can't wait to see you out on the track.
Thanks for talking to me. Have a good one.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Coins. Those Kyle Seipels, we've already handed out about a half dozen of those today already. Later on in the day, we're going to have that best package runoff for a set of the Brodix heads. That is something we'll be looking for all the way through round number 3. So, I mean, you're looking at right now in that Brodix SR20 heads runoff. We've got, and I believe what happened is we've had 3 cars that were 2-packs. The reaction time being the tiebreaker, Chris Bear put up a trip zip reaction time, which slid him to the top spot on the dragster side. Jeff Fargo with a 1-pack, currently leading the way. For that as well. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We've got just a little touch up here. We've got our door cars in the buyback round pulling out from under the arch in just a moment. And some of the bigger names on property, or at least some of those that are a little bit more regular on the Big Buck Bracket Racing Tour, some of those that are going to be racing their way back through the buyback round. But again, on Monday when we were in the Racer Seminar, we actually talked about whether the buyback round was an advantage, a disadvantage, whatever the case may be. And some cases, a lot of folks thought it was an advantage because it reduces the amount of downtime between rounds and gets you another opportunity to take a hit down the racetrack and kind of think about where you are at. So it's going to be pretty cool. As we start our buyback round, just a reminder to everybody that tonight the Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Party going to be taking place right at about 7 o'clock. We're going to have a ton of food. We're going to have live entertainment. And we are working on making sure that each and every person on property gets a chance to be part of that. Well, look at this. Round number 1 is all wrapped up, and the Red Rocket, Tom Dauber, had the best losing package of that go-round. That is going to be good for $500 worth of Stainless Works money as our first pair of door cars roll in for the buyback round. Chad May in the Camaro, Scotty Richardson in the Nova. Former $1 million winner from down there in Bristol. We got a contender. We got a contender, Rock, for a Trip Zip Hero Award, and nope. Chad May was 000 at this end of the racetrack, takes 46 thou at the stripe to break out 1,000th of a second. What is that, like the 3rd run we've seen today that was a thou away from being a perfect run? The bummer side of it is the other 2 were all like 0010 and dead zero. Chad May bows out. Scotty Richardson is getting back into the game. And Tom Dauber, first one to pick up the round prize today. $500 from our friends at Stainless Works. Justin Mosier now. Cameron Atkins, 16 thousandths of a second, separate him in reaction time. Atkins left side getting the win light, 6:44.0 after an 0:16 reaction time. He's 16 total. Justin Mosier was 38 on the tree and had no chance at getting into it. But as we make our way through, Glenn Dilday and Dan Sayers. $5.47 the down for Dilday. $6.12 the down for Dan Sayers. Sayers away on the green, Dilday away on the green. 10 thou separated them in reaction time. And the winner is going to be Dan Sayers. 003 and 6:13 on 6:12. Ends up 19 total, as he's 003 and 16 thou above. Taking 11 thou at the stripe. Glenn was 13 green and 17 thou above the dial to be 30 total, as we'll bring out Vega John and Roger Thornton. Thornton in the Vega, dialed in at 653. Vega John in the Nova, dialed in at 595. Again, we got the live feed going on, and we were at commercial. Hold on, we got lights on the tree. 008 red light for Roger Thornton. That's going to end his day. Vega John, 46 green, and then runs 594 and a 595. Runs within 8 thou of his dial. Roger Thornton is just one above his with a 654 and a 653. But for Roger, the 008 red light kind of ended the whole thing. Hey, dragsters for the buyback round. Dragsters for the buyback round. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Dragsters for the buyback round. We should have all door cars for the buyback round back. We should have all dragsters headed back this way as well for the buyback round. As nasty Nick Hastings going up against Jason Rich. Rich, former winner at the Fling. How about the rum runner at a Cookerville, Tennessee, 528 the dial for the 38 bodied coupe, and Nick Hastings in the T1000. I like watching that car launch. Red light start for Rich by 20 thousandths of a second, and then goes dead on 2. Both drivers within 2 thou of their dial. Nick Hastings was 23 green and under 2 thou with the win light on that right side of the racetrack, and Jason Rich red by 20 thou and dead on 2. 528 on a 528. Ouch. Here's Brandon Jarrell and Steve Collier. The pickup trucks are going to battle it out for superiority here at the trails. Collier's 18 green, Brandon Jarrell's 11 green, and a double breakout ensues at the finish line. Winner's going to be Jarrell. 661 on a 662. Jarrell is under 3 thou. Get there second to light up the scoreboard. Stephen Collier was 18 green. Take 4 thou at the stripe to break out by 14 thou. Winner's going to be Brandon Jarrell. Coming back in round number 2 is Brian Whitworth and Mark Price. Price's Mustang out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania, 67 bodied fastback Mustang, down 560, and Brian Whitworth in the S10 out of Indiana, dialed in at 629. 17 thousandths of a second separated him in reaction time. Whitworth is going to run dead on his dial, 629 on a 629. Winner over on the left side. Mark Price on the right side was 21 green. Got to the finish line first by 24 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 3 thousandths. Again, both drivers within 5 thou where they dialed it in at. The racetrack is good, yo. Phil Combs and Jeg Coughlin Jr. Jeggy in the wagon, 579 is going to be the dial for the flat, black, long-roofed Nova. That's Phil Combs That's a pretty pickup truck. 619 the dial for Phil. Phil goes red by a lot. Man, that one's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Goes 622 on a 619. Jeg gets the win light and ends up 11 total. That might take some of the sting out of it for Phil Combs. I mean, Jeggy was 002 dead 9. Didn't leave him a whole lot of room anyway, so we'll see what happens there. Is now Sean Dennis and Matt Costable. Costable out of Ontario, 532 the dial for the Camaro over on the right side. And for Sean Dennis, out of Mount Vernon, Ohio, the 68-bodied Corvette, lining up with a 619 dial. Head start going to go to the left lane. And we got all kinds of fun going on here. Again, the Fling Fun Zone is available a little bit later on in the day. They're going to have water balloon fights and like treasure hunts and all kinds of fun activities for the kids. Of course, the balloons are up. You can go over there, get in the bounce house, go through the obstacle course. Along with that, thanks to the folks at Premier Moving for bringing us the Fling Family Fun Zone. We've also got all of the Fling apparel that is for sale at the front of the staging lanes. Your t-shirts, your hats, your tumblers, your sweatshirts, whatever it is that you need, we've got it. How about Matt Costable, 6 total, 001, and dead on 5. 532 on a 532 for Costable. Sean Dennis was 11 green and 12 thousandths of a second above the dial to be 23 total, but Costable lays down 6, lights up the board, moves to round number 2 is Jeremy Cooper and Jordan Arnold. Jordan, the black pickup truck out of Knoxville, Tennessee, 628 dial. Cooper, the black pickup truck out of Lewis Center, Ohio, with a 643 dial. 39 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Jordan Arnold, 631 on a 628. 002 takes 6th out at the stripe. Ends up 631 on the 628 for the win. Jeremy Cooper was 41 green, dead 1. And that was that. How old do you have to be to get into the water balloon fight? You know what, I mean, I don't know that we're going to really throw an age limit out there. I may, yeah, I mean, it does. It does matter, physical or mental age. That definitely plays a role. Here's Dan Dishon. Dishon going to get the win light. 40 green after, I mean, it's been kind of a rough start for the Dishon group, at least Dan's car. Came out in round number 1 yesterday, ended up with a broken race car, pushed it back, got it fixed, raced through the re-entry round. Today, round number 1, ended up with a broken race car, came back into the re-entry round, gets the win light over Chase Mead. Mead was 14 red. And then goes 731 on a 646. And you know what, guys, the whole cancel culture thing, let's cancel culture. I mean, in many ways. We're not getting into the whole political conversation here, but I'm just saying, water balloon fights are water balloon fights, and they're going to be fun. And we're going to have that going in the fun zone. Larry Murray, 580 on a 577. 005, tightening up the stripe to 9 thousandths of a second. Wes Buckley, 33 green, and goes 601 on a 600 on the loss. So Murray's Mustang will meander its way back into round number 2 as Lee Newmeyer and Justin Logan. Logan out of Galapagos Ferry, West Virginia, 628 the dial on the left side. Newmeyer, 568 the dial on the right. Well, I'm serious. A water balloon fight is a water balloon fight. And we're going to go, I think when it's time for the water balloon fight, I'm going to make Jeb sit up here on the microphone, and I'm going to go be in the water balloon fight. Because those are fun. .600ths of a second, the difference between the two as far as the dials are concerned. Head start going to belong to Justin Logan. He's off and away on the green, and it is a 13 thousandths of a second separation between them in reaction time. Finish line, it's going to be Lee Newmeyer. Newmeyer, 10 green and 200ths of a second above the dial. 570 on a 568, take 6th thou at the stripe. Winner for Newmeyer in the Vega. Justin Logan, 623 green, and 18th thou above the dial. As he bows out. It's going to bring up Taylor Cook and Chuck Sanders. Sanders truck out of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, 625. Dial in over the left side. Oh, yeah. Sanders red by a thou and dead on. 625 on a 625. Sanders red and dead on, bowing out here in the buyback round. Taylor Cook 002. And then 600 on a 599. Taylor returns triumphant to join up with the rest of her friends, or his friends, in round number 2. Stevie Dustin, Garrett Griffith. Griffith looking for some redemption here. Stevie Dustin, Sidewinder in the Nova, 596 the dial for the Maryland-based ride, and for Garrett it's a 633. We got pre-stage bulbs lit. And again, we are going to be giving away hood scoops. How about a 2-thou difference between Stevie and Garrett Griffith? Both of them were 00. Win line's going to belong to Dustin. Stevie goes 002, 12 thou above, ends up 14 total with a margin of victory of 0.03 of a second down at the finish line. Garrett Griffith was 004 and 13 thou above. To be 17 total. So 14 beats 17 by a margin of 3 thou, and we move on to Jeff Reed and David Davis. Reed out of Loveland, Ohio. 545 dial for the Corvette on the right side, and David Davis with a 651 dial. It's just 2 little thousandths between them in reaction time, and the winner is going to be David Davis. 15 green for David, 17 green for Jeff Reed. Reed 17 thou above, David 13 thou above. And the 28 pack will prevail by 0.06 of a second, putting David Davis into round number 2. Jody Davies and Art Chofee. Chofee, the 2001 Pontiac Firebird with a 590 dial on the right side. Jody Davies dialed in 0.07 of a second slower than that with a 660 number in the Camaro on the left. Art Chofee runs 591 on a 590. Jody Davies runs 664 on a 660, but Jody was holding just shy of 0.05 of a second advantage in reaction time. Jody was 0.21 on the tree, gets there first 0.18 of a second. Art Chofee just left a little too much at this end of the racetrack, and that gave Jody Davies enough real estate at the finish line to turn on the scoreboard. Art was 69 on the tree and 14 thou above. And that 83 number is not going to work well against Jody Davies, as Chuck Mendola and Rocky Van Note going to be our next 2 door cars to try to fight their way through the re-entry round. Again, Tom Dauber, your best losing package in round number 1, the Stainless Works round. Summer Fling apparel available at the tent at the head of the staging lanes. The fun zone is open. The hot rod grill is open. It's sunny, it's beautiful, and Chuck Mendola is having a great old time right now. 32 on the tree and dead 5 by 0.05 of a second. He gets to the stripe first and watches the little green bulbs on the scoreboard at his side of the racetrack light up, signifying that he will get a second chance at the $100,000. Rocky Van Note was 40 on the tree. So, I mean, it's not like either one was separated by much. It was 8 thou, even though we're both a little bit behind the bulb. Van Note's dead on 2, but a 42 pack. Not going to be enough to seal an invitation back for round number 2 is Tom Artakis and Chuck Roycraft. Roycraft over the left side in the Nova out of Minnetonka, Minnesota. Which was the other day we thought it was like Mini Lakes, or what was that? I can't remember. Something Lakes. Tom Artakis dialed 639. He's back in. 19 green for Tom, 641 on a 639. 24th hour above the dial, good enough for a win light. Chuck Roycraft ends up running dead on the dial, 610 on a 610. But the 058 light put him 49 thousandths of a second behind at this end of the racetrack, and that was insurmountable for Roycraft. As Pete Diagnolo, yesterday's winner of the Fuel Tech $30,000 day, trying to race his way back into the game, and he rolls up here, drawn up against G-Dub. Gary Williams, the 2002 bodied Sonoma out of Florida. 574 the dial for Williams. 582 the dial for the Malibu and Diagnolo. Both drivers go red, and it is going to be Gary Williams racing his way back in. He goes 574.0 on a 574. Williams was 006 red, leaving second. Diagnolo was 011 red, leaving first. So True Start would not have reversed that outcome, but at least to help level the playing field a little bit. So Gary Williams is back in. Diagnolo goes down in one as Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Jack Green. Bloomfield, 621 dial pickup truck, right side. Jack Green in the 55 Vega wagon. In round number one, it was a battle of the 55s. You had the wagon versus the coupe, and the wagon came out on the wrong end of it. Trying to avoid coming out on the wrong end of it again, and will survive against Bloomfield. Wow. Mikey Bloomfield was 12 green. He had 15 thou in his pocket, goes 625 on a 621, ends up 4 over the dial. Jack Green was 27 thousandths of a second on the green side of the tree, runs 18 thou above the dial, and gets the win light by 11 thousandths of a second down there. That wagon was a boogieing. There's now Lindsey back and Rick Huffman. Huffman in the Chevette. Lindsey back in the Blazer. 633 the dial for Lindsey, 617 the dial for Rick. Rick on the right, Lindsey on the left. Lindsey back. She back. Or he back. 633 on a 633, 18 dead 4. Is 22 total. Rick Huffman was 26 dead 4 to be 30 total. And you look at it, we're getting right back into where we were yesterday. The sun is up, getting into the middle of the day, and it is dead on, dead on, dead on, dead on. Rick dead 4, Lindsey dead 4. As Roman Cosner and Cameron Cardulis are rolling up now. Roman, 608 the dial on the left side. Cameron Cardulis, the pickup truck on the right. Cameron, 644 and a 643, right lane winner, 19 green. To light up the scoreboard. That's it, Greatwater. Thank you, Jeff. Roman Cosner was 62 green and ends up on the wrong side of the map down at the finish line. So Cameron Cardulis over in the right lane gets the win light, as now Scott Richardson and Jeff Fargo. Richardson, the copper color Nova on the left. Jeff Fargo, the black wagon on the right. Fargo currently that one put up a 1-pack, I believe Wednesday during the buyback round, that has been the best overall package of the door cars so far, and currently has him in a position that he could be running for those products. Richardson nabs himself 6 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time, and over on the left side of the track, 613 on a 612, going to get the win light. So Richardson, 14 thousandths of a second is what he got to the stripe first by. Jeff Fargo in the wagon going to bow out 32, and then runs 26 thou above the dial. So right lane win there, or left lane win there. We'll take care of it. I started doing it. I saw it. I do understand those scoreboards are kind of hard to see from the position of the camera versus the sunlight. So Dewey Boggs now, right side in the green Nova, and Cameron Atkins over the left lane in the Camaro. Atkins off and away first with a 6:44 now. Dewey Boggs trying to close in, finish line. Winners coming out of the left lane. 6:44 and a 6:44. 18 green and dead on 8. 26 total. To be 21 thou ahead at the finish line, as Dewey Boggs was 46 on the tree and will bow out. Ends up running dead on 1. But the winner's going to be Cameron Atkins. Over on the left side is Joey Sizemore and Justin Hardman. Coming up now, Hardman dialed 735. That is the white Cutlass on the right side of the racetrack, and Jason Sizemore, the blacked out Beretta. Beretta dialed 606. Head start goes to Justin Hardman. 4th thou separate him in reaction time. Beretta's closing in fast, and the winner is going to be Justin Hardman. Right side of the racetrack lights up the scoreboard. 737 on a 735 for Justin. 006 on the tree. Take 9 thou at the stripe. To get the win light, Justin Sizemore was 10 on the tree and 32 thou above the dial. To be 42 total. So Hardman getting the win light there is now Shauna Whitworth. Now to Corydon, Indiana, 625 dial over on the left side, and Kurt Harrington, 603 dial in the Chevette on the right. $21 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light going to go to the left lane, and Shauna Whitworth, 626 on a 625. For Shauna, taking 24 thou at the stripe. Kurt Harrington, 35 green, 1 above the dial. And unfortunately for Air Harrington, that's not quite going to work out as we bring out our final pair of door cars here in the buyback round. It'll feature Chase Meade and Roger Thornton. Thornton, the Vega on the right, Meade, the Camaro on the left, 30 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Chase Meade, left lane Camaro, 008, 13 thou above. Win light for Chase. Roger Thornton was 38 green and had no chance at it. We're going to hold up here just for a moment. Our door car re-entry round comes to a close. Those that have tried to purchase their way back in for a second shot at the ATI Performance Products $100,000 payday will be added to those that were winners in round number 1 when we get back for round number 2. Right now, the dragsters are starting to roll out. Again, they are hoping for the same. I just want to get back in. There's $100,000 on the line. I just want to be around to play, right? Right. So as our first pair of dragsters roll into the water box, again, a huge thanks to our friends at ATI Performance Products for being today's title sponsor of $100,000 Main Event Friday. We got the Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Party coming up later on in the day. We're going to have live music. We're going to have all kinds of fun. We've got water balloon fights, treasure hunts, great stuff happening, and it's going to be, let me see, where was it at? Where was it at? I saw something. I'm trying to remember, they sent me the text of where it was, like, I think it was going to be around 5 o'clock. himself 13 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time and lights up the right lane scoreboard. 461 on a 459. Bohannon getting the win light. He was 001. Tracy Sons was 14 on the tree and 2 above the dial to be 34 total and bowing out here in the buyback round. But that's what we were saying. So the Premier Moving Fling Fun Zone at 5 o'clock today. So we still got plenty of time, but at 5 o'clock today, just want to give everybody plenty of opportunity to be ready for this. You can bring the kids over there. We're going to have water balloons, popsicles, treasure hunt, lots of prizes. Great stuff going to be going on. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Rob Mosier and Courtney Grisey. Courtney on the left side. 423 is the dial. Mosier on the right side. 456 is the dial. Courtney Grisey is out of the throttle, and Rob Mosier is going to wheel it on through to go 457 on a 456. 11 on the tree. 11th thou above the dial to be 22 total. Courtney Grisey over in that left lane dropped it red by 1,000th of a second. And then goes 637 on a 423 after she was well out of the throttle. Now Scott Arnold, Colby Fuller. Colby over to the left side, 471 the dial for the racer out of Georgia, and for Scott Arnold, straight out of Campton, Kentucky. 504 the dial on the right. 5 thou separate them in reaction time, and the winner's going to come out of that left lane, Colby Fuller. 472 on a 471, 008 the reaction time for Colby. He's going to end up 26 total. Getting there second. Scott Arnold was 13 green, take 18 thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thou. Needed to take just 13 thou or less and could have changed the outcome of that matchup as Rob Leipzinger and Todd Knight. Knight on the right. Out of Missouri, 459 is the dial. Leipzinger is dialed in 200ths of a second quicker than that with a 457 number. As they've got the pre-stage bulbs lit. Separate them in reaction time. Winner's going to be Todd Knight. Right side of the track, 006 and dead on 6. 12 total, taking 32 thou at the stripe. Rob Leipzinger was 34 green and ends up with a 458 on a 457. He's exactly 10 thousandths of a second above his dial to be 44 total, but it's going to be Knight. Out of the right, getting the win light is Josh Baker, Zach Fulcher. So Josh parked the thing in the winner's circle here last year on Saturday night, parked it in the winner's circle last night by picking up that bonus shootout win, grabbing him extra $5,000. Zach Fulcher, Mr. Cool over in the left lane. Dialed 453, so 600 the head start going to Josh Baker here on the right side. Give or take the difference in reaction. 7 thou separate him in reaction time. Winner is going to be Josh Baker. Baker, right side of the track, 009. Get there second to be 1,000th of a second under the dial. Zach Fulcher was 16 green with a 16 10,000ths margin at the finish line and breaks out 9 thousandths of a second. It is steadily getting tighter. I don't know if I could handle another round like we had yesterday during third round. I don't know if my heart will take it. A lot of the racers are out there going, I don't know if my heart will take it either. Eric Paterka and Johnny Carter. Carter over on the left side. Paterka. Over on the right side. Is Paterka going to light up another scoreboard? Yep. Yep. Eric Paterka, 23 green and 487 on a 483. Eric lays down a lap that gets him a win light. Johnny Carter, 46 green and 37 thou above the dial. Carter not exactly where they wanted that car to perform, but Paterka, by 19 thousandths of a second, does a job, the right job, makes the right call at the right time. Down at the finish line to light up the scoreboard yet again is now Steve Law and John Cook. Again, the folks at Law Chevrolet Buick, partners on board with us here at the Fling that were part of the Tuesday test and tune. Law on the left side, dialed in at 471, and John Cook out of Mason, Ohio, dialed in at 488. Thou separated him in reaction time. Winner out of that left lane is going to be Steve Law, a 472 and a 471. He was 12 green to John Cook's 022. Cook is 17 thou above the dial and 17 thou behind. At the finish line. That's going to bring out Art Vandelay and Jack Fisk. Vandelay over in the left lane, dialed in at 455. Jack Fisk dialed in at 471. Jack Fisk and Art Vandelay, and it's 8/10,000ths margin down at the stripe. Left lane 14 green, dead on 9, ends up 23 total. Right lane 12 green, 11 thou above to be 23 total. True margin of victory 0.0008 win light to the left side of the racetrack and Art Vandelay. Man, that one was tight. Tight. Fisk bound out there is Tristan Strauss and Kyle Cotrera. Cotrera on the right side out of Elliott, Maine, 466, going up against the 521 dial of Tristan Strauss. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Hey, final call, dragsters for the buyback round. Final call, dragsters for the buyback round. Let's get you headed back this way, please, if you are a buyback dragster. We need you in the staging lanes. 9,000 to the second, the difference between Tristan and Kyle. Finish line, it's going to be Cotrera on that right side. 4 total for Kyle Cotrera. Cotrera 003, dead on 1. On a 466 dial, going to be your winner. Tristan Strauss was 12 on the tree and locked out. Didn't matter at that point. Ends up running 519 on a 521, but Cotrera out of the right side getting the win light as we bring out Jamie Holston and Tim Markaglu. Holston, the birthday boy. If I were Jed, I would sing, but I'm not Jed. And everybody knows that. Jed's awesome. And everybody knows that. Tim Markaglu dialed in at 455. Jamie Holston dialed in at 439. Holston trying to make, happy birthday type stuff. Whoa. Holston went quiet and goes 440 on a 439 after an 012 reaction time. And listen to this one. A little while ago, the margin was 8/10,000ths of a second. On this pair, Jamie Holston, right side of the racetrack, 12 green, and the screen disappeared. Dang it! But the margin was .0001 1/10,000th of a second margin of victory. Jamie Holston's back in. Dang it. I took a little bit too long getting those numbers out. That was awesome. Came down to 1/10,000. So here's Kevin Boring and Brian Riesling. 15,000 separate them in reaction time. Winner coming out of that right lane, Kevin Boring, 16 green and dead on 5. He's 21 total to get the win line. Brian Riesling was 001 on the tree. Take 21 thou at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. Ouch. Riesling taking just a titch too much down at the finish line. Kevin Boring moves back into competition as Lee Newmeyer and Taylor Cook. Newmeyer, the Vega out of Sunbury, Ohio. 569 dial on the left. Taylor Cook, 599 dial for the Blue Mustang on the right. Six thou separated in reaction time. Both drivers 00. Win light's going to turn on for Taylor Cook, right side of the racetrack. Double breakout, the name of the game. Taylor was 008. Gets there second to be under 5 thousandths of a second. Lee Newmeyer was 002, gets there first by 9 thousandths to break out by 8 thousandths. And the winner's going to be Cook. 598.5 on a 599 for Taylor. 568.2 on a 569 for Lee Newmeyer. Cook's back in. Newmeyer's bowing out as Kyle Bigley and Eric Bowman will square up. So once again, final call for dragsters for the buyback. Final call for dragsters for the buyback. Door cars, you're on standby. Round number 2 going to be coming up here very, very soon. Bowman dialed in at 449 on the right side. Bigley dialed 451. The Secaucus, New Jersey-based car going up against the Cordington, Ohio-based ride. Tree drops 4 thousandths of a second. The difference between them in reaction time. And I saw a little wiggle out of Kyle Bigley's car. Eric Bowman going to get the win line. At least I thought I did. Bowman 11 green on the right side, takes 7 thou at the stripe to be 1 above. 450 on a 449. As Kyle Bigley runs 452 on a 451. Bigley was 15 green, Bowman was 11 green. And it comes down to 7 thou at the stripe. Not quite that 1/10,000ths of a second margin we saw a moment ago, but still pretty tight. Cody Witt, Joe Cameron. Cameron on the right side, 470 dial. Witt on the left side, 489 dial. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Red light start for Joe Cameron. The Maryville, Tennessee-based runner over on the right turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second. Cody Witt was 006 in reaction time. 1 hun under the dial. He gets the win light by way of the red light of Nicholas Warren. So it is Nicholas Warren and Shanna Stone. Warren on the right side, 463 is the dial. Shanna on the left side, 448 is the dial. A little battle between Kentucky and Indiana. Nicholas Warren led by a thou, Shanna Stone, 42 green, and then goes dead on 9. So Stone picking up the win light courtesy of the red light of Nick Warren over that right side is Jim Hamilton and Chris Bear. Will be our next two. So with a 464 dial to a 458 dial. Again, the re-entry round going to be coming to a close here momentarily. I'm going to put our drivers on standby for round number 2, and it is living up to be as promised. A gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful day. $5,000 was the difference in reaction time. Winner's going to be Bear. Bear was 11 green, and then dead on 1 to be 12,000 total out of that right side. Jim Hamilton was 16 green, gets to the stripe first by 0.03 of a second to break out by 0.07 of a second. Bear gets back in as Mike Matty Jr. and Race Kid Race on the left side, racing out of Boise, Idaho, and Mike Matty out of Ashland, Ohio with a 489 dial. Race is led by 0.04 of a second. Mike Matty 007. Race red and dead on 0. 463 on a 463. That ain't right. But that's the way it is. Mike Matty 007 goes 488 on a 489. He's under by 0.03 of a second. And that'll bring up Johnny Ezel and Shane Blackburn. Johnny out of Maringouin, down in Louisiana. Blackburn coming in out of Kentucky. What you got? What you got? What you got? We got pre-stage. We got stage on one side of the racetrack. Johnny dips in. We got a 5,000 split at this end of the racetrack, and Shane Blackburn is going to light up the scoreboard. He's 21 green, dead on 6 on that right side. Take 3,000. To get the win light, Johnny Ezel, 16 green, and 14,000 above on the left side. Wow. So with Michael Needham and Bob Kalibsky Jr., you got Bob dialed 445 on the right. You got Needham dialed 504 on the left. We got a handful of dragsters rolling in here. Little Madison Township. Needham turns it red by 0.02 of a second. Goes 504 and a 504. Hey, look at that. Red and dead on. That's odd. Not. Bob Kalibsky, 003 on the tree. Dead on 2. Right side winner. He's 445 on a 445. So 5 total for Kalibsky to race his way back in is Jack Green and Tanner Thorpe. I have to figure out how we do there. 460 the dial for Tanner, 518 the dial for Jack. thousandths of a second separate, and we got ourselves another 3-pack, and we got another 000 hero. Tanner Thorpe, 000 for the reaction time, and goes dead on 3 to get the win light. Jack Green was 009 and dead 5. 14 total and not enough with a 3-pack over that right side. So Tanner Thorpe beats Jack Green 3-pack to a 14-pack as Bradley Snowball and Maria Cross are going to be our next two. Snowball with a 459 dial. Maria with a 484 dial. And you got a little Montville, Ohio versus Moncks Corner, South Carolina. $4.59 on a $4.59. Margin comes down to 11/10,000ths of a stripe. Bradley Snowball, 27, dead 8. Maria Cross was 35 and dead on 1. So a 36 to a 35, and door cars for round number 2. Door cars, round number 2. Let's get you headed back this way, please. If you are still double entered in your door car, we'd like to try and get you to the front of the staging lanes as quickly as possible, please. If you are still double entered in your door car, round number 2, we'd like to get you to the front of the staging lanes as quickly as possible, please. We'll bring out Vinny Domino and Jamie McBride. McBride over on the right side. 456 is the dial for the Pittsburgh-based racer. Vinny Domino running for that Numidia Dragway, sitting over on the left side. 456 is the number that Vinny has chosen. On the tree, and 457 on a 456 for Jamie McBride on the right side, going to light up the scoreboard. Margin of the stripe was 11,000ths of a second. So Jamie McBride puts up 30 total. Vinny Domino was 29 on the tree. And dead on 2. So that's going to bring up Phil Oakley and Justin Daniels. 4,000 reaction time. Justin on the left side, Oakley on the right side. Winner's going to be Justin Daniels. Left side winner, 20 on the tree and dead on 4. 24 total for Justin Daniels. Oakley was 16 green. Gets to the stripe first by 10,000ths of a second. To break out by 2 thou as we bring up McKenna Brown. And Tracy Sons. McKenna in the Jegs ride, dialed in at 450. Tracy. And the white dragster dialed in at 463. Both drivers turn it red at this end of the racetrack. McKenna Brown was 003 red, leaving second. Tracy Sons was 002 red, leaving first, and a true start affair comes into play. Tracy's moving on out of that left lane, 464 on a 463. McKenna Brown was dead on 8 after dropping at 3 thou red. And it just quite hadn't been McKenna's day. Cortland Carter now and Adam Beauchamp. Adam, 444 is the dial. Cortland Carter's dialed in at 459. Womp, womp, womp. Big old scoop rock coming out of that left lane, and Adam Beauchamp trying to woe it down and save the run, not able to do so. Cortland Carter, 12 green, dead 8. He's 20 total, gets the win light on the left side. Margin of 15 thousandths is what he got there first by, as Adam Beauchamp was 37 green. And there wasn't much he was going to be able to do with it anyway, as now Rich Corey and Kenny Underwood. Underwood over on the left side, Rich Corey on the right side. 484 going to be the number for Rich. 482 is going to be the number for Kenny. And Rich Corey turns it really red. Yuck. Yuck. Really red ain't no fun. Kenny Underwood, 15 green, and goes 482 on a 482. Ends up dead on 6 to be 21 total is Rick Harbaugh and Shelby Miles. Shelby dialed in at 460. Ricky Harbaugh dialed in at 481. Left lane is Rick, right lane is Shelby. 12,000 difference between the two in reaction time, and it's going to be Ricky Harbaugh on a double breakout, left lane winner. 4.807 on a 481. He's under by 3 thousandths of a second. Was 18 on the tree. Shelby Miles had a 006 reaction time. Got to the finish line first by 15 thousandths of a second to break out by 16 thousandths of a second. Yay. I mean 6 thou. Gary Williams and J.R. Lockhart. Lockhart 482. G-Dub dialed 472. 1/10 of a second the difference between them. As far as the dials are concerned, there's JR already in and set. Gary Williams is there, and here we go. 11 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Win lights going to JR Lockhart. JR 483 on a 482. He was 11 green. Gets to the stripe second, lights up the scoreboards on that right side, and unfortunately for G-Dub, got there a little bit too quick, breaks out, bows out after he was 22 on the tree. Here's Colby Fuller and Scott Sill. Sill with a 459 dial here on the right side. .22 thousandths of a second difference in reaction time. Win lights going to Colby. 001 dead 2, 3 total coming out of that left lane to get there first by 20 thousandths of a second. Scott Sill was 23 green and dead on 0. How about dead 2 beats a dead 0 side by side? Just, oh, wow. So Roman Cosner and Jim Skinner. Skinner on the right down 514. Cosner on the left down 495. Jim drops it red by 11 thousandths of a second and will bow out. Roman Cosner was 18 green. Legs it through and ends up 494.9 on a 495. Jim Skinner joining the red and dead on crew. Here in the buyback round, as we have seen a whole bunch of that. Definitely a whole bunch more than we ever wanted to see and than they ever wanted to see us. Now Rick Harbaugh and Troy Stone. Stone dialed 454. Harbaugh dialed 466. To a 12, 1 thou the difference in reaction time, 3 thou the difference at the finish line. Rick Harbaugh 13 dead on 9, left side of the racetrack. Troy Stone 12 thou dead on 7, ends up 19 total to beat Rick Harbaugh's 22 total, and Troy Stone lights up that right lane. As now Art Vandelay Well, look, man. Art Vandelay and Tyler Bohannon. Vandelay sitting over the left side, down 455, goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. Tyler Bohannon, 11 green, and then 458 on a 460. Bohannon gets back in. Vandelay is kind of done there. And Farron, I appreciate that, man. Missing you out here. I was walking through the lanes the other day wondering, where's the big purple truck? Where's the guy dressed in purple? Where's Farron? I wish you could be here. And I'm sorry if you're going to be in Bristol. I'm sorry if I'm going to miss you there, but I got to kind of do the real job thing, and that's, you know, always gets in the way, but we'll see what we do. I appreciate the message out there, and thank you. Thank you, thank you. Rob Mosier and Jason Sizemore. Sizemore sitting on the right side. Mosier sitting on the left side. 457 the dial for Mosier. 480 the dial for Sizemore. Win light turns on for Rob Mosier. 43 green and dead on 9. Beats 61 green and dead on 9. Both drivers running dead 9 down at the top end of the racetrack. The difference in reaction time going to be the difference at the finish line. Yes, you are right, Mr. Smith. Which we like. It's funny. Mike Bloomfield Jr., Shane Blackburn. Bloomfield in the shorty dragster down 472. Blackburn in the dragster, 007 green, 451 on a 453. Winner coming out of that left side. Mike Bloomfield was 001 red. and then goes 4.70 on a 4.72. It's now Robbie Breeden, Tanner Thorpe. Tanner's dialed in at 460. Robbie Breeden's dialed in at 698. Thorpe, 17 green, 14 thou above. And Tanner's headed back into round number 2 by 0.03 of a second out of that right lane. Robbie Breeden was 29 green, dead 5. Ends up 34 total. Tanner Thorpe was 31 total. And that is going to be a win light for Tanner. That brings us to the conclusion of the buyback round.
For high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The suite at the Cosmopolitan awaits. And one of these two, either Kevin Brannon or Spencer Massey, is going to add their name to the list that was started by Jeff Verdi, continued on by Luke Bugacki, Randall Reed, Peeps Pennington, Scotty Richardson, and Bo Butner, have all claimed the title of Spring Fling Million Champion. The Showgirls, Jennifer and Greta, taking their position down there on the starting line as well. And we've got a Gaffney, South Carolina representation driving the Howmobile over on the left side. 460 is going to be the dial for the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's dialed in at 647. Kevin's dialed in at 460. 5 thou separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2 thou at the stripe to beat 2 thou under 4:59.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5 thou under the dial. Massey with a 10 thou light breaks it out by 5 thou, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million. The main event day comes to a close in a fantastic side-by-side drag race between the door cars and the dragsters. Kevin Brannon, Spencer Massey did not disappoint.
Kevin Brannon taking the win in a car that he had not been in until this morning.
Pretty cool.
After the first round, was talking to him in the staging lanes, and he's like, you know, I got a pretty good horse here. Kevin Brannon, yes, you do, and you rode it all the way to be the Million main event champion here in 2022, Nathan Hershey.
We are standing down here trackside. Kevin Brannon is putting on the champion's jacket, the 7th man to don the jacket here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, surrounded by the showgirls. The smiles on the face is like, dude, the big check, the showgirls, the limo's waiting, the suite is waiting. Man, it's going to be a good afternoon. I'm going to slide in here, jump into a car. The day starts off really well and just ends on an even higher note, man. Tell me about your experience here today. How much does this mean to you?
Man, I can't. I just got to give all the glory to God and thank Brian, Mindy, and family for giving me the opportunity to drive this thing. I mean, they didn't know me and put their trust in me, and I can't thank them enough for giving me the opportunity.
Man, you have had a spectacular year already. Tell me, where does this win rank? You've got so many trophies on the shelf at home, but to be able to join an elite crew like this, what does this mean?
This one, with all the drama that went on, just to be able to do it and earn it all the way through, it's crazy. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say.
All right. Hey, make some noise for your champion, Kevin Brannon!
Say pretty please, or speaking little white lies. I've got a rebel soul. 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 Just get down with it, down with it, down with
Here we go, Biondo round 2. Vega John and Scott Hessler. Vega John ends his day with a 004 red light and dead on the dial, of course, and Hessler's 006 527 at 131. Austin Cardules and Taylor Cook. Little fastback Mustang in the right lane, dials it in. 599 is going to be on the chase. Wheels up, start. Identical. 016 reaction times in the win light going over there to Austin Cardules. 675 at 101 on a 674 dial and has got there first by 15 thou. Identical at the start. A little bit closer to the dial is Austin. That'll bring up Scotty Richardson, the legend, one of the best to ever do it, and Chad May. Richardson, a former Spring Fling Million winner. Chad May doesn't care about any of that right now. He's 007, 008, dead 9. Scotty did all he could. He was 17, took 4 thou down there and broke out by 4 thou. I'm not sure if Scotty has his second entry in. Pretty sure he does. Sean Paulson and Jeggy. That's Jeg Coughlin Jr., the Summer Fling title right sponsor. Jegs. The better one going over there to Sean on the left side, and the win light going over there as well. Both drivers dead on the number. Sean had the reaction time advantage 009 to an 016. And by 9 thou, Sean turns on the round 2 win light. Nick Hastings and Cameron Cardules. Hastings 011, dead 5 for a 16 pack as Cardules was 27, broke out getting there. Hastings moves on. And David Braskett. 2 go down, 1 come back. These guys are playing for keeps here. How about Dan, dead donut, 614 with a 0 on a 614. 17 pack. Braskett 028, 1 above, not a horrible lap, but just 25 thou behind the stripe. What's up, Motormania? Blaze Ray, what's up? Barn? Want to thank Strange for bringing Motormania to your house, to your work, wherever you have the pleasure of watching today. Get ready. We have a lot of cool stuff coming your way. Rick Hoffman and Wes May. 6-second door cars, 1 thou. Reaction time advantage to Wes May, but the win light going there by 5 thou to Rick Huffman. The little 78 Chevy keeps on keeping on. 616 on a 616. Cameron Atkins and Skylar B. I love those 78 Malibus. Back in the day, Donnie Saban, a good friend of mine, had a 78 Malibu. He would put that thing on the bumper, and we have a video of him going all the way past half track on the bumper. So Cameron Atkins is going to try to chase down the little Malibu. He got there first, or she got there first, but broke out doing it. 006 for Cameron, 6 thou under the dial. Skylar B was 021, one above, and Cameron had a little bit of room down there, but Skylar might have dumped her off and made the right move down there, and Skylar turns on the round 2 win light. That'll bring up Brian Whitworth and Preston Mitchell. On each side, and how about a win light going over there to Preston Mitchell? That was a good lap. 009 dead 8. Brian Whitworth is 009. Drops the front end a little bit to go a 630 at 109 on a 629 dial, and margin of victory 007. That's 15 inches. So Motor Mania, the chat board, do you guys, any of you guys know the formula of figuring out how to convert margin of victory to distance? Brandon Gerald and Mark Lewis, we got a good one here brewing. 008 to an 11, give the win light over there to the S10. How about 008 dead 4? Brandon bringing it for round 2. Mark Lewis, 011 on a tree, 558 on a 556. Good reaction time. This time Gordon Boven lights up the lamp. 008 555 on his 554 dial and gets there first by 15 thou. As Sean Dennis was 017 and 2 above. So yeah, anybody on Motor Mania, can you guys figure out how to convert the MOV on the bottom of the time slip to ET? I'm sorry, to distance. So when it says, like, for instance, 015, Gordon Boven got that by. Does anybody on Motor Mania know how many inches that is? There's actually a formula for it. Zachary Carico and Matty D. Superstock Grand Am converted bracket car. The Datus, and look at the wheels up start. Matty is in control. He's all over this one. Wow. Matt playing with fire down there a little bit. Matt's 006, Zachary's 040. Matt takes 4 thou to go 4 above. Didn't need to, but he did it anyway, just to show you guys he can. Philip Fryer and Phil Combs. Fryer won his entry by sharing the flyer earlier in the year. Great guy, first-time fling racer. Little 95 Mustang's going to lead first, and here comes Combs. Combs is 31, Fryer is 38. Combs is one above, Fryer is dead on. Margin of victory going to Phil Combs, 0.0006. That's less than 1,000th of a second. Blaze Ray. You are correct. David Davies and Dan Deshawn. Camaro's off and away, and here comes the 27 Roadster. Making up the ground. No, cannot do it. Got there first. Had a chance, got there first by 8,000th of a second, but broke out by 7,000. David Davis, 015, dead 8. And Double D turns on the win light. George Hoff, it does not depend on ET. It depends on the mile an hour of the car that crosses second. You times that by the margin of victory, and you times that by the 17.6 number. All door cars for round 2 should be in the staging lanes. ATI $100,000 Friday. Beautiful day. AJ Ash. His day was a 008 red as TJ Mendola's 013 655 at 100 miles per hour on a 664 dial-in. Jody Davies this time, and Aaron Dysinger. Another 78 Malibu. Camaro, he has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win light. That's doing work. 12, take 4 to go dead 2. Davies was 33 and 15 thou under and still behind it at the stripe. One thing about Snakebite Bob, he's everywhere. Really good dude coming down to play with us from Canada. Shane Weaver and Larry Murray. Ooh, Murray just missed it. You can see he missed the tree. He's going to have to hope and pray. Not going to happen. Shane Weaver, 021, 3 above. Larry Murray just flat out missed the tree. And paid for it at the other end. Robert Miles, I'll get the official car count soon, but we are right around 300. I believe we just surpassed the 300 car mark. We had 267 yesterday and right at or slightly above 300 today. Ricky Needham and Justin Mitchell. Anybody's race. Give it to Justin, 018 on a double breakout. He is 17th thou under. Needham is 5 big numbers under. Wow. Needham's a local. He has the home court advantage, but it didn't. Some wasn't adding up for him right there for Needham. 45 thou breakout. Celeb Ellison and Jordan Arnold. Beautiful 99 S10, wheels up, but the red light is on. And Ellison 019 631 dialing, runs it out 629 with a 9, so a good spot to be. Heat of the day, holding just a touch, making sure you can cover your number. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Yeah, we started out a little weak. 209 cars on Wednesday. Yesterday, some more showed up. 267, and today, a few more showed up. And we really appreciate it. These guys and gals have a lot of choices. A lot of events they could have chose to race at, and 300 chose to come here and race at a second annual Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Garrett Griffith and Gerald Engel. Pair of pickup trucks. Nice wheels up. Gerald, he's 001 at the start. Garrett is 017, but Garrett makes the right move down there and got there by 4 thou. So if you ex Gareth, he's going to tell you he took 4 thou. If you ex Gerald, he's going to say he gave it up by 4 thou. So Garrett moves on. Here comes Gary Williams and Matthew Costabile. G-Dub, one of the best to do it. What I like about him the most is how aggressive he is. He goes right for the throat. Goes right for the home run ball. Constable goes dead on the number, but Gary Williams had him tripled up at the start. Williams 16, take 11 thou, coast on through 2 above for the easy win for G-Dub. Constable is going to have one more shot tomorrow to try to take home 30 large on American Race Car Saturday. Jeff Bracco and Bob Payton. I met Bob down at the ET Shack. He won a prize earlier today. Speaking of prizes, the door car that needed a hood scoop the most was won by Gordon Wan. The dragster that needs it the most was won by Megan Cook. Peyton's going to pick up the win, 019, 616 at 111, as Jeff Bracco was 008 red and 1 thou under. So yeah, those are some fun prizes. Nate and the gang were looking out at the window and looking for a door car that needed a hood scoop upgrade, and they chose Gordon Wan. On the dragster side, they chose Megan Cook. Good stuff. I want to thank Regils and K&N for sponsoring that. Amanda Manuel and Chuck Mendola. Speaking of sponsors, Amanda Manuel called me up a few months ago and said, let's give $500 to the last female standing every day. And how about a wheels up start 000 reaction time? And there is a 000 winner coin for Amanda Manuel. She wins the round. picks up the 000 Hero coin with Kyle Seipel on it. It's a little gold coin. She'll get it at the ET Shack, and then she'll bring that coin up to the Diva desk and show it to us. We'll take a picture and we'll hand her $50. And that is the 21st coin of the weekend. Tell Mike Eames thanks for that idea, man. That's really working out for me. Mike Doherty and Logan back. Doherty drops at 7 red. Logan, a nice 0-11 630 on a 630. Right. Good point, JJ. Those are 21 000 winners between yesterday and today. So that's not even including Wednesday. That's not including the rounds that people had 000 lights and lost. So I'll tell you what, if there was any question about how this track's working and the timing system, there's your answer. Kyle Beavers and Rocky Van Note. And I happen to watch Bill and JJ work on the starting line on Monday, I believe it was, and their attention to detail is second to none. Rocky Van Note, Kyle Beavers. Van Note, how about a 012 586 on a 586 and a little 71 Vega wagon? Moves on. All right, just got a text. So the apparel tent is open for business. It is. We have hoodies. We have trucker style hats. We have stainless steel tumblers. And of course, we have t-shirts. And those t-shirts are really cool. It's 1 for $25, 2 for $45, or 3 for $60. So if you like comfortable t-shirts, go check those out. Joe Hoskins and Stevie Sidewinder Dustin. If anybody's raced this one will be decided at the stripe. 18 to a 19 win light, Stevie. Hoskins broke out by 9 thou, getting there by 25 thou. Stevie Dustin's 019, one above with a little bit of a drop, I believe. So Sidewinder will move on to round 3, and that will bring up Wayne DeSantis and Josh Sullivan. Yeah, if you like comfortable t-shirts, go over to the apparel tent. It's the soft style material. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Wow, DeSantis drops at 1 thou red. And Sullivan, 025, dead donut, 654.0 on a 654. It's a good spot to be. Moving on to round 3. That's right, George. That is Amanda's second coin so far. So for you guys at home, we are, as of yesterday, we started a new program where we have a gold coin with Kyle Seipel on it. Anybody who's 000 with the win light, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at all of our fling events moving forward gets the coin and gets $50 cash. Jessica Cameron's going to pick up the win as Jack Green just flat missed the tree. Jessica makes him pay. 016, 2 above, win light Jessica Cameron. Bill Webb, Tuesday's Dragster Shootout winner, and Lindsay back. Nice cutlass over there for Bill Webb from Centerburg, Ohio. Lindsey back drops at 4th out red. Bill Webb 009 3th out under. That is, I'd say he hit his target on both ends right there. All right, attention to pitch, dragsters. All groups, all letters, dragsters to staging lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. Jag Seals, Nick DeShong. 12 to a 21, advantage Seals and a win light going over there to Seals. 7:39 on a 7:38 after an 0:12 light. Nick was 0:21, also one above. So once again, dragsters, all letters, all groups, dragsters. Round 2, bring them over there to staging lanes 1 and 2 now, please. Double breakout win for Chris Bowen. Bowman 016, 1th out under. Dennis Mead was 23, got there first by 6th out. Did that part right, but didn't have the car dialed right. 14th out under breakout. And drivers, don't forget, and crew, tonight the Mullis Racer Appreciation Barbecue. We are not going to have a shootout tonight. We're going to have a good old-fashioned time just hanging out, having maybe an adult beverage or two, and talking racing, life, fun, whatever. Looking forward to it. Chase Mead, Newmeyer should have this one, 005, and picks up the win. Takes 22 down there to go dead 7. A nice 12-pack for Lee Newmeyer in that beautiful 76 Vega. We'll move on to round number 3. So come one, come all. Mullis Racer Appreciation Barbecue. Lou Greco's going to sing. Nate's going to dance. And we're all going to sit there and watch. No, Nate, I'm thinking of you. Nate Hershey. No, it really puts your relationship to your friendship to a test when you're neighbors with somebody for 5 days straight. Mike Hornstein's 001, and Mike Hornstein throws up a 4-pack. Get some. 001, dead 3, as Troy Stone was just out there 011, 496 on a 495, and just watching it play out. Here's Scotty Richardson on his second entry. He went out in his first. See if he can redeem himself here. He's got some work to do. Glenn Dillday is 003. Scotty is 019. And just like in his first entry, Scotty goes a 610 with a 6 on a 611 dialing and gets there by 13th out. Dilday's 003, 2 above for the win. Nasty Nick Hastings. He may not be legend status yet, but I'm telling you right now, when I'm in a wheelchair or in a rocking chair at 90 years old, hopefully, we're going to be telling stories about this kid. He will be legend status. And Joe Cameron, both dialed 611. Cameron's 00 on the red side. Hastings is 008. And dead 5. Nick Hastings doing work, 13 pack. And I just can't wait to watch this race unfold for $100,000 tonight. You know, sometimes we talked about it in the seminar on Monday. Sometimes we all have a lot of the same tools. We all share a lot of the same information. Sometimes it just comes down to who wants it the most.
597.
Austin Cardules and Justin Hardman. Hardman, Baldwinsville, New York, and Austin Cardules from Pataskala, Ohio. Little old school super gas looking Firebird, out 674. Justin, let's go 009 and turns that into a win line. Again, a situation where if you take the stripe by less than the reaction time advantage, it will work out for you every single time. Wes May and Gordon Wan. Gordon Wan, the winner of the door car that needed a hood scoop upgrade. Little Chevy Vega wagon. Wes May, cool little Buick Regal, goes in the high sixes, very consistent car. Good driver behind the wheel. Anybody's race, it's a team to a team. In the reaction time, wow. How about 0007 margin of victory for Gordon Wan, 011 dead 6. Wes May goes dead donut, 681 with a 0 on a 681, but with 6 now behind to start. Factor in all the numbers, and you're just talking about 2 inches, 3 inches down there. Love that Chevy in the water box, purging the nitrous. He's like, I'm coming to get you. Chuck Flanagan and Michael Balaska. 007 for Michael Balaska and the win light for Michael. The 599 on a 597 dial, and Flanagan's 3 above, no good. Talking about some of the racer appreciation prizes, we had Jeff Reed Jr. You won the Hard Luck Award. You won a $250 Drag Race Solutions gift certificate. So Jeff Reed Jr., if you haven't already, come to the Diva desk. Pick up your Drag Race Solutions $250 gift cert. Thanks to Scott Lemon and Nicole and the gang at Drag Race Solutions. Joey Cameron, another Hard Luck Award winner. Won the Mizzier water pump. And Doug Linden and Shauna Whitworth make their way down the 8th Mile National Trail Strip. How about an 8-pack for Doug Linden? 004 dead 4. Shauna was 020 dead 4 as well. 16,000 difference in reaction time. 16,000 difference at the 660. So Joey Cameron won a Mizzier water pump. Jimmy Skinner also won a Hard Luck Award from Mizzier. Won a Mizzier starter. Tyler and Cameron Atkins. How about 002 to 011? And Tyler's 002 and just pulls over. Something not feeling right for the 38 Roadster driver. Appreciate him pulling over and showing some good sportsmanship right there. Cameron Atkins is 011. Had plenty of room down there, just coasted on through 648 at 99 miles per hour to pick up the win. So thanks to Mizzier Enterprises, one of our sponsors, Joey Cameron wins a Mizzier water pump, and Jim Skinner wins a Mizzier starter. Those are actual products. We're not talking about a gift certificate. We're talking about an actual product you can use today or tomorrow if need be. So those are the 3 Hard Luck Award winners: Jeffrey Jr., Drag Race Solutions gift certificate; Joey Cameron, Mizzier water pump; and Jim Skinner, Mizzier starter. Tough break for Tyler. Hopefully, whatever breakage he has here, he can get worked out for tomorrow's 30K. Got almost 1,400 watching on the Motor Mania live feed, brought to you by Strange Engineering. Don't just race, race Strange. Right back at it, Jody Davies and Brandon Prest. 1/10 handicap going to the newer style Camaro of Davies. Prest is going to stage up that 78 Z28 652. And we called all dragsters for round number 2. Red light start, 2,000 for Jody Davis. Brandon Prest. 022, 652 is a dial, and 652 to 3 is a number at the other end. So a nice little 25,000 pack for Brandon Prest to move on to round number 3. And here's David Davis and Bob Rossello. Is 002, and David Davis puts up an 11 pack. Nicely done. Talking about who wants it the most. David Davis showing he's getting serious early on here. It's Bob Rossello's 032 breaks out and still behind at the stripe. Troy Williams Jr. and Tom I'm going to butcher this one. Aritakis. Zero for Tom Aritakis, and another win light there. How about an 8-pack for Tom? I mean, that's just a lot of good things happened to Tom on that run. He beat Troy Williams, one of the best in the business. He turned on the win light, the round 2 win light. He's 000 and picks up a Fling 000 hero coin. He'll get a gold coin at the ET shack. He'll bring it up, and we'll give him $50. That's going to happen every day, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at all of our Fling events. Celeb Ellison and Lou Greco. That's the man that's going to be providing the entertainment tonight at the Racer Appreciation Barbecue. 001, and Greco takes 11th out to go dead 4. How about a 5-pack for Lou Greco? You do that another 7 times, and you'll be likely holding $100,000. Steve Collier and Jeggy, wow, both drivers get right in there. That wagon sounds good going down the track. Who's it going to be, the wagon or the truck? Give it to Jeggy, 006, 1 above 1, 17th out pack. Collier's 016, had a chance, broke out by 6th thou and got there first by 7th thou. I got text from my buddy Ivy Hutto. Let's talk about that for a second. Hutto Golf Cart Sales and Service. I said, Ivy, I have an idea. Ivy loved Kyle Seipel. They were pretty tight. I said, how about you sponsor the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award? I didn't even get the sentence out of my mouth, and he just said yes. So $1,000 and a custom plaque going to the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. Thanks, Ivy. Yeah, Ivy turned out to be a pretty good car count. Started out a little light at 209 on Wednesday. We had 267 yesterday, or 270 yesterday. And we are right at 300. I believe we're just a little bit over 300 today. Probably about 305. David Braskett earns one there. Takes out Matty D. Braskett's 013 dead 1. Needed most of it. Got there first by 8th thou. Datus is 009, 1 above 3. So a 14th thou versus a 22th thou pack. And Datus bows out. Pretty sure Datus won in his first entry. Got the head nod from Nate. Kind of switched up our positions here. Nate's doing what I usually do second round. Checking the doubles. Taylor Cook and Mark Lewis. Anybody's race, give the win light dead on with a 4 to Mark Lewis by 0.02 of a second. Taylor Cook, I mean, what's a guy to do? 014 dead on, no good. Oh, we actually ended up with 312 today. Official car count just in, 312. Really appreciate you racers. Started off a little light the beginning of the week. You called your friends up, they called their friends up. And now we're at 312. 004 to 014. Amanda Manuel with the advantage. And Amanda Manuel throws up an 18 pack to turn on the round 2 win light. How about Dissinger was 014, got there first to the stripe by 5 thou, needed to take 4 or less. 1 thou breakout. Tell you what, I've never seen so many pickups in one place. There we go. We should have did a 16 truck shootout. Pro stock, yeah. That too. Cameron Cardules and Gerald Engel. Cardules is looking over his shoulder. He's patting the gas. He's leaning on the brake, and he turns on the win light. 013, 9 thou under. Ingalls is 039 and 2 hun under. As we get into the door car dragster transition here, and Marty Martin and Mike Daugherty. Win light 450 at 147, so Marty Martin gets there first, out of the gas a little bit, kills about 4 or 5 miles per hour, maybe 6, to take out Mike Daugherty. Mosier, win line. Mosier, 013 gets that 6th out to go 458 at 150. On a 457 dialing. Brent Martin is 027, dead on with an 8. And on a little baby hole shot, the Mosier Engineering dragster turns on the win light. Colby Fuller and Todd Knight. Colby Fuller, 011 472 with a 0 on a 471, gets that first by 15th thou. All right, chat board, 15th thou on that run. How many inches did Colby Fuller get to the stripe first by? You can do it. All right, I got the answer. I got the answer. Colby Fuller got that first by 15th thou. How many inches is that? Come on, guys. No, it's not 3 inches. Glue and Josh Baker. Good one right here. Wow. What's a guy to do? Timmy's 007 takes 3 thou, no good. 2 thou under. Josh Baker, 007 dead 1 and 8 pack. These guys are going for each other's throats. Mike Matty Jr. and Shanna Stone. Nope, not 6 inches, not 45 inches, not 25 inches. 15 thou. Gary battery. Okay, Optima battery a day giveaway. So today we're going to have the Optima battery a day giveaway, which we do every day to one of you guys or gal watching on the live feed here. It's going to be between 4 and 5 p.m. today. Matty Jr., 3 thou red dead donut. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shanna Stone, 021, 11 thou under for the win. The loser's mile per hour was 150, George. Good question. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes from here. If nobody guesses it, I'm Xing out of here. I'm disappointed. You can do it. Colby Fuller got there 15th out. His opponent's mile per hour was 150. How many inches did Colby Fuller get there by? '66 Lane, I'll give you an 8 for effort, but you've answered 5 times and all 5 answers are wrong. Chris Stein and Hunter Gillen. 6 times now, and you're still wrong. Chris Stein, wow, dodges a bullet. Just flat missed it, 417 at 170 as Hunter Gilman's 4th out red. Both drivers are 1 thou under their dial. But Chris Stein moves on. He'll have to maybe have a Red Bull or some coffee, because that's not like Chris to miss the tree. Courtney Grisette. Help me out, JJ. Grisette? Was that like the silent Z? And Skylar B. French? Courtney dials it in a quick 424. So if it's a 5-second dragster, the hard part about this, you're getting spotted a second, and there's no mirrors, and you don't have like a rear view window. It's hard to. Courtney making it work at both ends. 006, 1 above, 425 at 164. Pretty sure she goes a little harder than that. Nicely done by Courtney Grisette. Say a happy birthday to my good friend Jamie Holston. That's a big one, 40th. Let me just tell you, Jamie, from experience, it's all downhill from there. 25? Come on, JJ, you're a puppy. What are you, like 35 now? Oh, happy birthday. Bradley Snowball and Colin Carter, a good one here. Aggressive drivers. Give the win to Carter. 15th out package. 460 at 147. Bradley Snowballs 460 at 144. The Kids Fun Zone. The Fling Fun Zone is open. Thank you to Premier Moving, Raider Campbell, for helping out with the Fling Fun Zone. Also tonight at the Mullis Racer Appreciation Party, we're going to give away some prizes. All of the Dead on Zero runs from Wednesday, all of the Dead on Zero runs from Thursday. We're going to give away a weather station, an APD carburetor. That was a raffle. As Jason Rich turns on the win light, 434 at 158. Dead on with a 1. As Ronnie Wilson's 027 got there first but broke out doing it. But the feature tonight, besides the food and the entertainment, the feature is going to be a beautiful Mullis race car that we're going to have roped off on display. Eric Paterka and Mike Harbaugh. Paterka's been going a ton of rounds. Not this time. 007 red. Mike Harbaugh 014 holding 15 thou. All right, did you guys get? There you go, Jerry West. You got it, bud. 39 inches, 0.6. Good man. And Rocky Van Note, shouldn't you be racing? Good job. Good job, guys. I was about to shut the feed off, but you're safe. Noah Rambo, and Steve Hughes. From Michigan, and the win light going 4/1000th of a second, margin of victory on a hole shot. Steve Hughes getting it done. Want to also give a shout out to Frank Aragona Jr., my good friend, and Carl Drake Jr., two close friends of mine who are, I'm not going to pull any punches here. They're fighting for their life right now, guys, so they could use all the prayers we can give them. So when you're going to sleep tonight, just say an extra 2 prayers for those guys. They could use it right now. Michael Shoop and Skinny Kenny. Shoop. Skinny Kenny 010, 482 dialing, and how about a 482 with a 2 on a 482? 12th out pack, 482 at 141. That's might be flat out. He might have been dialed honest. Might have killed 2 mile an hour, if that. So Skinny Kenny moves on. Skinny Kenny won the run for the money yesterday, $2,000. With 10 pairs left, he put up a 1-pack. There's not too many guys on the property, or gals, that have the experience in the world of big buck bracket racing that Kenny Underwood has. So Steve Law and Chris Bear. Law Chevrolet and Buick. Tuesday sponsor, and Chris Bear, the hitter, has a real tight program. Very methodical, very well maintained cars, and very rarely makes a mistake. Got a good one here. Bear, very solid, 009, take 10. Steve Lohr, 014, 2 above, 473 at 144. Shane Blackburn and Roman Cosner. Cosner was a recipient of one of the awards at the ET Shack today. Shane Blackburn from Ashland, Kentucky. Going to try to make his trip worthwhile. Is 010, 1 above, 454 at 149. So scrubbed off 3 mile per hour to turn on the win light over Roman Cosner, who was 009, 498 at 136. And Randy Souders and Dave Askew. 66 Lane, you want me to throw out a free t-shirt? You were 0 for 7 on the question. All right, we'll do a free t-shirt at some point this weekend. Yeah. Souders with 200 in his pocket. But the crowd goes wild as Dave Askew turns on the win light, goes dead too. And you can see the excitement, you can feel the excitement in the air out there. As Dave Askew's crew jumping up and down. The problem with asking a question for a t-shirt is, how do you monitor how many answers people are giving? Yeah, I would, at least you tried, buddy. I'll agree with that. Never hurts. And Andrew, I do agree. Chris Bear is a bad dude. Cam Manuel and wow, Jamie Holston. Heavyweight battle. The birthday boy, Jamie. Anybody's race. Win light. Wow. Dead donut. 471 with a 0 on a 471 for Cameron Manuel. Holston is 016, dead 5. Margin of victory, Cameron, 2 thou. What a race. Zach Fulcher, Mr. Cool, I think that's Mr. Cool? Yeah. And Kyle Coltrera, wow. Both drivers are carrying a few in their pocket. Little bit of a burn down here. Oh, there goes Fulcher. Coltrera is a hitter. Fulcher's not scared. Could be a good one. Wow. How about 003 to 005? Win light. Give it to Fulcher. He just dropped him down there. Fulcher's 005 453 at 139. He feeds Coltrera 26 thou, and Coltrera breaks out by 8 thou. Mike Ealigan, Megan Koch. And we have a heavyweight battle under the tower. I wish you guys could see what I can see right now. Look at the game faces, Nate. Look at that game faces. You're in the zone, baby. Between the both of them, I'm saying they have 1200s in their pocket. You'll see. Third pair back, Motor Mania. Flat and missed a tree. Might have had the wrong numbers in the box, not sure. But Megan drops it 5 thou red, and she is not going to be happy with that time slip. When you go a few thou red, you're hoping your opponent has a killer light, so you say, at least I took a shot at it. Well, this time Mike Ealig just flat missed it. Tom Clark and Tim Kelly. Tim Kelly went quite a few rounds this week so far. To an 013, and by 1,000th of a second, Tom Clark gets a nod. 013 449 on a 449. Kelly is 011 at the start, 472 on a 471. 1 thou margin of victory. And here's the battle I was talking about: Kyle Bigley and Donovan Williams. Second round, 2 go down, 1 come back. Donovan is ripping the throttle. He's telling them, here I am, come and get it. Bigley is, I tell you, if Bigley brings his A game, he's really tough. Donovan always seems to bring his A game this year. I say Donovan made himself a made man this year. in big buck bracket racing. Might want to head to the stripe on this one. 2 go down, 1 come back. Round 2, Biondo round 2, ATI 100K. Pre-stage battle. Donovan's in. Bigley's bumping in. Tree drops. As advertised, 004 to 007. Whoa. How about 004 dead 8 for a 12-pack, and Kyle Bigley makes a statement. Donovan Williams is 007, 1 above 0 at 137. Killed about 6 or 7 miles per hour, and that margin of victory was 5 thou to Kyle Bigley. Hey Barry, I'm not from Staten Island, pal. From Queens, buddy. What's up, Barry? Tyler Bohannon, the hitter from Louisville, Kentucky, and Josh Ludke. 2019 Miller for Tyler, and 2019 Danny Nelson Racecraft for Ludke. Ludke drops it right in, Bohannon moves on 017. 458 with a 7 on the 460 at 150 for the win for Tyler. Pretty sure he went exactly that ET on exactly that dial last round. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Biondo round 2. If the next driver in Biondo round 2 that loses by 1,000th of a second is gonna win a $300 Crew Chief Pro gift certificate. Is all over him. Beck is 008. Shane McBride was 062, and Beck goes 1 above for the win. So the next driver that loses by 1,000th, that could either be 1,000th red, 1,000th breakout, or 1,000th behind the stripe, is going to win a $300 Crew Chief Pro certificate. Thanks to Don and the gang at Crew Chief Pro. We've given away 22 Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 coins so far, and that's just yesterday and today. Art Vandelay and Mark Price, pair of new media drivers. Should be a good one. Vandelay is in control and he can drive the stripe. Game over. 006 takes 3 thou. And that's the Art Vandelay we know. 006, 1 above 0, taking 3 thou. Mark Price was 034. Tried to make up the difference, was 15 thou under the dial, getting there second. Jeff the Man Sarah. We did a seminar on Monday. I had the mic. I started talking about weather stations. I handed the mic to Jeff. He looked at me like I had 3 heads and said, "What's a weather station?" He said he dials by patterns and trends. Zach Sylvia 477. Jeff said at 467. Savage rocking the scoop, patting the gas, all of the above. I'm telling you, that taking fourth out, going 4 above. Just like that, no big deal. So Sarah will move on. And now we'll bring up Jamie Sirocco and Vic Butler. Sirocco from Watertown, Connecticut, dials a 457 in the 14 undercover car. Butler from Galena, Ohio, dials a 496. So again, the next driver that loses by 1,000th of a second is going to win a $300 cert from Crew Chief Pro. And there it is, Vic Butler, 001 red. Sirocco moves on 013, 13th out under on a drop. So Vic Butler has won a $300 Crew Chief Pro cert because he lost by 1,000th of a second. So if you know Vic, have him come up to the Diva desk and we'll take his picture and we'll give him his Crew Chief Pro prize. The Red Rocket, Tom Dauber and AJ Ash. Mullis Race Cars representative. Anybody's race, the Red Rocket, AJ Ash, win light lighted up for the Red Rocket. How about 5,000 margin of victory? Both drivers 00, both drivers one above the dial, and the Red Rocket moves on. And Tom, I tell you what, he's been pretty quiet this year. He can use a big win, a big payday. He keeps doing that. 007 take 5, and he's well on his way. To a 001, and how about a 4-pack? Big Vin getting it done. I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it. He's getting a hot hand. Even the runs he's been losing, he's been making great runs. Big Vin throws up a 4-pack. Billy Rowe, an 11-pack. It's getting hot in here. Don Butkowitz and Doug Foley. Doug Foley from Mooresville, North Carolina. That's the son of drag racing school operator Doug Foley. And Don Butkowitz. Don and his wife help us out quite a bit at the Flings. And Don needs to pray, because he was 5 hun behind at the hit, and Foley, look at Foley down there. 006 takes 8th out and go 3 above. Butkowitz legs it out, 8th out under, no chance. Severin Johnson and Johnny Ezell. Good one here, Severin is a hitter. He's been doing this for many a decade. And Johnny Ezell needs no introduction. Johnny helped us at the seminar. He's one of the co-instructors. When we talked about weather station and dialing the cars, he said he dials by tire pressure. No kidding. He said when it cools off, I lose 1 pound on my tires. And when I lose a pound, I figured it's 100th faster. I learned a lot. A lot of guys have different approaches. I'm not kidding. I'm not sure like that's exactly how he does it, but that's how he said he does it. There you go. Johnny's 009 and the scoop is rocking, shaking, dancing, win like Johnny Ezel 009 2 above. How about Johnny just rocking his way down there to a 3,000 stripe? So the Red Rockets, 009 takes 00, followed by Big Vinny Domino, throws up a 4-pack, and then Johnny Zell goes out there, 009 takes 3,000. Severin Johnson, 030, dead 4. No chance. Little bit of debris on the racetrack. I don't know if that was a time slip that flew out of a bunch of time slips. Something flew out of Don Bukowitz's car.
It's Bristol, baby. It's where the fling was born. Maybe you come for the big purses, or maybe you come for the $60,000 in product giveaways. Or maybe you just come to compete at the highest level in a professional and fun environment. Race it. Experience it.
Racer Appreciation Party. Right, Nate? Nate's getting happy. Mullis is going to have a car on display. Charles is going to be cooking up a pig. I don't know if they say, what, they roast a pig? What they do, rotisserie? I don't know.
They didn't bury it, that's for sure. There's asphalt concrete around here.
I don't know what do you cook a pig? How do you cook a pig? You smoke a pig. I got faith in Charles. We have enough to feed 500 people tonight, and there's about 250 racers on the ground, so, and crew's invited as well. So let's all be there, and I really want to meet a lot of the guys and gals from the area so I can get some feedback from this event, see what we can do better, see what you like about it, see what you don't like about it. JJ doesn't like the clock operator, okay? The clock operator doesn't like JJ. All right. Jaylene's still looking for a tech card for the last hour and a half, so somebody owes Jaylene a hug and a bottle of wine. Do not misplace your tech card. She takes it very serious. Rob Leitzinger and J.R. Lockhart. Leipzinger's 024 in 17th hour reaction time advantage and margin of victory. Taking the stripe is J.R. Lockhart by 15 thou. Oh, we got, whoa, what is that?
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. I see chocolate. Guys are hiding this stuff from me or what? Nate, that's Nate's stash. Oh, that's good. Oh, the treasure hunt. What's that all about? All right, kids, attention to pits. Attention all the youngsters on property. At 5 o'clock, get to the fun zone. We're going to have a treasure hunt. And water balloons and popsicles. Mitch Rowe and Bob Kalipsky, 445 to a 488. Mitch Rowe is double O. And Mitch Rowe takes 9 thou. And Mitch Rowe moves on, 489 at 139, as Kalipski's 023 dead 3 loses on a hole shot. Hey, Rob Sforza just answered that question, JJ. Rob Sforza just answered that question I asked an hour ago. The one about how much 15 thou.
Someone finally answered it?
Yeah, an hour later. No, actually a couple of guys came up with, Blaze Ray came up with the right answer. Sforza, you in like a time warp or something over there? How'd you? You're a little behind us, bud. Richard Briscoe is going to turn on the lamp right there. Both drivers one above the dial. Reaction time advantage in the win light. To Richard Briscoe from Oakley, Illinois. Now Emily's got me addicted to these Buckeye things. Chocolate and peanut butter. I could eat all of these. Race Kid and Chris Beauchamp. Going to be some finish line driving. Both drivers dead on. Beauchamp's dead on with a 5. Race Kid is dead on with a 9. 4 thou margin of victory going over to Chris Beauchamp. So I hope you guys and gals are enjoying the show. We certainly are here. And if you've never been to National Trail Raceway, it's a really cool track. Ever since J.J. Murray and Jay Livingston took it over in 2018, it's been downhill from there. You can tell when a track owner really cares about their facility. How about Chris Hess? Dead donut. 504 with a 0 on a 504 after a 004. That's a 4 thou package, and that's a win light for Chris Hess. Okay, now I'm in trouble. I cannot stop eating these Buckeye things. Holy moly. Rick Harbaugh and John Cook. Harbaugh is a Fling sponsor from Gaithersburg, Maryland. Red light start for Rick, John Cook. 028, 489 on a 489. If you guys never had this Marsha's Buckeye things, holy moly, these are good. I'm like totally addicted to these things right now. ATI $100,000 on the line today. Tomorrow, American race cars $30,000. And tomorrow, the round money, we increased the round money for tomorrow over Thursday's 30K. Thursday we had $200 round money, and tomorrow at the same $30,000 purse, we have $250 round money. Elizabeth Salmons and Joey Baruch. 018 dead 4 lays down a nice lap, gets there first by 17 thou and turns on the win light. Yeah, Mike Browdy, you're right. These Buckeye things. I bet you if you put them in the freezer. Sandra Koch and McKenna Brown, pair of young ladies going at it. Boca Raton, Florida for McKenna. Hamilton, Ohio for Sandra. McKenna's down to this one entry as she bowed out, I believe by a thou. Interviewed McKenna earlier at the ET Shack. Very well-spoken young lady. You guys will see it on Motor Mania later today or tomorrow. She's on a chip. She's on a chase, but she's ready. Sandra Koch is 024 dead 9. 2000 undercover, dials a 562, but it doesn't matter what you dial, it just matters what you run. And she's dead 9 for the win. Tanner Thorpe, Justin Daniels, win light. Justin Daniels, 522 on a 522. With an 022 reaction time. That's Emily's favorite number. 022, 522 on a 522. Put out a final call for round 2, Dragsters. Final call, Dragsters round 2. Door cars round 3, we'll be calling you shortly. So door cars round 3, you're on standby. As a matter of fact, if you're a double-entered door car, you can start heading this way, get to the front of the pack. So if you're a door car and you're still double entered, start heading this way, get to the front of the pack. You'll be in lanes 5 and 6. Glenn Gordon, that's Mr. Mullis, and Dennis Mead. Glenn drops it red, Mead 028. 480 on a 479. Actually, he was dialed for a little spot drop there. Goes a 480 at 137. It's probably about a 141. Matt Shell and Troy Stone to win light this time by 5 thousandths of a second. Going to Troy Stone, 025, 456 on a 455. Matt Shell, if there's one thing I noticed about Matt Shell is he has got that spot drop figured out. He's a 126, 127, 128 mile per hour player at 480s. That time, he had the reaction time advantage by 2 thou, and spot drop maybe just a little bit too much, goes 2 above 0. and Kevin Boring and Cody Witts, 003. 490 on a 489 for the win. All right, attention to pits, round 3 door cars. Round 3 door cars, the staging lanes 5 and 6. If you're still double entered in a door car, get it to the front of the pack. And all door cars for round 3, the staging lanes 5 and 6. Great run right here. How about Idaho versus Bradenton, Florida? Mark Kidd and Troy Williams, a pair of veteran racers. Troy's very aggressive. Mark Kidd isn't scared of anybody. This time too aggressive. Troy drops it 13 red. Mark Kidd's 009. 467 on a 466 to turn on the win light. And I want to give a really special shout out, the most special of specials can be shout outs, to Severio Biondo, my son, and Olivia Biondo, my little princess, my little love bug. Olivia, I know you're a little under the weather, honey. You're not feeling well. Mommy and Daddy will be home in 2 days. We love you guys so much. Severio, you have your first soccer game tomorrow. Good luck, pal. Might even do some tickles and flips. Haven't did that in a while when we get home.
Hello, you little munchkins. Hope you're being good for Nana and Pops. And good luck tomorrow at your soccer game, Severio. We love you.
And Kayla Needham gonna swing for the win light right here. And how about a dead on 9 for Lester Atkins and a 1,000 stripe. 447 at 150. By the looks of Lester's 60 foot and mile per hour in ET, I'm pretty sure he's took 1,000. Probably scrubbed off 3 or 4 mile per hour. My buddy Marco Peravalaris. What's up, pal?
Have you been keeping track of winners and losers?
I have not, but Nate took my job over there.
All right, I'll compare with Nate.
Nate's keeping track of doubles with you, and so is Jonathan and Jaylene. Erica Baker and Michael Needham. Erica. Wow, how about a nice 8-pack? 007, 456 with a 1 at 146. Erica doing some work at both ends of the racetrack. Needham was 1 above the dial, 034, and just left Erica too much room, and she got in on it. Last call for round 2. Round 3 door cars to lanes 5 and 6 now, please. We have the Optima Battery a Day giveaway at between 4 and 5 today for you Motor Mania guys and gals. Bradley Snowball Brill Pressed. But no 21 to an 033 in a win light. To Snowball. Dead 8 at 143. 460 at 143, taking 5 thou against a 154 mile per hour car. Killing about 6 mile per hour. Todd Knight and Ricky Harbaugh Jr., 3rd generation Harbaugh racer. Ricky Harbaugh Jr., 001 red. Todd Knight picks up another Fling 000 Hero gold coin and $50 cash. That is coin number 23 in a day and a half. This is getting ridiculous. I mean, when I calculated it, I'm like, all right, it's going to probably cost us X amount. We're at 2X already. Steve Taylor and Tracy Sons. Getting towards the end of round number 2. Figure out the best losing package for $500 courtesy of Sal Biondo, Rich DiLorenzo and the gang, Richie Schreiner. 002 to 008 win light by 006. Tracy Sun gets there and goes one above. Both drivers are one above the dial with a 3. Reaction times 002 to 008. Margin of victory was just that. Tracy Sun's moving on. Marty Martin and Shane Blackburn. Party Marty, they call him. Don't know the details behind it. Saw him at the ET Shack. Looked like he was having a good time. 448, that's a pretty quick dial up at about what I'll say is approximately 30, what do you think, maybe 3,500 feet DA today? Party Marty takes a foul down there. 011, 449 on a 448. Blackburn was dead on the dial, but 023. And a little hole shot win for Marty Martin. Tim Markoglu, man, he had a tough lap on his first entry. I think he was like 007 and took 3 thou to break out by a couple of foul. And Mike Matty Jr., who also lost his first entry, was a thou red. So both drivers feeling the pressure, trying to put one whip into round number 3. I've driven that Markoglu dragster. That's a bad hot rod. Both drivers get right in there. Both drivers are off and away, and this time Matty's got a little bit of advantage, but breaks out. Tim Markoglu executes at the other end is dead donut, 456 with a 0 on a 456, and Matty got there first by 13 thou, broke out by 7 thou. So that will end Mike Matty's day. Markoglu moves on, and Gabby Needham and Rob Mosier. Mosier Engineering, they're a Fling sponsor. One thing I'd say is if you racers are shopping around for products, try to consider the sponsors that support the sport. 496 on a 496. Guys are getting pumped up under the tower over here. Steve Hughes and Chris Stein. So Stein missed it on his first entry. I don't know if the opponent red lighted or what. I remember he had a late reaction time. I don't think he will be late 2 times in a row. And Steve Hughes from Murraysville, PA. Chris Stein dialed a 419. I think he went a 418 with a 9 last hit. time advantage, but breaks out. Takes 26 down there to break out by 3 thou. Stephen Hughes is 027, 464 and a 463, and Steve Stacker Hughes moves on to round number 3. So after round number 3, we'll see who the leader in the clubhouse is on the Brodix Dragster side and the Brodix Dorcar side. And we'll have a 1-run shootout between those two drivers. The winner walks away with a set of SR20 heads. Stone and Michael Shute. Stone dodges a bullet, missed a tree. Shoop is 002 red. Ouch. Like I said earlier, when you go red, you're hoping the other driver lays down a good run. Not the case that time. That's like adding salt to the wound. Brenton Martin and Ronnie Wilson. Brent, 481 dialing. Brent likes to drive the stripe. He likes to party down there. Ronnie Wilson, Cincinnati, Ohio. Start and does just that. Executes at the stripe to go dead 4 and get there by 3 thou as Wilson's 007. 470 looks like couldn't run the number. 478 at 142 on a 476. Might have killed a few thou. Martin moves on. Cameron Manuel and Kyle Coltrera. Wow. Coltrera 458, Manuel 446. Good matchup. Kyle Coltrera was the Bristol Fall Fling $100,000 winner last year. He'll be on the cover of the Racer Guide when we get to the Fall Fling in just a couple of weeks. Probably what, 10 days now, 12 days? Yeah, don't remind us, right? That's right, we're bringing JJ with us. Jonathan's bailing out on us. He said, I'm going home. You guys have had enough of you. Jaylene's coming. How about 006 on each side of the racetrack and as advertised? Coltrera, dead 4, throws up a 10-pack. Cameron Manuel's 006. Looks like he killed right around 6 miles per hour. So that was, as they say down south, fixing to be a good one. Coltrera moves on. Coltrera's probably taking a few thou. Cameron Manuel opened up to 10 thou. Eric Paterka, he's been going a ton of rounds. Yesterday's runner-up. And Noah Rambo. 2 Michigan drivers staging up. Keeping our eye out for the best appearing car. Keeping our eye out for a bunch of them. How about 002 to 003? Wow, win light. Eric Paterka, 002 4 thou under. Noah Rainbow's 003 takes 006. That's like an 85, 88%er right there to turn a win light on, but not that time. Not in the double breakout. And another great matchup under the tower. Cortland Carter and Tebow. Tyler Bohannon. So Tyler ran a 458 with a 7. I believe his last 2 runs with an opponent red light. He's dialed a 460. He's holding, let's see, probably I'm going to say 10 to 12th hour right here. Cortland Carter, 4:59. So these guys are going to be locked side by side the whole way down. Tebow's 13, Cortland's 26. Win line. Tebow getting it done. 13.462 on a 460 at 145. Cortland Carter could not run a number. 461 at 150 on a 459. So it's the heat of the day out there right now. We're seeing some guys a few thou under, but majority are either dead on or one above. Beautiful day here. So Jeff Serra and Jamie McBride. So Serra advanced on his first entry. Serra is 23 on the tree, but has 700s in his pocket. And just coasts on through. Got to the Valent foot and just coasted the rest of the way to go 484 at 122. McBride just missed a tree. Still has another day though tomorrow. We got American Race Cars, $30,000 Saturday, and if you're within a few hundred miles and you want to race at the Fling, at the Summer Fling, you can still make it. Head this way, pay at the gate. You can run tomorrow, single day entry for $290. We increased the round money for Saturday. We'll have all the same round prizes. And it's Kenny Underwood and Jamie Sirocco. Skinny Kenny's up the way. Here comes Jamie. 23 to a 009. But Kenny, with the worst reaction time, picks up the win. Drops a little bit to go 483 on a 482. And Jamie, uncharacteristically, takes a little bit too much stripe down there. 31 stripe to break out by 6th thou. Colby Fuller and Tim Kelly, another good matchup. And I'm telling you, when we find this tech card that Jaylene's been looking for, they're going to be put in the principal's office. Start by 1 foul for Colby Fuller and Tim Kelly. 014's 473 on a 471 for the win. Justin Daniels and Donovan Williams. We talked about Donovan, and son of Gary, started racing a few years ago, and right around spring of this year, he really made himself a made man, I call it. He is officially a hitter in the world of big buck bracket racing. Daniels, 522 from Roanoke, Roanoke, Indiana. And Williams from Bradenton, Florida, 473. I'm saying Donovan could run a 469 right now. Let's see. Real nice start for Justin. Donovan. Bam, 467 with a 6. Holding 500. Almost. No, yeah. 54th out to be exact. And final pair, Tanner Thorpe and Chris Bear. Chris Bear is solid. He's got a tight program. He doesn't make many mistakes. He puts up a run and he says, you got to beat it. He's not going to give it to you. Tanner Thorpe, Midland, Texas. Appreciate you guys coming up, making a trip from down south. So almost a heads-up race, 463 to 465 at the dial-ins. Almost identical. 3 thou reaction time advantage going over to Tanner Thorpe. And how about a 2 thou margin of victory for Chris Bear? I told you he'll put up some tight runs. Dead donut, 465 with a 0 on a 465 for Bear, 19 pack. Tanner Thorpe, 016, 463 with a 5 on a 463. Margin of victory, 2 thou, Chris Bear. And now we'll end Beyond round 2. We'll do some
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go.
Again, it's an APD Carburetors Wednesday. $15,000 to win is on the line for our warm-up Wednesday. So we are down to 5. The conversation back in the staging lanes was a fairly quick one. We'll see which one of them gets to make their way one step closer. 634 down as Garrett Griffith gets himself staged up and set. Jeff Serra with a 472. Blinks on that second part of the lights, and here we go. Racetrack, and it's going to be Jeff Serra coming back. So Josh Lutke dialed in at 461. Chris Stein dialed in at 415. And Josh Lutke puts up a 10-pack. How about the margin of victory? And this one comes down to 6/10,000ths of a second. Josh Lutke 10 on the tree and 461.0 on a 461. He's 10 total. Chris Stein was 002, dead 8 to beat, 10 total. And with a margin of 6/10,000ths of a second, Josh Lutke is headed back to the semifinals. We're down to 3. Wes is sitting in the 82-bodied Regal, sitting over on the left side of the racetrack with a 681 dial. Showing up on his side of the scoreboards, and Jeff Serra. The winner is going to be Wes May by a margin of 1/1000th of a second down at the finish line. Wes was 007 and dead on 5. it's going to be a door car kind of day or if it's going to be a dragster kind of day. Josh Ludke, the racer out of Boonville, Indiana. The Racecraft chassis ride dialed in at 461, and Wes May. Josh Ludke in control of this pair and will score the win. Josh was 0.28 on the tree and goes 461 on a 461 to get the win light.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more big round of applause for your winner here on Wednesday. $15,000 worth of APD carburetor money. It's Josh Ludke.
All right, here we go. FTI round number 3. As we roll through the ATI Performance Products Friday $100,000 to win main event here at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. And rolling out of the water box right now, it's going to be Nasty Nick Hastings. He's down at 6:13, and he's going to be taking on Amanda Manuel. Amanda out of Louisville, North Carolina, behind the wheel, the S10. This just in, Billy Rowe, you are the best losing package of Biondo round 2. You're going to get $500 cash and a small fling check. So be sure and go visit the Diva desk. Billy Rowe, you are the best losing package of Biondo round 2. So Nick Hastings and Amanda Manuel take down the 660. Hastings 16, take 12 to go 12 thou above. Lays down 28 total. Amanda Manuel let go 39. And she was just out there making a lap. She went dead one. Dan Sayers and Gordon Boven. Up now, Boven out of Boise, Idaho. The 72 CUDA, 556 to dial. And a Dan Sayers, the Copo Camaro out into the 613. Boven 001, take 58 to go 25 thousandths above. Dan Sayers 56 and 28 above. As Sean Paulson and Rick Huffman come to the starting line of Huffman out of Waxahachie, Texas. The 78 Chevrolet going to be down 617, and as Sean Paulson out of Newark, the Satellite dialed in the 626. Hey, all you motor maniacs listening, the battery a day, Optima Yellow Top Battery, will be giving out the secret phrase in this hour. So stay tuned during this hour for the secret phrase to be given up for the Optima Yellow Top Battery gift certificate. It'll be given on away within the hour. Rick Huffman, 004, 10th thou above. 14 total with Sean Paulson, a Let Go 29. Had a breakout and did so. Wally Brasket, the 74 Opel Manta, going to be down 5:48. And he's taking on Jessica Cameron. Cameron out of Mount Vernon, the Oldsmobile Cutlass, down 6:31. Thousands between them. Wally runs on out. 004, take 5 thou to go 6 thou above. Lays down 10 total. Cameron had a fighting chance. She was 8. Had to go dead 2 or better. She was dead 7. And got locked out. As David Davis and Brandon Freese come to the starting line. Davis out of Toledo, Ohio. The Camaro going to be down 6:53. And Brandon Prest out of Scranton, Pennsylvania, the Z28 Camaro down 6:52. Camaro on Camaro crime. Davis, 2, take 9 to go 21 above to pick up the win light. Press 31 and dead 1. Here comes Shane Weaver and Scott Hessler. Hessler out of Columbus, Ohio, the 1969 model Camaro, down 5:26. Shane Weaver, 6:53 for the S10 out of Roseville. Hessler, 002. 10th thou above to lay down 12 total. Weaver, 24 above. TJ Mendola out of New York, dialed 665 in the Pontiac. And Chad May from Byesville, Ohio, the 68 model Camaro, down 573. As the tree comes down, go green. Mendola, 10, take 8 to pick up the win light. Lays down 10 total. Chad May let go 33 and was in the way. He broke out trying to get there. 571.5 on a 573. Brandon Jarrell and a Doug Linden up now. Linden out of Bergen, New York. The 55 Chevrolet down 516, and Brandon Jarrell out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. The S10 pick-em-up truck dialed 663. And the double breakout win light's going to turn on for Doug Linden, 10 and 10 under. Jarrell was 11 and 17 thou under. Gordon Wan and Josh Sullivan up now. Sullivan out of Mount Vernon, down 654 in the Vega. And Gordon Wan out of Port Charlotte, Florida. The Vega wagon dialed 622. Sullivan, 14th thou red. Gordon Wan, 21 and 13th thou above. Caleb Ellison and Preston Mitchell. Mitchell out of Fairfield, the Corvette Roadster, going to be down 5:34. Caleb Ellison out of Beaver Creek. He's in the Camaro down 6:30 and getting the win light. Preston Mitchell let go 12 thousandths, too quick. Went 5:35.7 on the 5:34. Ellison was 008, dead zero. Lays down 8 total. So even if Mitchell was green, he had no chance. As Caleb Ellison moves on into round number 4. Austin Cardulis over on the left, and Glenn Dilday. Dilday, the Coghlan car side of the racetrack out of Missouri. The 70 Nova, down 5:48. Cardulis from Pataskala. He's in the Pontiac, dialed 674. Difference at the tree and 21 thousandths at the stripe. Cardulis 27 and 16th thou above. He takes 21 thou win stripe to get the win. Dilday was 20 up front and 44 above. And here comes Skylar B out of Red Key, Indiana, the 1978 Malibu, down 697. And Cameron Atkins out of Mentor, Ohio, first gen Camaro, going to be down 644. Skylar B gets the win. Cameron Atkins, 16, take 36 to break out by 7 thousandths. B 12 above and getting the win. Phil Combs, the Nova, 630 on the dial-in board. And a Michael Hornstein. Michael out of Hookstown, Pennsylvania, going to be down 560. Michael Hornstein, a 1 thou red, gives the way to Phil Combs. 16 at dead 3 for Phil Hornstein, 6 thou under. And attention to the pitch, please. Attention to the pit area. We need dragsters. For FTI round number 3 in the ATI 100K, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, double inner dragsters. Make your way to the front of the lanes, please. Double inner dragsters. Make your way into the front, and we will take dragsters into lanes 1 and 2. For round number 3, dragsters. Lanes 1 and 2 for round number 3. Doubles, be sure to hurry up and get to the front, please. Shannon Seals and Michael Belaska. Michael, the 89 Mustang, down 5 at 96. Shannon Seals, the Pinto, 739, breaks out by 9 thou. Michael Belaska, 13 and 29 above to be moving on into the next round. Lou Greco and Garrett Griffith on the starting line now. Griffith out of Alexandria, Kentucky. The S10 going to be down 634. And Lou Greco out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. He's down to 571. Greco, that GTO Judge. That's one sharp-looking car.
Griffith bumps into the stage first. Greco takes his time, eases on in. And Griffith is 4,000 red. Greco 12 and getting the win light. Breaks out, it doesn't matter. Garrett Griffith hit it red first. Lou Greco 5.69.5 on the 571. Griffith 6.34.6 on the 6.34. Logan back. He's down 6.30. And Mark Lewis, he's down 5.57. Back the S10. Lewis in the Beretta. Going to be Logan back. 19 dead 8 to pick up the win light. Lewis is 16, take 13 to break out by 2 thousandths. And this is going to be a good matchup. So once again at Motor Maniacs, the Friday Battery a Day giveaway for the Optima Yellow Top battery will be given out this hour. So be sure to stay tuned between now and 5 o'clock as it will be given away here soon. You got to make sure and listen for that secret phrase as Nasty Nick Hastings and Gary Williams. Williams 1,000 red. Nasty Nick going to be moving on. He's 11 up front. They go 6.56.1 on the 6.12. Gary Williams, obviously he's holding a few. He went 5.71.4. Now that would have been a good matchup had both drivers gone green. But Nick Hastings moves on as Justin Hardman and Stevie Dustin come to the starting line. Stevie Dustin 5.97 in the Nova. Justin Hardman, Baldwinsville, New York home. And he's dialed 735. Hardman, that Oldsmobile. And this is going to be a good one. 6 thousandths separate them. And Stevie Dustin is perfect under by 1,000. The Sidewinder is going to get the 000 Hero coin and $50 cash. Justin Hardman at 006. He took 15,000. Had to get behind to get the win light. Stevie Dustin going to be moving on. Puts together a good run there. 1,000th away from having a perfect run. As Justin Mosier and Bob Payton make their way into the stage beams. Bob Payton, Fowlerville, Michigan. The 63 Nova dialed 616. And a Justin Mosier out of Portland, Indiana, the 2010 Corvette Roadster. Mosier Engineering on board. He's out of 548, and he breaks out to go 546.2 on the 548. Bob Payton under by 1,000 to get the win light. Jeg Coughlin Jr. and Chris Bowman. Bowman out of Cardington, Ohio, the 1993 Pontiac Firebird, dialed 630, and a Jeg Coughlin. The flagship name for Jegs.com. Coughlin at 67 Chevy 2. Going to be down 580. Bowman in control, and Bowman with the win. 12 dead at 7. Lays down 19 total. Jeggy lets go 17. He had to go dead on with a 2 or better, and he could not do that. He was dead 7. He was behind by 5,000, and Chris Bowman is going into round number 4.
Another good matchup right here. Rocky Van Note and Matt Dattis. Dattis out of Vermilion, Ohio, the Pontiac Grand Am, dialed 615. And Rocky Van Note, Red Key, Indiana, home for that 1971 Vega wagon. Rocky with Mosier Engineering on board. Dattis, 4 foul red. Rocky Van Note gets to go down the 660 to go dead on 0. He's 21 up front. And moving on into round number 4 is Lee Newmeyer and Bill Webb coming to the starting line. Webb out of Centerburg, the Cutlass, 491 on the dial-in board, and Lee Newmeyer to Sunbury in the Vega. Going to be down 568. Once again, ATI $100,000 to win race, round number 3. Dragsters, we will take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters for round number 3. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2. Good try and chase down Newmeyer. He's 12 up front, taking 22 thou through the stripe to go dead 2 to lay down 14 total. Lee Newmeyer let go 16, and he was inevitably ineligible. He was 20 above. Out there hoping Webb would break out. And Webb puts it dead on to move on into round 4 is Aaron Dysinger and Cameron Cardulis. Bump their way in. Cameron out of Newark. The Step Aside S10 dialed 643. Dysinger out of Monticello, Indiana, dialed 623 in the Malibu. And Dysinger is 8 thou red. Cameron 007. And 10 thou under to move on. Dysinger dead 4 and hit it at 8 thou red. Amanda Manuel and a David Davis up now. Davis 653 the dial on the Camaro, and Amanda Manuel out of Louisville. The S10 dialed 627. It's the last pair of door cars for this round. Let go of the tree. They're 5 thou difference. Davis with 5 thou in his pocket takes 21 thou. He's 11 and dead 3 to lay down 14 total. Manuel 16 up front and 19 thou above. Can't get the job done. David Davis going to be moving on into round at number 4. And here come the dragsters. And I'm going to hand the mic back over to Nate.
Thank you very much, Jeb. Appreciate that. We are switching into the dragsters. And, oh, by the way, didn't we promise something about an Optima a day giveaway? And with our Optima a day giveaway, we promised it would be somewhere between the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Well, guess what? It's somewhere between the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. It is 4:20, and we are going to give away an Optima battery. This one's for Kyle. If you get it, you get it. So with it being 4:20 in the afternoon, the phrase of the day. All right, if you were in the chat bleachers, all you have to do is type in the following phrase. You've got the next 5 minutes. Type it in one time and one time only. The phrase is, real winners are powered by Optima. Real winners are powered by Optima. Type that in. Again, real winners are powered by Optima. Tyler Bohannon gets the win light here. 484 on a 460 dial, was 038 on the tree. Marty Martin turned it red by 11 thousandths of a second and then runs down to be dead on 4. Oops. Tyler Bohannon getting the win light, moving on to round number 4 as we bring up Shanna Stone and Josh Baker. Baker, last night's winner in the shootout. Shanna Stone dialed in at 4:49 on the left side. Josh Baker dialed in at 4:59 on the right side. Advantage on the tree going to go to Josh Baker. He's going to line up the scoreboard on a double breakout. 4:58 on a 4:59. He takes 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 0.02 of a second. Shanna Stone breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Down at the big end of the racetrack, as Josh will move to round number 4, Chris Bear and Jason Rich. Jason dialed 434, going to be the chaser in this pair. Chris Bear dialed in at 465, going to be the chasee in this pair. And again, we have got about 5 minutes out there for you to type in the phrase of the day for your chance to win an Optima yellow top battery. Again, big thanks to the folks at Optima. They've been presenting sponsors with us here at the Fling for a long time now. And we certainly appreciate all that they have done for us and all that they continue to do for the racers. And we love the fact that we're able to give away one of those really nice Optima yellow top batteries. Jason Rich was 007 red. Rich goes 435. Bear goes 466. Winner, right lane, Chris Bear. 001 and 12 thou above to be 13 total. I don't know what you're talking about there, Jesse. I really don't know what you're talking about there, Jesse. It just happened to be a funky coincidence, that's all. Funky coincidence. Michael Illing and Steve Hughes. Hughes dialed in at 463. Michael Illing dialed in at 476. Oh, and by the way, we're also about 35 minutes away from a whole bunch of fun that's going to be happening over in the Fling Fun Zone. Again, at about 5 o'clock, we want you to bring the kiddies down for some water balloons, some popsicles, some treasure hunts, all kinds of fun stuff going to be happening there. As Steve Hughes and Michael Illing separated by 18 thousandths of a second. Illing's going to get the win light. 28 dead 2 puts him 30 total. Steve Hughes was 10 on the tree, gets to the stripe first and breaks out on the loss. So the winner coming out of the left lane this time. Did I just get a message they are filling up 500 water balloons? 500 water balloons? Courtney Grisey and Doug Foley are going to be our next two. Doug Foley's 006 green, Courtney Grisey is 003 red. And Doug's going to go 468 on a 467. Winner going to be Doug Foley. Rolling out of that right side of the racetrack is now Kenny Underwood and Todd Knight. Todd Knight with a 459 dial over on the right side. Kenny Underwood with a 482 dial. Underwood, what they call the FTI Testmobile. He gets a green light start, and he's the winner here. Todd Knight on the right side of the racetrack goes 002 red. Knight 459 on a 459 after he was 002 red. That's red and dead on. Kenny Underwood 13 green, 483 on a 482 to light up the scoreboard on the left lane is now Cortland Carter. Going to be taking on Jeff Serra. Cortland, who recently won his way to a race in Las Vegas, where he'll be going after one of those bracket series world championships. He's got a 461 dial on the left side. Jeff Serra dialed in 0.06 of a second slower than that with a 467, and with that we are at time. So we are going to go back through all of those entries. We will randomly select a winner for that Optima yellow top battery. Thank you very much for all of those of you who played along. We certainly appreciate that. We got an opportunity for a 000 hero, and it won't happen. Wow. Jeff Serra was trip, zip, perfect, and goes 3 above the dial. Bowing out here to Cortland Carter. Cortland was 12 green, dead on 8. Ends up 20 total. Jeff Serra was 37 total, and it's going to be a win light for Cortland Carter. That's going to bring up Tom Clark and Joey Barish. Barish here on the right side. Identical on the tree, and the winner's going to be Tom Clark, the racer out of Washington. 450 on a 449. Joey was 489 on a 487, 2 above the dial, and it came down to a 0.07 of a second margin of victory for Tom Clark. Is now Shane Beck and Dave Askew. Askew on the right side, dialed 513. Shane Beck on the left side, dialed in at 512. 0.07 of a second separate them in reaction time as we get to the stripe. 512 on a 512. Shane Beck. 009, dead on 5. Makes him 14 total, taking a 12-thou stripe for the win on that left side. Dave Askew, 514 on a 513. He's 16 green. 10-thou above the dial to be 26 total. And again, we have closed off the entries for the Optima yellow top battery. Remember, we got one more to give away. We'll give it away tomorrow, but time's up. We're going to go back through and randomly select a winner. Basically, we just kind of, do the random scroll, and where it stops, it stops. Shane Beck getting the win light over Dave Askew as we bring out Chris Beauchamp and Tim Markaglew. Markaglew dialed in at 456. Beauchamp dialed in at 480. Goes to Beauchamp. He was 31 green. Markaglew was 002 red. Out by 2 thou, Chris Beauchamp ends up running 478.9 on a 480. And that's going to bring up Zach Fulcher and Jamie Sirocco. Sirocco dialed in at 457. Zach Fulcher dialed in at 452 with a 0.05 of a second difference. We'll see how it works. Zach's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Jamie's got the pre-stage bulb lit. And we're going to wait here for a minute. Apparently, neither driver really, there we go. Jamie Sirocco. lights up that second set of bulbs atop the atop the Christmas tree. And we have got identical reaction times. Neither driver given an inch. How about 11 dead 1? Zach Fulcher gets himself a win light here in round number 3. Sirocco ends up getting there first by 0.005 of a second, breaks out by 0.004 of a second. As we've got our next pair waiting to get staged up, J.R. Lockhart and Vinny Domino. Vinny over that left side, 4:56 is the dial for the runner out of Staten Island, New York. J.R. Lockhart, 4:84 the dial on the right side. 0.007 of a second separate him in reaction time, and just like Pete said, Vinny's starting to get the hot hand. 001 and his 12th thou above. To be 13 total, getting the win here. J.R. Lockhart was 008, take 9 thou at the stripe to break out by 0.004 of a second. J.R. checks out, Vinny moves on as Tom Dauber and Eric Paterka. Eric talking about having a hot hand. There you go. 484 to a 464, the Red Rocket out of New Jersey. Lining up on the left side. And congratulations, Devin Fleming, our winner of the Optima Yellow Top Battery here on the Optima Battery a Day giveaway for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 main event Friday. Dauber, 003, 470 on a 469. He was holding the advantage here at this end of the racetrack. Paterka was 19 green, giving up 16 thou advantage at this end. Paterka takes 1 thou at the stripe, breaks out at the big end, is now Richard Briscoe and Tim Kelly are going to be our next two. Tim dialed 472. Richard Briscoe dialed in at 481. We're continuing to roll our way through round number 3. This is the FTI Performance Products round. Again, we've already given away $500 of Stainless Works money to Tom Dauber, $500 of Biondo Racing money to Billy Rowe as best losing packages. We're going to go another $500 worth of FTI money to whoever ends up as the best losing package here. Tim Kelly was 15 red and goes 473. That's Mitch Rowe. Mitch dialed 489. Kyle Cotrera dialed 458. As we continue to roll our way through. Start for Mitch Rowe. Mitch, by 0.008 of a second, bows out. Kyle Cotrera, 30 on the tree, and then goes 455 on a 458 after an 030 reaction time. So Mitch exits. Kyle moves on. I'll bring out Rob Mosier and Art Vandelay. Rob Mosier coming in out of Indiana, 4:57. Dialing over on the right side. Going up against the 4:55 dial. Over on the left as the dragsters roll their way through FTI round number 3 on a ATI performance. Products $100,000 to win Friday. Pretty darn cool. Red light start for Art by 0.02 of a second, and then goes dead on 8. Dead on 8. Rob Mosier 20 on the tree and dead on 2. Ends up 2 total. And again, just like we saw yesterday, if you dial it, it will run. Mosier dead 2, Vandelay dead 8, as Chris Stein and Bradley Snowball are going to roll up here next. So a Snowball dialed in at 460. Chris Stein dialed in at 417. Hey, we're about 20 minutes away or so from all the fun down in the fun zone for the kids. Again, we're going to have water balloons, we're going to have popsicles, we're going to have treasure hunts. We got all kinds of fun and prizes, so if you've got kids out here, man, start taking them over to the fun zone. Let's have a good time. 0.05 of a second, the difference between the two drivers. Chris Stein was 12 on the tree and goes 418 on a 417. Snowball was 17 green and goes 462 on a 460. So 27 thou above and behind at 13 thou at the stripe. Let's bring up Dennis Mead and Shane Blackburn. Hey now. I see you out there in the chat bleachers. Hey now. Dennis Mead and Shane Blackburn. Blackburn on the right side. Mead on the left side. 44,000 separate them in reaction time, and Dennis Mead makes quick work of that matchup. 10 on the tree and goes dead on 4. 14 total. Getting there first by 30,000ths of a second. Shane Blackburn was 54 on the tree, goes under by 100th of a second. As now Donovan Williams and Sandra Cook going to be our next two. Sandra, left side, dialed 562. Donovan, right side, dialed 471. So we're about 20 minutes away from having a little kids party down there in the Premier Moving Fling Fun Zone. We're a little over 2 hours away from kicking off the Racer Appreciation Party. I sure wish I was. Unfortunately, the real job is going to keep me away from Bristol this year. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Certainly wish I could make it. Donovan was 004 red and then goes 469 on a 471. Sandra Cook gets the win light. 24 green and 561.9 on a 562 is Brent Martin and Troy Stone. Are going to be our next couple of cars. Troy's dialed in at 455. Brent's dialed in at 481. Pre-stage bulbs already lit up. We are getting down towards the end of round number 3. And we got an 8-foul split between our drivers on the racetrack. Troy trying to hold on, but it's going to be Brent Martin. 004 and dead on 0. 4-pack for Brent Martin. Lighting up the scoreboard on the left side. Troy Stone was 12 green and 1 above to be 18 thou behind on the right side. So Brent Martin, left lane winner, is Cameron Manuel and Tyler Bohannon are going to be our next two. Bohannon with a 461 dial. He's leaving second in this pair. Cameron Manuel dialed in 0.11 of a second slower than that with a 472 dial over on the left side. Got a few drivers that are still trying to keep 2 in. We'll see just how far they can take them into the rounds. Just how deep can you go? That's really the question. 6 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. 471.6 on a 472. Cameron Manuel out of that left lane going to light up his scoreboard for the win on a double breakout. He's under by 4 thousandths of a second. Tyler Bohannon taking 13 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Ends up breaking it out by 11 thousandths of a second. Manuel moves on as Cody Witt and Lester Atkins. Atkins on the right side, 447 dial. Cody Witt on the left side, 489 is the dial. We'll see what we can do. Time. Advantage to Cody Witt. Win light goes that way as well. Cody is 3 dead 3. Taking 11th thou at the stripe. And gets the win with a 6-pack. Lester Atkins, 13 green, dead on 4, 17 total. And no good when he gets hit with a 6-pack on the opposite side of the racetrack is now Colby Fuller and John Cook. John's dialed in at 489. Colby's dialed in at 472. I appreciate that, Major. I really wish I could be there, but I've got just a little bit too much going on at work at home and trying to be gone this weekend, a week again from now. It just wouldn't work out. John Cook, Colby Fuller. Fuller with the advantage by 64 thousandths of a second. Works that to his full advantage, 477 on a 472. Taking 12 thou at the stripe after the 005 reaction time. John was 69 on the tree and dead on 2. Again, pretty much everybody being able to run whatever it is that they are putting on the race cars. Kyle Bigley came money, as it says on the side of the car, rolling up on the left side, and Erica Baker. Baker's got a 456 number. Showing up on the scoreboards of the left lane, that Coughlin Cars lane, and Kyle Bigley. A 453, so just 0.03 of a second, the difference between the two in dial-ins. We'll go with that. As we get them staged up yet again, looks like the staging lanes are empty as far as the dragsters are concerned. Thou split with both drivers being 00. Kyle Bigley puts together 5 total, taking 2 thou at the stripe to get the win light. 001, dead on 4 for Bigley. Erica Baker is 007, dead 0. That'll be 7 total and will not get out of the round. Round number 3 is going to get mean again. Well, I know we're almost done, but still. 7 total and no good. Kyle Bigley drops 4 thou total over on the left side to get the win light as Tracy Sons and Chris Bear. Bear's dialed 466. Tracy Sons is dialed 463. And we're not wasting any time getting them staged up on the starting line. He's out, separate them. Winner's going to be Chris Bear. He puts a 4-pack up. So we go from a 4-pack in the left lane to a 4-pack in the right lane. And the winner's Bear. Bear? Wow. It was a 003 reaction time on the left side and ends up like 12th thou over, and geez. So Bear now puts up 2 001s in a row, lays one down, 4 total to move on, as Mark Kidd and Steve Hughes are going to be our next 2. Again, getting down to the end of it here in round number 3. And again, we're a little more than 10 minutes away from water balloons and popsicles and do we have a 000 hero? No. Another one, 000, and will not light up the scoreboard. Mark Kidd, 18 green, 467 on a 466. Winner's Mark Kidd out of that left side of the racetrack. Steve Hughes was trip, zip, perfect, take 39 thou at the stripe. I think Mark might have done a little. We'll see. Steve Hughes under by 7 thousandths of a second as Chris Hess and Kenny Underwood. I'm going to roll up now. Kenny, 483 is the dial. Again, trying to stay alive in 2. Chris Hess, 504 the dial over on the left side. 5 thou separated. Win light belongs to Chris Hess. 007 dead 6 takes 6 thou at the stripe. Mike Harbaugh, Justin Daniels. Oh no. I am not sure what happened with Harbaugh there, but the green light turned on and he did not move. He had the numbers in the box a little bit wrong, but Justin Daniels, 32 green and 536 on a 521 dial, will light up the board on behalf of Justin, as we're going to bring out Johnny Brackett Racer and Party Marty. Marty Martin on the left side. Johnny Ezel on the right side. Marty Martin missed it at this end of the racetrack. Johnny Ezel, 007 on the tree and goes 462 on a 460. But Marty, it just didn't work out well for him this time at all. 086 on the tree for Marty. And then 448 on a 450. Down to our final 4 cars. In round number 3. So the FTI round getting ready to come to a close. Starting to look at that best losing package. See who's got that potential $500 coming to them from our friends at FTI. Side, Jeff right side, and Sarah 11 dead 3 take 5 thou at the stripe to light up the board on that right side. Shanna Stone was 21 green, chases him through to go 4:48.8 on a 4:49, but Sarah is 14 total to Shanna's 21 reaction time, and that is going to be that as now Tom Artakis and Gabby Needham. Gabby, who celebrated her 19th birthday yesterday. We'll see if she can keep her rolling. And give herself a nice little day after birthday present. Tom Artakis dialed in at 640. Gabby's dialed in at 496. Again, kids, just about 5 minutes. Make sure you make your way over there to that Fling Fun Zone. Brought to you by Premier Moving. Artakis off and away on the green, and here comes Gabby. Can the dragster reel in the Barracuda? Nope. Tom 003. And goes 6:43 on a 6:40 to get the win light. Gets there first by 0.08 of a second. Gabby had given up 29 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time and ends up running 5:04 on the 496. So that brings an end to round number 3, the FTI Performance Round, here at an ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win Friday. Again, just a couple of minutes away. If you've got kids here on property, want to come on over and have a little fun at the water balloon fight, have some popsicles, and
Hello, racers. We are in the tower at the National Trail Raceway, Summer Fling. I'm here with my good friend Pete Dagnolo. So me and this guy have a lot in common. Our first name is Pete. Our last name ends in a vowel. Our father's name is Sam. So, yeah, man, he reminds me a lot of a younger version of myself, except he's a little bit better. Killer racer, just came off of Indy. Pete, you must be riding the high right now.
Yeah, for sure. We're riding the high road and then coming here and lose first round in buybacks yesterday, but try to turn around today. But yeah, no, it's a feeling that you'll never forget. Obviously, you know, but it's quite the amazing feat. Couldn't be happier. And even if I get beat up here all week, I don't think I'd take a smile off my face.
Yeah, nothing like the U.S. Nationals. And your father seemed real. I'm sure he was extremely pumped. You run a small block on alcohol in that famous orange Malibu. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's 434 on alcohol. It's really, I mean, I think for all the weather swings that we go through and blind dials, I think that's the way to go. But I mean, a lot of people have different opinions. But yeah, it's I've had it for about 7 years, and knock on wood, it's been, you know, really solid and doesn't let me down. I let it down more than it does me.
Well, I'll tell you this, he's officially a made man when it comes to racing, in my opinion. How old are you now?
36.
He's 36, and he's just getting, in my opinion, hasn't even peaked yet, but he's a killer driver. He's a killer driver off the top and the bottom, and we're going to see how we stack up against each other in a short practice tree session, because the first 1 to 5 will win, and if you beat me, you get a Summer Fling t-shirt.
All right, sounds good.
All right. He doesn't look nervous, Dylan. So we're going to do the first 3 off the top, and then we're going to finish it off the bottom. But the first 1 to 5 win lights will be it, and let's roll.
All right, so I got him off the top, but he's gonna have to make a hell of a charge off the bottom now. All right, here we go. It's 3-0 right now, but now we're off the bottom. Gonna try to make up some ground here, right?
Yeah.
Good luck, brother.
Take it easy on me, all right?
I hate when people say that before around.
It's the worst. It's the worst, yeah.
Here we go. You're down to your last one, you know that, right?
I'm not worried about it.
I know you're not. Ooh. All right.
See?
You're in the
I
game.
knew I wasn't worried
that
about
guy
it.
almost. All right, 4-1. Four to 2.
Life.
Oh, wow.
Getting nervous?
I think so. Four up, baby. You ready?
Yeah.
This is the comeback of the year. I'll take a little bit out. That was a comeback of the year right there. Congratulations, Pete.
Hey, thanks.
From 4-0, he came back and beat me 5-4. So you got a free T-shirt. You won first round. What's going to happen the rest of the day? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Hopefully keep the momentum going. Made 2 okay runs today, so hopefully try to finish it off the rest of the day. Forecast looks beautiful. Track's tight. Cars are working good, so see what happens.
All right, my money's on this guy, especially what he just pulled off there. But good luck and thanks for coming up here.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at Jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at Jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is Jegs.com.
It really feels like if you can win a spring fling event, it's one of the most prestigious events you can win because a lot of really good bracket racers show up and it's just a really tough atmosphere.
These are some of the best bracket racers all over the U.S. There's a great turnout this year and I'm going up against the best, trying to put my best foot forward. I think it's been really awesome. Definitely being challenged out here.
If someone asked me about spring fling, I would tell them to come and enjoy it because it's a great time. It's a full week of racing and a lot of beautiful cars and a lot of good competition.
If I was asked by anyone whether or not they should come to the spring fling, I would say absolutely. It's the best race on the West Coast. I would absolutely recommend it. Go spring fling team.
All right, we're going back racing here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. And we are getting ready to roll in round number 4, the Torque Tools round. Here for $100,000. Well, once again, dragsters in round 4. You've been called to lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters, round 4 to lanes 1 and 2, please. And here comes Nasty Nick Hastings and Rick Huffman. Huffman, Waxahachie, Texas, dialed 617. And Nick Hastings, he's dialed 613. Now, this is something you don't see too often. Hastings in the T1000, Huffman, the Chevette. Similar body styles. Hastings, of course, hitting it off the bottom, as he's known all too well for. He's coming hot off a big win down in Bristol just a few weeks ago. And both drivers are out of the age green. 3 thou between them. Your winner is going to be Nasty Nick Hastings. 15 to take 1 thou. To go 10 thou above. He lays down 25 total. Rick Huffman 18 up front and dead on with an 8. He was behind by 1 thou. As Nick Hastings will move on into round number 5. And here comes Chris Bowman and Austin Cardulis, AK, out of Pataskala, Ohio. Going to be down 674 in that Pontiac. And Chris Bowman out of Cardington, the 1993 Firebird. He's going to be down 630. New style Firebird, old style Firebird. A Pontiac Battle Royale here in Torque Tools round number 4. Cardulis in control, and Cardulis gets the win. 10 take 12 to go 15 thou under. Bowman 23 and 16 thou under. Cardulis going to be moving on. And here comes David Davis and Doug Linden out of Bergen, New York. The 55 Chevrolet dialed 515. And a David Davis out of Toledo, Ohio. The 1988 Camaro. They're going to be dialed 653. Thou to separate him, and Doug Linden going to get the win light. 13 gets behind. 13 stays behind. Davis 009 take 2 tenths. Wow. To break out by 5 thou. Davis is going to be throwing that fist in the air whenever he sees that time ticket. And Caleb Ellison and Skylar B 11 thou red. Ellison 11 on the green side to go 628 on the 630. Skylar B dead 2, but hit it 11 thousandths toward the red side. Cameron Cardulis, the step aside S10 on the Coghlan cars, lane dialed 643. And a TJ Mendola out of Tonawanda, New York. The 74 GTO going to be dialed 665. Both drivers make their way into stage. 8,000 wins to Let's Go. Car duelists moving on. 16 and 17 thou above. Mendola 008 take 32 to be 7th thou under. A lot of guys out here making a full lick and breaking out here in the Torque Tools round number 4. As Bob Payton and Wally Braskett come to the starting line, Wally 548, the Opel Manta, and a Bob Payton. The 63 Nova, based out of Fowlerville, Michigan, going to be down 616. To a 20, Wally, yet another one, takes too much. He breaks out 4th thou. Payton didn't leave him much room. He was 20 and dead 1. Braskett 18, take 7 to be 4th thou under. Had to take 3 or less. That's tight to do. And Bob Payton gets to move on as Phil Combs comes to the starting line of that Nova, dialed 629, and a Michael Balaska. The 89 Mustang, dialed 598. And Velasquez here, he puts it on the bumper as he's out. He's 5 thou ahead of the Let Go, and another one takes 17 thou to be 12 thou under. Phil going to be moving on, 40 and dead on. Logan back, the S10 dialed 630. He's going to be taking on Scott Hessler. Scott out of Columbus, the 1969 Camaro. 527 on the side of the car. He's going to put back out, about a second or so. And he's going to try and reel him in. Here we go. Hessler is in trouble and gets the win. Yet another time, this is a round where if you have a good light, you're breaking out, and the worst light's going to win. Plain and simple. Scott Hessler, 43, 6 thou under. Logan back, 8 thou under. He was 19 at the Let Go. Wow, what a round it's been. Bill Webb and Rocky Van Note are coming into the water. Rocky, Red Key, Indiana home for that Mosier Engineering 71 Vega wagon. He's down to 585. And Bill Webb, the Super Tuesday Dragster Shootout winner. He's behind the wheel of that 89 Cutlass. He's based out of Centerburg, Ohio. He's dialed in at a 490. I would say it's safe to say Bill's probably got the quickest door car on the property this weekend. Both of these drivers have been at it for a long time. To a 34. And yet again, Bill Webb is 11 up front, takes 27 thou to be 14 thou under. Rocky Van Note 34 and 10 thou under, moving on. Gordon Bobbin and Tom Artakis. Tom out of Ray, Michigan, the Barracuda dialed 641. Gordon Bobbin, Boise, Idaho. The 72 CUDA dialed 555. Triple nickel for Gordon. So let's see if these guys can break the curse, or will the worst light win again? Artakis takes his time to get in. Artakis 10 thou red. Gordon 40 up front. 15 thou under. 5:53.5 out of 5:55. Artakis slows it to go 6:77.3 on a 6:41. Lou Greco and Gordon Juan. Juan, Port Charlotte, Florida home for that Beach Bum Vega wagon. He's down into the 6:23. And Lou Greco, the GTO judge, down to 5:70. He's based out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. Finally, Lou Greco, 009, take 3 to go 13 thou above. To lay down 22 total, lock Gordon Juan out from the let-go. He was 23 and dead 2. As Lou Greco gets to move on. Out of the Torque Tools round, here is Nick Hastings and David Davis. Final call, dragsters, for Torque Tools round of 4. You should be in lanes 1 and 2. Final call, dragsters. You need to be in lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. Nick Hastings, David Davis. Davis, 6:53. Hastings, 6:13. So Double D and Nasty Nick go at it right here. Hastings bumps in first. They're both green at the let-go. Hastings gonna have to get after it. Breaks out trying to do it. And David Davis gets the win lamp. 3 and 11 thou above. 14 total. Hastings let go at 21. Chris Hess and Chris Bear. Bear for Bear Motorsports. He's behind the wheel of American Race Guy. Going to be down to 4:65. And Chris Hess out of Marietta, Ohio, the 2006 Mullis Dragster, going to be down to 5:04. To a 009, Chris Bear, 9 to take 8 to go 18 thou above. Chris has 25 and 10 thou above. Chris Bear gonna get to move on. Colby Fuller and Tyler Bohannon, Tebow, out of Louisville, Kentucky. The Miller car gonna be down to 460, and Colby Fuller from Savannah, Georgia, he's down to 472. Driver is perfect right here, and he gets the win light. He'll get a 000 hero coin. Tyler Bohannon, 8 and 6 thou under. Fuller, perfect, 3 thou under. Moving on. Bryn Martin and Chris Beauchamp. Beauchamp out of Scranton, PA. The 2013 American Race Car. Going to be down 480, and Bryn Martin, he's down to 481 out of Maryland in the race deck. 100 head start. Going to go to Brent. Absolute final call for your round number 4. You need to be in the lanes right now. This is the absolute final call for dragsters in round number 4. You need to be in the lanes right now. Beauchamp, 007, 29th out above. Brent Martin let go late and was 22 above. Shane Beck and Doug Foley, 2-seater Doug out of Mooresville, North Carolina, going to be down 471. And Shane Beck out of Narvana, Pennsylvania, going to be down in at a 511. Between them. Foley, 11, dead 5. 16 total was Shane Beck. Let's go 18. And he's just out there to make a time run. Shane Beck, 18, dead 2, 20 total. Dennis Mead and Michael Ealing. Michael out of Michigan. He's down to 476. Dennis Mead out of Newark in the race tech, down in 480. Stayed in trouble. He was 21, dead 3, 24 total. Michael Wheeling, 004, 12 thou above, as he is 16 total. Rob Mosier and Sandra Cook up now. Sandra out of Hamilton, Ohio, and the undercover race car. Going to be down 561. Rob Mosier out of Portland, Indiana. The 2009 American race car down in at a 456. Sandra, 5 thou red. Rob Mosier, 1 and 16 above to move on into round 5. Jeff Sarah, Zach Fulcher. The M&M dragster, Mr. Cool on board. He's based out of Farmington, Kentucky. Jeff Sarah, Adamstown, Pennsylvania. So Sarah looking to go back-to-back. Last year's winner and runner-up for $100,000. So neither driver wanting a stage. Got a little burn down. Who was going to go in first? Fulcher, Sarah. Fulcher bumps it on in. Jeff taking his time. Flickers the beam. Zach Fulcher was late. Sarah, 7 total. Take 26th thou to get the win light. Fulcher dead 0. But via the reaction time, Jeff Sarah going to move on. Richard Briscoe and Kyle Coltrera. Coltrera out of Elliott, Maine. The undercover car going to be down in at a 4:58. And Richard Briscoe out of Oakley, Illinois. He's down in at a 4:81. Coltrera, 27, dead 3, lays down 30 total. Briscoe, 17, takes 17 to go 4 thou under. He takes 13 or less. He's moving on into the next round. Cody Witt and then Josh Baker. Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky. Going to be down 4:59. Cody Witt out of West Virginia, down 4:89. 3/10 head start for Cody Witt. Baker going to have to try and chase him down. Josh Baker getting the win, 1 thou under. As Cody Witt's 11th thou under. Baker 16 up front to Witt's 20. Witt took 6 thou. Had to get behind. Couldn't do it. JBR, Johnny Brackett racer up now out of Louisiana. He's down at a 4:60. And at Tom Dopfer out of Medford, New Jersey, the Phantom race car down 4:70. JBR, 006. 43 thou under. 4:55, 7 on the 460 for Ezel. Tom Dauber let go way too quick. He was dead 3. Cortland Carter and Vinny Domino. Domino, Staten Island, New York is where he calls home. He's out here representing Numidia Dragway. He's down to 4:56 here in Torque Tools round of 4. Cortland Carter, Lubbock, Texas. He's down to 4:61. Cortland bumps in first. Vinny Domino follows him in. 19. Domino gets the win. He's 1 thou under. Cortland Carter, 4 thou under. Cortland was behind by 5 thou at the light. Domino takes 2 thou stripe to go with thou under. K-Money, Kyle Bigley. Down to 447 from Secaucus, New Jersey. And a Chris Stein, Silver Lake, Indiana home for the Diamond Race Car. He's down 418. Up some room, takes 3 thou, had to take nothing. He's 3 thou under. Kyle Bigley, 006, 12 thou above to lay down 18 total. Chris Stein had to go dead on, couldn't do it. And Kyle Bigley gets to move on into round number 5. As Cameron Emanuel and Justin Daniels take the starting line. Justin Showtime Daniels out of Roanoke, Indiana, the 2000 undercover. Down to 521, and Cameron Emanuel out of Louisville, North Carolina. The 2019 American Race Car going to be down 471. Emanuel gets the win. 18, take 30 to go. 15 thou above. Daniels, let go. 48. Had to make some magic happen and couldn't do it. 15, 20, yeah, 15 thou above. Kenny Underwood, Skinny Kenny. FTI and Jegs on board for Kenny. He's down to 482, and Tom Clark. Clark out of Spokane, Washington, down to 449. Skinny Kenny moving on, 31 and dead 3, 34 total. Tom Clark, 6 thou red, 1 thou under. Stevie the Sidewinder Dustin. Out of Maryland, the Nova. He gets the bye run here, and Torque Tools round of 4. He's going to be down at 139 in memory of Sean Serra. So we'll see what Sidewinder can do here on the single. He hits at 31 red, doesn't matter. He's out there by himself. It was 595.3. As our final pair gets the signal to do their burnouts here in the Torque Tools round of 4. Mark Kidd and Chris Bear. Bear Motorsports on the side of that American race car. He's down 466, and Mark Kidd all the way from Twin Falls, Idaho. The 2004 undercover car down 467. 25. Bear going to be moving on. 5 dead, 4, 9 total. Mark Kidd let go 25 and was in the way from the beginning. He was 4th thou under. And this concludes the Torque Tools round 4 for the ATI Performance Products Friday 100K.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
The suite at the Cosmopolitan awaits. And one of these two, either Kevin Brannon or Spencer Massey, is going to add their name to the list that was started by Jeff Verdi, continued on by Luke Bogacki, Randall Reed, Peeps Pennington, Scotty Richardson, and Bo Butner, have all claimed the title of Spring Fling Million Champion. The Showgirls, Jennifer and Greta, taking their position down there on the starting line as well. We've got a Gaffney, South Carolina representation driving the Howmobile over on the left side. 460 is going to be the dial for the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's down in at 647. Kevin's down in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree, take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million. The main event day comes to a close in a fantastic side-by-side drag race between the door cars and the dragsters. Kevin Brannon, Spencer Massey did not disappoint.
Kevin Brannon taking the win in a car that he had not been in until this morning.
Pretty cool.
After the first round, was talking to him in the staging lanes, and he's like, you know, I got a pretty good horse here. Kevin Brannon, yes, you do, and you rode it all the way to be the Million main event champion here in 2022, Nathan Hershey.
We are standing down here trackside. Kevin Brannon is putting on the champion's jacket, the 7th man to don the jacket here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, surrounded by the showgirls. The smiles on the face is like, dude, the big check, the showgirls, the limo's waiting, the suite is waiting. Man, it's going to be a good afternoon. I'm going to slide in here, jump into a car you've never driven before. The day starts off really well and just ends on an even higher note, man. Tell me about your experience here today. How much does this mean to you?
Man, I can't. I just got to give all the glory to God and thank Brian, Mindy, and family for giving me the opportunity to drive this thing. I mean, they didn't know me and put their trust in me, and I can't thank them enough for giving me the opportunity.
Man, you have had a spectacular year already. Tell me, where does this win rank? You've got so many trophies on the shelf at home, but to be able to join an elite crew like this, what does this mean?
Someone with all the drama that went on, just to be able to do it and earn it all the way through, it's crazy. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say.
All right. Hey, make some noise for your champion, Kevin
Well, okay. Fresh back from the Fling Fun Zone. Again, thank you very much to our friends at Premier Moving, Raider Campbell and the team. Kind of back in that Fling Fun Zone. We got down there and had a good time with the kids. Had some water balloon fights, popsicles, Easter egg hunt, like treasure hunt. A lot of the kids were able to walk away with cash in their hand, prizes, scooters, basketballs, footballs, coloring books. There was all kinds of stuff that got handed out. It was so much fun. And then, of course, the water balloon fight. Now that I'm sitting up here in the air conditioning, I'm a little chilly. Just a little bit chilly. But it's okay. That's funny. I mean, I only got hit with like one water balloon, but still. It's hanging out there. Again, we're getting ready to go in round number 5. For those of you that are joining along in our Motor Mania live TV feed, we certainly appreciate you being there. Hey, racers, we're going to go ahead and put out one last call for apparel here today. We are going to be wrapping up shop at the T-shirt tent. So if you are looking for a T-shirt, sweatshirt, one of the event hats, or one of those tumblers, they are available, and this is going to be your last call for today. So if you want to get up there and grab your apparel, this is going to serve as your last call. Which in Vegas, that's something that we don't understand. Somebody says last call and you go, what's that? What's that? So we've got 28 coming back in this round. And the 28 that we've got coming back this round are going to battle it out to come back in a round of 14. Remember, we do go on a ladder at 8 now. One of those slight adjustments that based on racer feedback, based on from what Peter and the team heard from racers at all of the other Fling races, they said, hey, look, you know, we think that going on a ladder at 8 would be a better deal than going on the ladder at 16, so they made that adjustment because, well, you asked for it. Peter delivered. That's just kind of the way that it goes. So we will not go on a ladder until round number 7. Couple more rounds before we do that, as our first 2 already out of the water box and ready to get after it. Scott Hessler. He's got the Camaro out of Columbus, dialed in at 525 here on the right side of the racetrack. And I want to see, let's see here. It shows that we've got like over 1,300 people watching online. And I've seen like 8 people actually chat. So we've got a 673 dial for Austin Cardulis. He's going to get the head start in this pair, and then Scott Hessler is going to do the chasing. We got an 11th split in reaction time. Cardulis is in control and goes 675 on a 673 with a 002 reaction time. Scott Hessler was 13 green, take 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 6 thousandths of a second. So Hessler out in this go-round as Austin will take his ride into round number 6. We are in the Hoosier Tire Racing round. Brand new set of those brand new set of slicks from our friends at Hoosier. I know Farron is listening online, paying close attention to what his drivers are doing. Wishes he could be here, but like most of us, has got other things that have kept him preoccupied at the moment. We'll see if maybe he can make his way to Bristol. Hopefully he does, but Rocky Van Note and David Davis. So thank you, Farron. Thank you to everybody at Hoosier. We appreciate your continued sponsorship, your continued partnership. Red light start for Rocky Van Note by 18 thousandths of a second. Oh, red and dead on. That's the story. 18 red, dead on 1. Rocky Van Note bows out. David Davis, 19 green, and then runs 696 on that dial as he gets out of the throttle. Now Caleb Ellison and Lou Greco. Greco, who's going to be our headline entertainment at the Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Party, keeping himself occupied. I mean, isn't that what all the headliners are supposed to do? They're supposed to go on at a certain time, and they never show up on time because they got something else going on. Well, that's what Lou's doing. He got something else going on, like focusing on winning $100,000. 570, the dial for Lou on the right side of the racetrack. Caleb Ellison dialed it at 629. Ellison with a big old bad old wheel standing Camaro. Let's see if he does it again. He's been doing it all day. They're beautiful. Beauty. I know you're there, Umbrella Man. I love the fact that you're there. Red light start both sides of the racetrack, and both of them are 018 red. comes down to the very teeny tiny numbers that we can't see on the screen. Lou Greco gets credited with the win light. Goes 5:69.9 on the 570. Caleb Ellison ends up running dead on 3. But at this end of the racetrack, what we see on the screen goes 3 digits deep. What the computer calculates goes deeper than that. And Lou Greco gets the win light there. Caleb Ellison was dead on 3, but it was over at this end of the racetrack. Wow. Wow. All right. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. People streaming on YouTube can't participate in the chat. Okay, we'll buy that. Phil Combs and Bob Payton, both drivers leave green. Payton was dialed in at 6:16 on the right side. Phil Combs dialed in at 6:29 on the left side and dead on again. Phil Combs, 16 green and dead on 7 is going to get him a win light. Bob Payton on the right side of the racetrack was 26 green, so it was 10 thou in the hole. Leaving this end of the pavement. Takes 2 thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thou. And there was nothing he could have done with that. Phil Combs moving to round number 6 as we bring up Nasty Nick Hastings and Cameron Cardulis. Nick dialed in at 6:13 on the left side. Yesterday was a quick one for Nick. Today he's making it really long. Making it really long. Cameron Cardulis, oh man. I'm so sorry. Cardulis had a reaction time that started with a 2. Nasty Nick was 003. And then just kind of takes a parade lap down to the finish line. Goes 6:29 on a 6:13. Cameron runs 6:81 on the 6:43, but ouch. Ouch. That's terrible. It's just terrible. Stevie Dustin and Doug Linden. Mike, I'm not even going to repeat that. I have outlawed that machine. Outlawed. Doug Linden, 5:16 dial. Stevie Dustin, the Sidewinder, lining up over on the left side. Dialed in at 596. I mean, I wasn't giving anybody a hard time about not chatting. I was just saying it'd be nice to hear from some more people, but I totally get it. Totally get it. It is terrible. Stevie Dustin, 18 red, 599 on a 596. Left lane bows out here. Doug Linden advances, 28 green, and goes 514 on a 516. That's now Gordon Boven and Colby Fuller. Gordon coming all the way in out of Boise, Idaho. 553 is the dial for Gordy and the Barracuda, and Colby Fuller coming in out of Savannah, Georgia, as we are into our transition pair. This pair is transitioning. 471 the dial for Colby. Giving the head start to Gordon Boven's Barracuda from Boise. Boven goes red by 0.08 of a second. Colby Fuller picks up the win light. Left lane moving on. 471 was the dial. 13 green and 502 to finish it off. Boven 008 red, and then runs down to be 555 on a 553. Already back for the burnout. One of our cars, or the car that is still doubled up, and also happens to be the dragster representative in that Brodix run for the head. Speaking of that, hey, Jeff Fargo, we would love an opportunity to talk to you up here in the tower. Jeff Fargo, if you are out there, please come on up here and see, you know, either Marco or Lela or somebody up here. We want to talk to you about how you doing. Oh, Stevie. You want a Pepsi? 466 is the dial for Bear. Vinny Domino. Very carefully taking up his spot on the starting line. second time, and it's going to be dead on 0 for Vinny Domino. Vinny, 11 green, dead 0, makes him 11 total. Chris Bear was 14 green, gets to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 7 thou. So Vinny Domino taking care of business against Chris Bear. Bear drops out in 1, hoping to stay alive in his other one. If not, he knows that he's at least going to be racing for a set of SR20 heads as soon as we get a hold of Jeff Fargo. Because Jeff Fargo was our representative from the door car side. Put up a 1-pack earlier in the weekend. Chris Bear put up a 1-pack earlier in the weekend, and we got Josh Baker and Kenny Underwood. Baker, 459 on a 459. 006 dead on 7. Right side gets the win light. And there you go. Kenny Underwood was 29 green and runs 481 on a 482. 29. Not going to stack up to a 006 dead 7 as Josh Baker by 11 thousandths of a second moves into the next round. So 13 total for Baker. Taking him deeper into the game, the guy who stood in front of the winner's circle banner last night, picking up that $5,000 bonus shootout win. Here's Cameron Manuel, Chris Beauchamp. I'm glad to see we got people listening in from all over the country. 20 thousandths of a second separate Manuel and Beauchamp. Finish line says Cameron Manuel is going to be coming back. 11 on the tree, 14 thousandths of a second above the dial. Gets him to the stripe first by 26 thousandths of a second in the left lane for the win. Chris Beauchamp was 31 on the tree and 2 above. And that ain't going to work out. Will not calculate in your favor. Now Kyle Bigley. K-Money going up against Rob Mosier. Mosier drags her to right side. Kyle Bigley out of Secaucus, New Jersey. So started with 28, will be coming back with 14 on a $100,000 to win Friday. 40 thousandths of a second separate him. Rob Mosier is hurting. Hurting. 043 on the tree for Mosier, dead on 9. Will not get the opportunity to advance here as Kyle Bigley 003 and goes 455 on a 454 dial. Brings us to what should be one of our final pair. We're still waiting on that double entry to roll back around here. Johnny Ezel and Michael Illing. 476 to a 460 and a red light start for Michael. Michael misses the tree 17 thousandths of a second, goes 476 on a 476, and we all say together, red and dead on. Johnny Ezel, 17 green, and was holding a few, 455 on that 460, so we are just waiting for the double entry to make their way back here. But it's definitely getting more and more exciting as we continue to make our way through here. Again, for those of you that are watching on the live feed, we want to thank Strange Engineering for sponsoring this event's live feed, keeping Motor Mania TV up and going. Again, you can subscribe to Motor Mania TV's YouTube channel. That way you don't miss a thing, because you don't want to miss a thing. Was it an 80s or a 90s song? Don't want to miss a thing. I think it was it 90s? Late 90s? Oh, you can use Google. I've got chat bleachers. They will come out with that like just saying. I can toss That's kind of the whole thing. We can toss a question out there to the chat bleachers, and they'll immediately come back with an answer because they're all smart like that. All right. I kind of have to agree with JJ's logic there. He's like, so how do you judge time? Well, here's how I go. Mike Eames tossed it in there for 1998. Yeah, going bracket racing, I was aware it was Aerosmith. Ron Man tosses in there. It was the 90s, and Mike Eames pops in with exactly. It was 1998. As a matter of fact, August, the week of August 20th, don't want to miss a thing, topped the charts at number 5. All right, maybe it wasn't quite there, but no, I'm just saying it was atop the charts. It wasn't number 1, but I mean, if you figure you got 40 of them, you're number 5, you're still towards the top. There you go, Ricky Bobby. If you ain't first, you're last. Just for that, I'm going to go duct tape a bag of Fruit Loops to the bottom of that El Camino and send you out on the road. Was it Fruit Loops that he duct taped in the car? I can't remember what it was. Again, the chat bleachers will pop in with that. They'll know exactly what was the cereal that got duct taped in Ricky Bobby's car. Cougar. I like Cougars. Cougars. That's right. Oh, come on. Wow. Hitting me with the old man joke, saying that I don't qualify for Cougars anymore. Ooh, see, it was Lucky Charms. It was Lucky Charms. Wow, that one kind of hurt. And it was a Chevelle. Lucky Charms in the Chevelle. Oh my goodness, I just hope tonight at the party somebody didn't end up running around yelling that they're on fire. Help me. Oh, it's good, because I'm going to come at you like a spider monkey. Oh, we got to love that stuff. So we should be pretty close. I think it looks like we've got our double entry has made their way back into the staging lanes. We're going to finish pairing up our final few, and it's going to be time to go. I miss having Mike Eames here. I mean, I'm sad that I'm not going to get to be in Bristol with you, Mike. But I know you'll take good care of everybody, and it'll go well. Yep, Mopar, we did establish that earlier in the weekend. Grape nuts are not cereal. They essentially are road gravel that somebody sprinkled a little wheat flavoring on and threw them in a bag. I just didn't even know that grape nuts are even edible. Is there anybody out there that even still, are they even on the shelf anymore? You can find them on the grocery store shelf? Why? Well, no, here's the thing. I mean, whatever box of grape nut cereal you ended up buying on the grocery store shelf has probably been there since 1998. That's why they're so hard, and the ones that are going on the shelf now are going to be there until 2033 until somebody buys those. Captain Crunch is good stuff. We've had this debate already this weekend. We know. Yeah, Frosted Flakes, they're great. We all know that. Tony's told us that time and time again. It's just kind of fun. So, life is going to be good. We are going to go fast. I don't understand that either. How is it that you can pour milk? Well, I don't know. I mean, the last time I ate grape nuts, I was probably like 12 and realized that I could probably go out into the sandbox out back and get the same thing and pour milk on it. It was just terrible. Oh, it was horrible. Oh, oof. Oof. Well, okay. So I'll toss this out here while we're waiting on our next one. Who remembers cream of wheat? Does anybody still eat cream of wheat? Ugh. That right there, cream of wheat was like sand and paste. No, that was like taking Elmer's paste and pouring sand in it, and that's how you get cream of wheat. That stuff's ugh. All right, so Doug Foley and Kyle Coltrera. The answer right now, 80, nobody. Chris Bear was our last doubled car. He ended up not turning on the wind light in his first entry. He's come back to see if he can turn on the wind light in his second entry and stay in the game. Right now, Doug Foley, Kyle Coltrera. Cocoa wheat. Never heard of that. Coltrera's dialed in at 458. Doug Foley's dialed in at 470. It's definitely a texture thing for me. You can put chocolate on all you want, but something tastes like somebody's like, man, it's like somebody put sandpaper in a blender. That's gross. All right, so Foley's going to be getting the head start in this pair. He's dialed in at 470 over on the left side of the racetrack. Kyle Coltrera will be the chaser. He's lined up on the right side of the racetrack. As soon as we get done with these two pair, we got another prize to give away. Thanks to the folks at West End Opera. 2 fouls separate them in reaction time. You can hear the throttle work down at the finish line, and Kyle Coltrera takes care of business against Doug Foley. Foley was 10 on the tree on the left side, takes 12 thou at the stripe to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Kyle Coltrera, 008, dead 7, ends up 15 total to get the win light on that right side. Doug Foley, 10 green, take 12 thou at the stripe, breaks out 7 thou as Chris Bear and Jeff Serra. This is going to be a fun matchup right here. Jeff dialed in 474. On the right side of the racetrack. Closest to the grandstands, and Chris Bear dialed in at 465. Bear came into the round with 2, and at this point in time is really hoping to get out with 1. Oh, 2 fouls separated in reaction time at the finish line. Womp womp, and Chris Bear takes it to the next round. Jeff Serra was 15 green, take 12 thou at the stripe to break out by 3 thou in the right lane. Chris Bear, 17 green, and goes 465.7 on a 465 to get the win light. All right, so that is going to wrap up round number 5. Hey, racers, we need a little help here. If you have a Dodge truck that is parked down by the snack bar, we need you to get back over there and move it. You've got one of the racers blocked in. So, again, if you own a Dodge truck that is parked down by the snack bar, we need you to head back down there and get that moved. You've got one of the racers blocked in. We certainly appreciate that help. Thank you very much. Well, so we've got that last female standing, $500 bonus and the small check. And today, our last female standing was Sandra Cook. Sandra Cook, you were the last of the ladies in competition. You win that $500 and the small check, courtesy of the Manuel family and West End Opera House. So thank you very much to the Manuel family and West End Opera House for putting up that $500 bonus. So Sandra Cook, you can come on up here and see us at the Diva Desk and we'll get you hooked up with your $500 and your check, because you were the last female in competition here today. So that is what's going to work. Hey, door cars, round number 6. Door cars, round number 6. We'd like to get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, round number 6. Go ahead and come on back. Door cars, round number 6. Let's get you to make your way back into the staging lanes, please. Again, what are we, about 45 minutes away from party time? Again, big thanks to the folks at Mullis Race Cars for sponsoring tonight's Racer Appreciation Barbecue. We are certainly happy to have that. Peter's been talking about the fact that they'll have one of their fine pieces of artwork on display, and Emily had showed me that they're going to have like a little sign-up sheet that's going to be on a table next to the car. If you are going to be joining us at the Racer Appreciation Party, make sure that you stop by and get yourself signed up on that list, because somebody is going to get an opportunity to, I believe it's like $1,000 off of a Mullis race car if you're selected.
For me, it's more kind of like Pete said about controlling the race. I feel like when you hold numbers, and sometimes when you hold a lot of numbers, you're really controlling the race. You're giving your opponent, they have to do whatever their game plan is, whether it be flat-footed, whether it be...
You're adding a lot of pressure to them, to their run.
Yeah, and it's really, and it's intimidating, and I like that, because when you intimidate them, like, you get them...
There's more likely to be red late, make a bad run.
Yeah, and they screw up, they look at you, especially if you catch them early and you start ripping it.
They make them think their car's broke. One of them kind of do it.
You good? You're controlling this conversation right now. No, it's about controlling the race, and I feel like, at least for me, like when I control the race, I feel confident.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
And I think, Pete, as you're watching this, say you're on the sidelines and you're 10, 12 pair back further, you're hoping what's happening on the boards is kind of reassuring all the math that you went through from the time you computed your first run, what you thought you would run, to what you think you can run while you're standing in the staging lane. So yeah, that plays into my game plan as I left the trailer and as I have right now. Or you're on the other side of it and you say, well, what am I missing here? I'm seeing all these breakouts. Is there something I'm missing here? And kind of go back through your math or through your routine, whatever it may be. You've got to be confident, when you fire up the car that, what the number you put on the side is what you think. Obviously you want to run it, but you might be holding 300, you might be holding 500, you might be, going one above and planning nitrous spray through it. So, I mean, there's so many different things, but I think the most important part of that scenario is it fitting into the game plan of which I already have, or did I miss something, and do I need to reconsider a game plan because now I'm 10, 12 pair back and it's go time.
All right, we're going to let them make their way back into the staging lanes. We'll be back at it soon. Dragsters, 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 dragsters.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.
We'll be back at 7, then we'll be back at 4, then we'll be back at 2. Chris Beauchamp had the best losing package of the Hoosier round, so Chris unfortunately dropping out this go-round, but I'm sure that a nice new set of Hoosier tires is going to be something that would be really beneficial. So Chris Beauchamp, our best losing package of round number 5. Again, thank you very much to Farron Lubers and the team for keeping those Purple Crew folks part of the fling. We absolutely love having you guys here. And we appreciate the support that you give to the racers. So Chris Beauchamp, you've got yourself a new set of Hoosiers. Shane Beck was your best losing package in round number 4, got himself $500. Erica Baker was the best losing package in round number 3, got the FTI $500. Billy Rowe got the Biondo Racing $500, and Tom Dauber got the Stainless Works $500 for the best losing packages. As we've continued to make it through. Well, it looks like we're getting our first dragsters to nose their way up into the front of the staging lanes. I do like the fact, I mean, I know I'm getting the feet a little bit behind, but I do like the fact that Mark is getting us that nice slow pan kind of across the facility here to take a look at how really cool it is at this racetrack. And I'm going to tell you, if you are out here in this part of the country and haven't yet given National Trail Raceway a try, you need to get out here and give them a shot, because what Jay Livingston and JJ have done to really start putting the place back together, the program back together, they really genuinely care about their racers, and that's something that I know you guys get the opportunity to race at a lot of racetracks out here on the East Coast, or the eastern side of the United States, I should say. You know, I was talking with the Cook family a little while ago and was talking about, you know, hey, we've got this racetrack that's an hour from here, and this one that's an hour from us, and the other one that's this way and that way. And, you know, out in the western half of the United States, unfortunately, we are losing a lot of our racetracks that we used to have. You know, unfortunately, the track that's in Fontana is shut down. We've only got, you know, basically kind of Firebird now down in Arizona, Tucson down in Arizona. We got LVMS in Vegas, Bakersfield, Fallon, which, by the way, you know, our starter, John from Fallon, he actually owns and operates that place. And we've still got Sacramento and a few others out there. But we pretty much have to pack up and drive at least 6 hours, 4.5, 5 to get somewhere. And, you know, our opportunity to have a few tracks within, or a handful of tracks within a couple hours just isn't there. So you guys got a lot of good stuff out here, but this track right here, you got some great people that are operating it, some great people that are running it, and that's definitely where you would where you'd want to try to take advantage of that opportunity. So again, if you have not yet been out here to National Trail Raceway, Come by and see them some night. Run their program. I'm sure you're going to love it. Yep, Samoa and Redding are still going out there. You know, they're starting to bring some back, but it's just, you got to travel a really long way. You know, there's some other ones, you know, Yellowstone and some other ones over in Arizona or in Wyoming, but it's not, they're just, you're talking about a full day or so's worth of travel just to get there to race them. And so you've definitely got a nice little advantage, something to be thankful for out here on this part of the world, to be able to do that. I think we've got just about all of our racers back into the staging lanes. See? There you go. I mean, your house in Ohio, you see, you've got a dozen tracks within 3 hours. Pretty much at this point, if you're on the West Coast, you can sit at any track, and you've got like no other choices within 3 hours. You've got to drive at least twice that to get to it. Now, don't get me wrong, all the tracks out there are great. I mean, it's really good, but it just takes a long time to get anywhere. And we'll leave it at that. So we're down to that point where with the overall purse and 14 drivers coming back, they're going to have some conversations out there and decide if they're going to, like, maybe do a little chop-chop. Or if they're going to leave it as is for now and wait until we get on the ladder. So we'll let them talk about that. And we'll talk about something else. But we won't talk about Bruno. We'll talk about things like, now we've already talked about cereal. Ron. Oh. I don't know that we would really want to get into that conversation in the live chat about your boss. The only reason I'm saying that is because you never really know. Once you put something, and I mean once you put something into writing, somebody can go back and see it. You don't want to be held accountable for your words. That would be challenging. That could be detrimental to your future employment opportunities. So we will not share our feelings about bosses here online. I've actually got some really good folks that I work for, so I'm super happy about that. I am very lucky in that aspect. I've got a great group of folks. Great group of folks that I get to work for, so I'm happy there. Mike Ames says we can talk about gas stations so Gordon Bovin knows where they're at. Oh, that might be helpful. That might be helpful. A little public service announcement. That is one thing that I did appreciate about coming out here. I know that, like, prices everywhere have been going up on everything. But, again, I'm jealous. Your gas prices out here are high, but they're nowhere near what we're paying out there. So good for you with that, too. Oh, good for you with that too.
this next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next. Because everybody said, "How the heck do we beat these guys? We can't give them a clean wheel down there. Clean wheel meaning an easy target. So let's mix it up, and that's when a spot drop became popular. And basically, a spot drop was hold a couple of numbers. Edmund and Scotty will pull up alongside of you. You give them what they call a moving target. So it made their job a little bit harder. This is it right here. As far as finish line driving, these two, you're learning how they think. So in my mind, you know how they think, and I'm not going to turn this into, I'm going to show you how to beat Johnny Zell, but I'm going to say running your own race, but staying in your lane. In other words, when he has you covered up by, like he said, he's ripping the throttle and he's wearing you out on the way down the track. Your job is to stay confident, and I'm not screwed. I got a chance here. He's doing his thing.
All right. Well, I do think one of the things that's kind of cool is the fact that some of the video clips from Monday's Racer Seminar are starting to find their way out. I see that they're playing a few of them here on the Motor Mania TV live feed. I think some of them have also been put up on some of the social media pages for the Flings. Is that your doing, Lela? Did you do that? You put them up there? Released them for public consumption? No, I mean, so they brought that Shift Point Media in, and they actually kind of recorded the whole thing. They had the cameras going, they had mics, the whole deal, and those guys have put together some fantastic videos from the Racer Seminar that was done on Monday. It was pretty cool. Ryan Gleghorn, thank you very much. The next time I sit down to talk to Peter, I will take that in with me and say, hey, look, by majority decision, this is kind of the conversation that you and I need to have. So I appreciate that, man. It's really cool to know that guys like yourself are willing to sit in and listen to me jabber on. It's more fun than when there's cars running, but I do appreciate it, sir. I know that, you know, you are pretty much kind of like the man when it comes to the bracket racing announcing for a whole lot of these big buck bracket races. It seems like every time I turn it on, I'm hearing your voice, and it's really cool. So I like listening to you, sir. It's a pleasure to hear you call races, and I appreciate it. And I will take that message in when I have the conversation with Pete. That'll be good. That'll be good. So we are getting into round number 6. It's the Mickey Thompson round. So a new set of Mickey Thompson tires for our best losing package here. And as of right now, everybody's looking at it going, yep, those are great. But I'd rather move on to round number 7, where I can come back on a ladder, and then maybe we'll have another conversation back in the staging lanes. Phil Combs and Nick Hastings. Combs has got the Nova. Pulled up to the starting line on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 629, and Nasty Nick coming off of a 100-grander not too long ago, trying to take it again to the house here in Columbus at National Trail Raceway. Green lights are on, 1,000th of a second. Separate the two racers as they make their way down the racetrack, and it's going to be Nick. 6:13 on a 6:12. That little T1000 in the left lane gets the win light. He was 14 green and 15 thou above to be 29 total. Phil Combs was 15 on the tree and ends up 28 thou above to be 14 thou behind at the stripe, and it is going to be a nasty Nick kind of round. He'll be one of the one of the 7 that are coming back. So let's just kind of keep this in mind. Hastings, 0:14 was the reaction time. That's going to bring up David Davis and Doug Linden. Linden, 5:15 the dial in the Chevrolet, the 55, going up against the 88-bodied Camaro of David Davis, racing out of Toledo, Ohio. And if I remember right, Toledo is, what, about 3 hours from here? Right up next to one of the greatest theme parks in the world, or at least one of the greatest roller coaster theme parks in the world. Or at least so I've heard. One of these times I'm going to come out here and hit that place up. Seriously. I'm going to come out here and hit that place up. 5:15 to a 6:52. 6 thou separate them in reaction time. Advantage going to Doug Linden. Win light going to Doug. 5:15 on a 5:15. He is 14 green and dead on 6 to be 20 total. David Davis had an 0:20 reaction time. Needed to go down there and be 6:52.0 and ended up 6:53 on a 6:52. So Doug Linden by 19 thousandths of a second will make his way into round number 7. And both of our winners so far have been 0:14 on the tree. One out of the left lane, one out of the right lane. Here's Vinny Domino, Lou Greco. This is interesting. Vinny's been racing in the left lane all day. Lou's been racing in the right lane all day. We show up here and they swapped spots. That's one of those things that'll get me doing that, George. Vinny's dialed in at 4:54. Head start going to Lou with the 570 dial. And the two racers that I'm sure have met up multiple times are going head-to-head. 10 thou the difference between them in reaction time, and Lou Greco lights up his side of the scoreboard by going 13 green and dead on 4. He's 17 total over there on the left side of the racetrack. Vinny Domino was 23 green. Runs 4:55 with a 4:54 dial. And Greco continues to go rounds. So we got 2 14s and a 13 as we bring out Johnny Ezell and Josh Baker. Baker's dialed in at 4:59 on the right side. Ezell's dialed in at 4:59 on the left side. Tree drops at exactly the same time, and they are separated by 19 thousandths of a second. Win light to Josh Baker. Baker, 24 green, goes dead on 8. Taking the stripe by 7 thousandths of a second. Johnny Ezell was 005 and ends up running 4:62 on a 4:59. Ezell with a little scoop shake look like, ended up maybe giving it back as Josh Baker moves on. So we've had 2 14s, a 13, and 0:24. So Kyle Cotrera, Cameron Manuel. Cotrera right side out of Maine, dialed in at 4:58. Cameron Manuel out of Louisville, North Carolina, dialed in at 4:70. Head start to the left lane. And Cotrera will do the chasing in this pair. separated by 1/1000th of a second. There will be no leeway. Kyle Coltrera, 003, gets to the stripe first by 0.005 of a second to be dead on 2. Is 5 total. Moving on to the next round, Cameron Manuel, 002 and dead on 8. 10-pack for Cameron Manuel and no good. Kyle Contreras shuts him out with a 5-pack. Here in round number 6. Again, the Mickey Thompson round underway. As we'll bring out Colby Fuller and Chris Bear. Bear came into the last round with 2. Got 1 through to this round. To match up with Colby Fuller. Fuller's dialed in at 471. Thousandths of a second separate him, and it's going to be Chris Bear. Wow. Bear, 6 takes 6 to be dead on 0. Colby Fuller was 009, dead on 3, and gets dropped. 9 dead 3. No good for Colby Fuller. Chris Bear, 6 dead 0. Ends up 6 total, taking 6th out at the stripe. And bringing us into our final pair, we've got Hastings, Linden, Greco, Baker, Coltrera, and Bear all advancing. One more spot available in round number 7 will belong to either Austin Cardulis in the door car or Kyle Bigley in the dragster. We put 2 door cars through. Can we get a third one? 7,000 separate them at this end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Kyle Bigley. Bigley, 032 on the tree and 446 on a 446 gets him to the stripe first by 0.008 of a second. Austin Cardulis was 25 green and 2 above the dial. So Bigley would carry the 032 reaction time into the latter round. And this is what we're taking into round number 7. Hastings was 14 green on the win. Linden was 14 green on the win. Lou Greco was 13 green on the win. Baker had the 24. Coltrera was 003. Bear was 006. And Bigley was 032. So they are going to get that ladder put together. According to what I'm looking at, that 003 is looking pretty good right now.
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million winner here in Vegas.
Get your Million Tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today, holding up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here.
The official car count is 260 today.
It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner.
Who's ready? 285K, Showgirls, Limousine, Cosmopolitan Suite. Let's roll.
Racers, the time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number one, life-changing money.
Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's dialed in at 647. Kevin's dialed in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million.
At National Trail Raceway, getting set up for the Summer Fling. I'm with the starter here, Bill, and Bill is going to do an example of how stage lock can help you.
Okay, this is going to be an example of the no stage lock, and my car red lighted and it didn't move. This, we're going to say for the sake of argument, this is your left front tire. You staged really shallow. You go on your rev limiter. The tire stands up a little bit, and it uncovers enough light to trigger the stage beam and give you a red light.
So the wheel didn't move. All he's doing is putting a little bit of pressure on the wheel, and that fraction of an inch of movement can cause a red light. With stage lock, that protects you from the possible red light there.
Starting line, I wanted to show you guys and gals the blinder setup that we bring to each Fling event. So it's a nice blinder, nice divider, but what I like about it the best, if you come around this side, you'll see some LED lights to keep the Christmas tree lit up. So at nighttime, you won't have any problem of picking out that top bulb. And we had a seminar yesterday. We spoke about how at nighttime some people struggle. I believe that that's a game changer. I think every tree, every track, every event should have that type of blinder that lights up the tree like that. So as we were getting going this morning, we did our usual track prep. They cleaned off all the beams, checked the rollout. The rollout is 11.5 inches in each lane. I watched them measure it, I actually measured it myself. So lane to lane, you guys have nothing to worry about there. At this track, they are a stickler for details. Ever since JJ and Jay Livingston took over at National Trail Raceway, that is why we come here. You'll see flat black. This is freshly painted flat black outside of the groove. And you say, well, that's not pretty. It's not shiny. You know, why is it there? Well, it's there to prevent false reds, to prevent shine. And every morning we'll paint it flat black to keep it fresh. And anytime we spray, when we do track prep, we'll put mats down so that it stays flat black. Hello racers, we are at National Trail Racer for the Summer Fling, and I'm here with track manager JJ and the starter and track prep guy, as they call him, Bill. The main reason for this discussion is to talk about stage lock. So, especially in the last few months, there's been a lot of controversial. It's a controversial topic, right? So, what I know about it is that it protects the racer from false reds. And what I mean by that is guys who stage really shallow, if they deck it and the car vibrates just a little bit and you don't have stage lock on, it can drop the red light. With stage lock on, it protects you from that. Bill and I were on the starting line yesterday and he showed me exactly how it works, and you have an 1.25 inch rollback of quote-unquote protection. So with that said, if it's so good, why is it controversial? Bill?
I think the main controversy about it is guys think it affects their reaction time, which it can. The way it would affect your reaction time is if you stage and you hit the button and your car rocked back 1 inch out of the beams, you just gained 1 inch of rollout. The fact of the matter is, in that scenario without stage lock, you'd be red, you wouldn't have a chance. With stage lock, you're green. You're going to have a late reaction time on the slip, and you're probably going to be a little bit quick, but you still have a chance to run that round.
Yeah, and especially the rounds that, well, like I mentioned, the example of decking it and it vibrating, the car vibrating, and Bill showed me put just a little bit of pressure on a shallow stage tire, on a mock-up tire we had out there yesterday, and just a little bit of pressure of simulating the car vibrating from decking it, you can turn a stage light on and off, which it's real finicky. If with stage lock you don't have that. The second controversial point is when you talk about the stage lock sender going across the track, there's a theory of people saying that, well, if you stage left to right laterally, it's going to affect your reaction time. What do you have to say about that, JJ?
Well, to stage laterally, to have an effect on your reaction time, you would have to stage so far out of the groove, you would be within a foot of either way, of either the inside or the outside. And at that point, that's not where anybody stages. So you'd have no traction compound. You wouldn't stage there because that's not where you would stage. So that to have an effect on your reaction time, you would be so far out of the groove, you don't see that. That's not happening. So to me, that's not as controversial.
And I'm not trying to sell stage lock. I'm trying to educate myself and the racers out there. I do, as I mentioned, use stage lock and have used stage lock at every single Fling event since 2010. NHRA uses it at all their events. So I believe in it. We have less false reds. With the amount of cars and amount of laps we have going down the track, we have less false reds with stage lock than if we didn't have it, comparing it to other events. Now, is there a perfect world out there? No. I'll say this. Whether you're using stage lock or not, the track preparation is most important. So we went out there yesterday and painted flat black on outside and inside the grooves per Bob Brockmeyer of CompuLink Specs. If you don't do that, you're going to have issues whether you have stage lock or not. So that's a must. Cleaning the beams is a must. When I ask Bob what's his biggest headache and that causes problems, he says that it's tracks that do not keep up on cleaning the beams every morning.
Bill says spider webs. I mean, you have to stay on top of it. So stage lock or not, that's the most important. But I am a believer in stage lock. I, as a racer, raced for 20 years in NHRA. Never felt like I had a bad reaction time. If it was, I felt like it was me. So with that said, I hope this video educates the general population a little bit.
All right, so we are back. We've got our 7 drivers that are left in the main event. Making their way back into the stage lanes, Kyle Cotrera is coming back on the bye run. It's going to be Hastings with lane choice over Linden, so our 2 door cars are going to have to go head-to-head here in this round. Bear with lane choice over Bigley, and Greco, one of the other door cars, going to be taking on Baker. Greco gets lane choice there. So again, our 7 that remain are making their way back into the staging lanes. And while they are making their way back into the staging lanes, I'm sure there will be some conversations that are taking place out there this time. I know for those of you that are watching online, you are all anxiously waiting, just as we are here on property, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. So that's going to be cool. I want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m., there will be a non-denominational chapel service available in the tower. Suite 150, Suite 250, excuse me, the Jegs suite. So tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. up in the Jegs suite, room 250. There will be a chapel service available should you choose to participate in that. Go ahead and make your way up there. Also, hey, again, we talked about if you've got kids here on property, a little while ago we had everybody join us over in the fun zone for some water balloons and popsicles and treasure hunts and all of that kind of stuff. Well, the Licking County Fire Department has showed up on site as well, and they are here if the kids want to come check out the fire truck. They've got fire hats, they've got all kinds of cool stuff. They are ready to welcome those kids over and kind of show them around the fire truck. So again, if you want to bring the kiddies up and have them check out the fire truck, if you think that's something that would be interesting to them, we certainly appreciate the Licking County Fire Department coming out here, bringing the truck out, and being willing to let the kids kind of see just how cool that is. And for the single ladies that are in the house, the firemen are here too. So if you'd like to pop up and see them, you can do that. But the firemen are here, so single ladies, come up and visit them, bring the kids up to check out the truck, and you can have a little bit of a nice evening. So that's where we're at. We got 7 coming back. They have made their way back into the staging lanes. As soon as they have their conversations, we'll be back at it on the racetrack. So it looks like the conversations that need to be have been had. And our 7 drivers have come up with what they've got, and to solve the debate that's going on right now in the chat bleachers, yes, the 100K is guaranteed. Pretty much every day the payouts are guaranteed. It says right there on the flyer. 30K yesterday, guaranteed. Fuel Tech money. 100K guaranteed today. ATI Performance Products money. And tomorrow, when we get into the American Race Cars Day, $30,000 Saturday, guaranteed again. So for those of you that are kind of wondering out there, it absolutely is. That is how it is printed on the flyer, and that is how it shall be. Again, race fans that are out here on property, the Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Barbecue is underway. The food is ready, and Charles has been working on making that happen. So if you'd like to stop by there and check that out. Also, remember, while you're there, they've got the Mullis Race Car on display. And with that, you can sign up for essentially a drawing that's going to be good for $1,000 off and a carbon upgrade package valued at right around $5,000. So that is going to be a pretty cool deal. Make sure that you swing by there. Sign up on the sheet for your opportunity to be drawn for that. Again, we are going to have some other drawings a little bit later on in the night, like we're going to be drawing for that Altcom Forex weather station, that full-on complete weather station for all of the drivers that were dead on zero on Wednesday. All of those names have been put into a hat. And then we're going to have the drawing for the APD carburetor for all of the drivers that were dead on zero on Thursday. Of course, we've got the dragster raffle. We've got all that stuff that we are going to be doing down there at the Racer Appreciation Barbecue once we get there. Again, we are working our way through our final 3 rounds of the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event here at National Trail Raceway. I hear cars firing up back behind the tower, which is an absolutely awesome sign. And remember, everybody, tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m., 250, Suite 250, up in the tower, they are going to go ahead and have a non-denominational chapel service. Again, thank you very much to Steve Dunn out here with Team Racers for Christ. He is going to be putting on that non-denominational chapel service. We're going to get things started. I am going to let Jeb get in here and call this quarterfinal round before we decide which 4 racers are going to be coming back to run for the $100,000.
So as we roll into the Goodyear round number 7, it's going to bring Nasty Nick Hastings and Doug Linden. Into the water box, Doug Linden, running out of Bergen, New York, in his 55 Chevrolet. He's dialed in at a 515. And Nick Hastings, that T1000, 611 on the dial-in board.
Yep. Hey, Jeb, I'll tell you this. I was out in the staging lanes, and you can cut the tension with a knife out there. I'm just saying. There is some, these guys are pretty much at war, a few of them out there. And I'm being
that's
serious.
what we like to see. Tough competition as we are competing for $100,000. 7 cars going to go down this round. Four will come back. And who is it going to be? Hastings or Linden? Hastings off the bottom. 25, 14th thou above. Doug Linden takes 13th thou. And had no chance at it. He was 5-12-9 on the 515. It broke out to be 21 under as Josh Baker and Lou Greco pull to the starting line. Greco, the GTO judge, down to 570 out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, and Josh Baker. Lancaster, Kentucky, home for the dragster, going to be down 457. So Baker already took home a win in the shootout. Former winner here at the Fling. He won last year on Saturday. By fourth hour right here, Lou Greco, 13 dead, 7 to lay down at 20 total. Take 2 thou through the stripe. Josh Baker was 17 dead, 5. Couldn't get there as Greco is going to move on, and Kyle Bigley and Chris Bear. Bear for Bear Motorsports. He's in that American race car, down 465. And K-Money Kyle Bigley, Secaucus, New Jersey, is where he calls home. He's down 452. Chris Bear going to take part in the Brodux SR 20 cylinder head runoff later on this evening. But right now he's focused on winning that $100,000 here on ATI Performance Products Friday at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Chris Bear, 15 thou red. Kyle Bigley, 003, dead 9. And going into the semifinals for $100,000. Bigley lays down at 12 a total as Kyle Coltrera burns out almost to the 330 on the buy run. He's run out of Elliott, Maine in his 2004 undercover car. And he's dialed 139 in memory of Sean Serra. So Coltrera. Has to be 13 or better here if he wants to get lane choice in the next round. Coltrera puts her in. He's 15. Coast on down to go 476.8. As we will conclude round number 7, brought to you by Goodyear here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries, here on this beautiful Friday evening for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event. So be just a little while before.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go: Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs. 60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Greg Mocha, you're going to take the lead.
Hello, racers. We are in the tower at the National Trail Raceway, Summer Fling. I'm here with my good friend Pete Dagnolo. So me and this guy have a lot in common. Our first name is Pete. Our last name ends in a vowel. Our father's name is Sam. So, yeah, man, he reminds me a lot of a younger version of myself, except he's a little bit better. Killer racer, just came off of Indy. Pete, you must be riding the high right now.
Yeah, for sure. We're riding the high road and then coming here and lose first round in buybacks yesterday, but try to turn around today. But yeah, no, it's a feeling that you'll never forget. Obviously, you know, but it's quite the amazing feat. Couldn't be happier. And even if I get beat up here all week, I don't think I'd take a smile off my face.
Yeah, nothing like the U.S. Nationals. And your father seemed real. I'm sure he was extremely pumped. You run a small block on alcohol in that famous orange Malibu. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's 434 on alcohol. It's really, I mean, I think for all the weather swings that we go through and blind dials, I think that's the way to go. But I mean, a lot of people have different opinions. But yeah, it's I've had it for about 7 years, and knock on wood, it's been, you know, really solid and doesn't let me down. I let it down more than it does me.
Well, I'll tell you this, he's officially a made man when it comes to racing, in my opinion. How old are you now?
36.
He's 36, and he's just getting, in my opinion, hasn't even peaked yet, but he's a killer driver. He's a killer driver off the top and the bottom, and we're going to see how we stack up against each other in a short practice tree session, because the first 1 to 5 will win, and if you beat me, you get a Summer Fling t-shirt.
All right, sounds good.
All right. He doesn't look nervous, Dylan. So we're going to do the first 3 off the top, and then we're going to finish it off the bottom. But the first 1 to 5 win lights will be it, and let's roll. All right, so I got him off the top, but he's gonna have to make a hell of a charge off the bottom now. All right, here we go. It's 3-0 right now, but now we're off the bottom. Gonna try to make up some ground here, right?
Yeah.
Good luck, brother.
Take it easy on me, all right?
I hate when people say that before, right?
It's the worst. It's the worst, yeah.
Here we go. Down to your last one. You know that, right?
I'm not worried about it.
I know you're not. Ooh. All right.
See?
You're in the
I
game.
knew I wasn't worried
Ooh, that
about
guy
it.
almost. All right. 4-1. Four to 2.
Life.
Oh, wow.
Getting nervous?
I think so. Four up, baby. You ready?
Yeah.
This is the comeback of the year. I'll take a little bit out. Ooh. That was a comeback of the year right there. Congratulations, Pete.
Hey, thanks.
From 4-0, he came back and beat me 5-4. So you got a free T-shirt. You won first round. What's going to happen the rest of the day? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Hopefully keep the momentum going. Made 2 okay runs today, so hopefully try to finish it off the rest of the day. Forecast looks beautiful. Track's tight. Cars are working good, so see what happens.
All right, my money's on this guy, especially what he just pulled off there. But good luck and thanks for coming up here.
So we are just getting ready to roll for the semifinals for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event here at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. The drivers getting strapped in their cars back in the lanes. Be pulling to the tower here shortly, as we have had a great day of racing so far, and the semifinals are going to make it even better. And I hear sounds of engines in the back of the lanes. And they're getting ready to pull around. And we got some great matchups coming here. 4 cars remain for $100,000. The sun is setting, and we are getting ready to roll. These 4 drivers have fought over nearly 200 others to make it this far. And a $100,000 check is in sight for all 4 of these drivers. So Nick Hastings, fresh off another $100,000 win race just last weekend. Is he going to go back-to-back, or is Kyle Bigley going to put a stop to that? Bigley, Secaucus, New Jersey is where he calls home. He's going to be dialed into the 447. And Nick Hastings, 612. Hastings hit it off the bottom. That's where he's known. 2-door cars, 2 dragsters. Like to see in the chat bleachers, what are we going to have? We're going to have a dragster door car final, dragster final, or a door car final. Both drivers making their final checks before they pull into the pre-stage. Hastings, 612, going to get set out. Bigley going to have to chase down after him. Who is going to the final for $100,000? K-Money and Nasty Nick. They're both out green. Hastings in control, and Hastings with the win. Back-to-back $100,000 finals for Hastings in 2 weeks. Hastings 16 and 13th thou above. He is 29 total. Kyle Bigley 29 at the let-go, takes 4 thou. Had to take nothing if he wanted to have a fighting chance. Couldn't do it. And who is Hastings going to face in the final? Lou Greco or Kyle Coltrera? Elliott, Maine is where he calls home. He's in that undercover dragster. Going to be down at 454. Lou Greco, Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. 570 on the dial-in board for that GTO judge. So we've got 1 door car to the final. Who is going to be the other half? Greco or Coltrera? Both of these drivers put together some great packages all day long. Pre-stage bulbs lit on both sides. Who is going to take it into stage first? Contreras goes in. Greco follows behind. They're both out of the gates green. 3 thou separate them. Top of the racetrack, Kyle Contreras is going to the final. 24 up front, dead on 8 to take 3 thou through the stripe. Lou Greco is 21 and 14 thou above. So your final round for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event here at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. It's going to be Kyle Contreras and Nasty Nick Hastings for $100,000. So once again, racers, don't forget we got the Mullis Race Cars Racer Appreciation Party going on right now. Be sure to go get some good food. And don't forget the Mullis Race Car is on display by the barbecue. And be sure to sign up for a chance to win $1,000 off a brand new Mullis car and a carbon upgrade package. Of course, we'd like to say thanks to all the Motor Maniacs out there watching along live. Of course, we'd like to thank Strange Engineering for sponsoring the live feed. And this just in, Josh Baker, you're the best losing package of Goodyear round number 7. You're going to get a set of Goodyear slicks. So Josh Baker, you are the best losing package of Goodyear round number 7. You're going to get a set of Goodyear slicks. Be sure to go visit the Diva desk.
All right, so the next pair down the track is going to be the Brodix Best Package Runoff. It's a winner take all, where the winner will walk away with a set of SR20 heads, and it's going to be Chris Bear and Jeff Fargo. Jeff representing the door car side and Bear representing the dragster side. The old Malibu. Malibu wagon, Marco? Yep, Malibu wagon. Gonna get the head start by a couple of seconds, and should be good to watch at the stripe. Down to the final of the ATI 100K. Really looking forward to see how that pans out. Kyle Cotrera, Nick Hastings. Nick Hastings with a lane choice. And, you know, sometimes we lose sight of really what's going on here. I mean, Nick Hastings is foot braking. Let's all just step back and think about this for a second. He's swapping feet. Not even a trans brake. I mean, that's pretty incredible. So Hastings and Cotrera, you guys can cool them down, and in the next 5 or 10 minutes, bring them back up, and we're going to crown the ATI $100,000 champion. I hope everybody's enjoying the barbecue. Lou Greco will be over there shortly. And the entire Fling team and National Trail team will also be over there. Looking forward to having a good time over there tonight.
So the Chris Bear and Jeff Fargo getting suited up back in the staging lane before we pull out for the Brodex Cylinder Heads shootout. So Jeff Fargo had the best package in the door car side, Chris Bear on the dragster side. And they're going to race off right now to win a set of SR20 cylinder heads, a $5,500 value. All right, thank you very much, Jeb, as we are ready to go with our Brodix shootout. As Jeb just said, the representative out of the door car side is Jeff Fargo. Put up a 1-pack on Wednesday to qualify himself for the shootout for those SR20 heads. I mean, we are talking a very nice little prize. $5,300 worth of SR20 heads up for grabs here. And Chris Bear, how about Chris? The day he has had, the week he has had, ended up double deep into the rounds yesterday in the 30K, double deep into the rounds here today. And today he put up a 2-pack. Came down to the fact that 3 dragsters had put up a 2-pack. Reaction time was the tiebreaker. He was 000 dead 2 to get there, and that has earned him his spot to race for the heads here tonight. Fargo, the the Le Mans wagon out of Medina, Ohio. Dialed in at 622, and Chris Bear with the 465 dial, lining up on the right side. The lights are on. It's a beautiful night here at National Trails Raceway, and somebody is about to go home with a brand new set of Brodix heads. Like in the box, ready to be put in the trailer. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. The wagon bumps it into position. Chris Bear starts to roll up, tickles on those bottom bulbs on the Christmas tree, and here we go. Red light start for Chris Bear by 0.08 of a second, and Jeff Fargo, 28 on the tree, and goes 6-2-2 on a 6-2-2 to get the win light. Bear ends up running 464 on the 465, but Bear let go 0.08 of a second too soon. And Jeff Fargo is going to be your Brodix cylinder head shootout winner here at the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. So congratulations, Jeff Fargo, putting up a 1-pack on Wednesday to qualify in here, and now sealing the deal to grab $5,300 worth of SR20 heads. That is...
Race it, experience it. For the last decade and more, founders and legendary racers Peter Biondo, Kyle Seipel, and the Fling family have put on some of the biggest and best events in the history of bracket racing, setting the bar for what a race can be, for what a race should be. With one race, names like Jeff Verdi and Randall Reed have joined instantly recognizable icons like Scotty Richardson and Luke Bagacki as racers who have achieved on one of the biggest stages in the sport. A place where young and old alike come together not to just test themselves, but to simply enjoy some of the coolest cars, prizes, camaraderie, and competition you'll find anywhere around. Ask anyone who's come to a Fling event, and they'll tell you the same thing. You'll just have to race it, experience it.
And we want to make everything about it as best as it can be for each and every one of you racers and those that join us out here. So we certainly thank you for that. We thank you for being out here. We are looking forward to getting back out there and hanging out with you, because that's what we're all about. Again, I've said it before and I'll say it again right now. One of the things that absolutely tied me to these events was one of the very first ones that I did in Bristol. Kyle and Peter were kind of dealing with some stuff with weather and a few other things. They were having some conversations about how they would need to adjust the event, what they would want to do in order to make sure that their adjustments would go over well. And after they'd had their conversations, the question that they asked each other was, do you think the racers will like it? And the fact that they would ask each other that before they made a final decision just locked me in here, because that's what they're all about, is do you think the racers will like it? And if the answer is yes, then it's something that they'll go ahead and do. That's just the way that it should be. So I tip my cap to Peter, to Kyle. Wish he could be here with us today. But to every single one of us that has the honor of putting on one of these Fling shirts, we certainly hope that we have provided you with an experience that will keep you coming back time and time again, because that's what we're all about. So racers, families, enjoy the barbecue. Those of you that are hanging out up in the grandstands getting ready to watch the final round for $100,000, those of you that are hanging out on the golf carts down here near the starting line, the golf carts down there near the finish line, wherever it is that you may be on property, we appreciate you. And we want to know that we would love to see your face, your car, your family, your friends join us at any and all Fling events that you can, because our gates are open and we love having you. So we are looking forward to $100,000 being up for grabs here on an ATI Performance Products Friday. Again, thank you to the folks at Strange Engineering, our live feed sponsors for this event. Thank you to Mark and Joanne, Motormania TV. We appreciate all of the hard work that you guys are doing, and that is definitely appreciated by everybody who could not be here. And even those that are here, they're joining in. They're watching online. I saw folks sitting in the grandstands yesterday watching the live feed, because it's such great coverage, the great camera angles. We certainly appreciate that. And again, thanks Strange. Thanks Mullis for what you guys did in sponsoring tonight's Racer Appreciation Party. And thank you to ATI Performance Products for being today's sponsor. So as we are waiting for our finalists to make their way back into the staging lanes, for those of you that are here on property, want to just kind of put out a little bit of a notice. We've had a lot of folks that have already stopped by the barbecue to grab something to eat. If you haven't had a chance to get by there yet, please make sure that you get by there to grab some food. We certainly want to make sure that you guys get the opportunity to eat. Not necessarily saying last call, but it is kind of winding down as far as the food side is concerned. We are still going to keep that party going. Again, please hang out over there, because when the crew gets over there, we certainly do want to talk to you guys and find out what makes it work for you. Tell us. Give us your feedback. We want to hear it. So again, the barbecue's going to be, at least the food part of it's going to be wrapping up here pretty soon. Our finalists have been called into the staging lanes. And man, oh man, is it going to be quite an ordeal. So if you are listening in online, stick around with us. Tonight, we're not done. We got one pair to go tonight, but we've got another full day's worth of activities coming up tomorrow. The weather's supposed to be the same. It's going to be beautiful. $30,000 worth of American race cars money going to be up for grabs tomorrow. Again, a lot of the same side-by-side great racing that we have seen, and make sure to keep your eyes open, keep your eyes out, and watch what's happening. The folks at Shift Point are out here. They've been doing videos and interviews and all kinds of stuff, like the ET Shack discussions, the practice tree conversation, the whole practice tree personalities, all of it is going to be available for consumption on the Facebook pages, all of the social media outlets. Of course, Joanne has been sneaking some of that stuff in from time to time on the live feed when we've got some downtime. It's been fun, and it's going to continue to be fun. So we know that there's a few folks that going to be headed back out tomorrow, but for those that stick around, we've got another full day. And we certainly hope that all of you that are watching on the live feed will be joining us tomorrow as well, because tomorrow's Saturday. And if you've been skipping work to watch this, whether your boss is a nice guy or not, we certainly hope that you're all online tomorrow to watch along with us as well. I'm with you, Barry. With what we have seen over the last 3 days, the packages, the runs that have been going up on the scoreboard, I'm going to ask everybody that's out here, and I certainly hope you will join with me, please, for everybody here at National Trail Raceway, for the track prep, for the way that they've kept this racetrack going. Right now, while it's quiet, for all of those folks that have been out there on the track all day, Give them a round of applause. Seriously, give them a round of applause. These guys put together one hell of a racetrack and have kept it going throughout 3 days, and it is evident by what's been going out here on the racetrack. And it's going to be that way tomorrow, too.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Here at the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. The dragster side of the crew, represented by Kyle Cotrera. Backing up from the water box, putting a little heat in the hides, 453 is the dial-in that Kyle Cotrera has selected as he burns out all the way down to the 330-foot mark on the racetrack. Cotrera is coming back in a hurry. Nasty Nick in the T1000, fresh off a 100-grander. Coming in here and trying to do it again. Yesterday, Nick rolled in here and couldn't get past the buyback round. Today, he's all the way into the final, and he's got Kyle Cotrera. It's going to be Maine, represented by Cotrera with that 453 dial, and Nasty Nick is going to be getting the head start. Nick has been bumped over to the right lane. Staring up at that 612, get this, going off the bottom. Nasty Nick, one of the best there is, as he is going to be staring squarely at that tree. Kyle Cotrera over on the left side. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Who's going to dive into the beams first? We're going to sit here and think about it for a minute, or are we going to waste no time? Looks like Nick's going to waste no time. He's already starting to tickle that bulb on. Kyle Cotrera starts to roll forward. Locked, loaded, turn him loose. Green lights both sides of the Christmas tree. Kyle Cotrera is in control, and the scoreboard lights up for Kyle Cotrera. 18 green and 454 on the 453 for Kyle. They were separated with Nick Hastings going an 037 on the tree, and then gets to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second. He runs under by 7 thousandths of a second to break out here in the final round. It was a 19th separation in reaction time. Cotrera is going to light up the board, and it'll be Kyle rolling back into the winner's circle here tonight to collect the check, collect the trophy, collect the event winner jacket, as he is your winner on an ATI Products $100,000 to win main event Friday. Congratulations to Kyle. Congratulations to Nasty Nick Hastings, making his way all the way down to the final round. Racers, again, please join us. Please join us in the winner's circle. Join us at the barbecue. Hang out. Enjoy the evening. It's going to be a heck of a good time. We're going to get back at it tomorrow morning with another $30,000 on the line. Racers, be ready for that. We're going to...
racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
How would you like to have champion racers you know and trust to handpick the best products in the industry for you and your vehicle? With 25 years in the business and 8 NHRA World Championships, Sal and Peter Biondo of Biondo Racing Products will get you the right parts at the best prices, along with unmatched racer-friendly advice. From safety equipment to electronics and everything in between, call the racers at Biondo or visit BiondoRacing.com.